相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
It's go time. It's go time. Let's go, let's go. We stepping into the room. Y'all feel the energy boom. Enemies doomed. We shut them in like a tomb. Spectators safely assume we are the winning team. Got our eyes locked on that victory. Give it all and the rest is history. We the best and there ain't no mystery. No mystery. It's go time. The whole time. It's show time. Let them know time. It's go time. The whole time. Scoring goals time. Let them know time. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions. It's go time.
Champions indeed, but before that, going on to the champion road, you need to get on with the relegation route first. And we're here in day number 1 for MPL LATAM Season 3 with me, Faye, and a special guest all the way from NACT, Steph Weezy.
Hey, Vay, I really appreciate that amazing introduction. Yes, relegation time is here. It's go time, and to be able to see these teams fight it out for a chance to move on forward to the playoffs is an amazing sight.
Oh my goodness, Steph Weezy is here in MPL LATAM. How do you feel? How is it, Weezy, coming into a different region from NACT?
I'll tell you what, man, I'm expecting some surprises. I see some familiar team names, but also some new ones for myself. So to be able to see what's going on in the LATAM side of things is definitely going to be some excitement. There's a lot to break down today, right? I mean, you talk about the format, you talk about what these teams have kind of gone through in the past, through that new Swiss stage to be able to fight in 5 rounds, and now to see 4 teams with a chance to still claim those last 2 remaining spots is definitely going to be a good one.
Of course, for everyone who's watching today, we are entering in the relegation route. So we have a total of 2 days, and it'll commence in this weekend here. If you're in Brazil or anywhere in the other hemisphere, from anywhere around, not in Asia, it'll be your Saturday and Sunday. And whoever is watching right now, for me in Indonesia or any other Asian countries, you'll be watching in for Sunday and Monday. So everybody's hyped, everybody is ready, everybody is curious actually to see who will take on the 2 slots, as Steph Weezy mentioned before, because for the teams who loses today, sadly, they have to go home and they don't have another match in this season.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bittersweet, but every team has a chance to compete and has a chance for glory. So I look forward to seeing where that goes. But we also have a couple of other things, a couple of surprises going down. We have the amazing Naruto collaboration going on. I mean, that's something that I grew up on, and to be able to see it combined with Mobile Legends Bang Bang is definitely amazing. And also, guys, tomorrow we're going to have a Naruto and MLBB collaboration, a showdown, where you're going to be seeing 2 different activities going on. The first one, it's a 1v1 duel. That's going to be insane. 3 players versus 3 players. Everybody has to use 1 out of the 5 Naruto skins, and may the best man win. But then after that, we get that amazing 5v5 that we all like to see. But there's a couple of little twists and turns in there. It's not as simple as a normal 5v5 would be. First off, in the first 3 minutes, they got to fight out in the mid lane. How tough
All
is that?
of them? All of them?
Everybody has to fight it out.
Goodness.
No choice. Look, okay, we give them a little bit of breathing room, right? We let them go into
Okay.
the side bushes of the mid lane, but that's it. No
Okay.
creeps, nothing in the jungle. A straight up bloodbath.
Wow. Okay, so if everyone is there, I don't think that even hiding in the bushes is much of an option, because it's no longer a peekaboo, it's more like a happy birthday surprise to them. And let's also not forget, for the 5v5, you have to pick at least, guys, at least 2 collaboration skins, heroes like Lucas, Suyo, Hayabusa, Valir, or even Kalia. So that would be more fun. And a little bit of twist, as Steph Weezy said before, the only heroes, the only players who can recall and have their HP regen is the only players who used any of the Naruto MLBB collaboration skins.
Now that is going to be a challenge, and I look forward to watching all of that take place. But there's one additional rule. Every single time the Lord spawns or the turtle spawns in, everybody has to go fight it out inside of that pit. No options there. It's a brief pause. Everybody gathers, and then the moderators let them clash it out, and may the best man win. And after the 5v5 clashes out, whoever claims victory there will be able to take that neutral objective.
Wow. Okay. So actually, we have a lot of things that would really want to see for tomorrow. So it's not only for relegation day. So everyone who is a fan of Naruto, who is a fan for MLBB, or just a fan for chaos in general, you guys should tune in for tomorrow's first match because it is the Naruto MLBB showdown, guys. And why not, and don't let that chance escape actually for all of you guys who's watching, because the ones playing are like KOLs and also pro players, so there might be a little chance during all that brawl and chaos. There's might a little tips and tricks that you can pick up.
Yeah, definitely need those tips and tricks if you want to move on forward in the tuning exam. Speaking of that, though, guys, make sure you guys hit up Binox's so you guys can recharge your diamonds, man. There's a 5% discount. We've got an amazing code, BNX MPL3 for you guys right there. And drop that in on Binoxes.com. Recharge your diamonds and get these Naruto skins while they're available. That way, you guys can level up your gaming as well.
Oh, don't forget to use the special promo code BNXMPL3 so you guys can get that and grab it already. And let's not forget also, since you're tuning in from the English stream, this website is available for only the LATAM region. But you know what is also available for not only the LATAM region but can be accessible for everyone else is community gaming, of course. It is a platform offering esports competition, professional and also automated payments. So if you guys have the skins, you better have the skills to show it off. So this is the greatest place for you to host your tournaments, and it varies from all types of game. So don't forget to check it out at communitygaming.io. It's a website, guys. Go check it out.
Definitely check it out. And speaking of highlights, we got to make sure we capture all that in 4K, man. We got to capture it with the new Techno Canon 40 series. So make sure you guys try and get that good flash snap while it's available. A feature that freezes in action all the slow moments, all the key highlights that we love to see.
That's amazing to see. Techno is in your hands and you guys can grab it, right, as always. So usually if you want to capture those great moments, you can use Techno, and a lot of great moments that I would really like to see, and I actually look forward for today in relegation day number 1. We see, I'm just so excited right now.
Hey, I mean, I am as well. You know, I just stepped off of NACT yesterday and coming over to the LATAM scene. This is a little brand new for me when it comes to the LATAM region. Now, I am familiar with some of the teams. I did have the pleasure of meeting Entity 7 in MSC, Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. So I did have a little bit during the wild cards, actually. I had the pleasure of being able to meet them. So to be able to see the competition from the LATAM region is definitely going to be a treat. And I just want to see how it kind of fares to my own region out in North America.
So technically Samwizi is just scouting for reference, eh? But it's good to learn a lot of things, and even coming up from a lot of regions, because you gotta keep that up. You gotta update those knowledge that you need to find in any regions at all. So any opportunity that you can learn as always here, and even tuning into the channel here in the official MLBB YouTube channel. And you can see a lot of MPLs lining up. But since, for example, in Indo here, it's quite early in the morning, so you guys can watch this first later and probably wait for other MPL regions coming in. How about you, Weezy? What's your time there?
So I live in Florida, so it is 4 p.m. for me. So it's bright and sunny out in Florida right now. No rain, so I'm loving it. And to be able to see these teams fight it out from the LATAM region, another shot to be able to move on to the playoffs. It's definitely a great weekend on my side.
Sunny for you, no sun for mine. It's not here yet. And you know what? There's two matches here, all best of five series. I've seen your prediction too. We've discussed it a little bit behind the scenes. And which one are you looking forward most to? Is it the first match, Infinity versus Malvinas Gaming, or the second match of the day later on? It's
E
Dreamhack
Corinthians
versus Alpha Seven?
Buzísio, a besta em jaula.
I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to seeing Malvinas Gaming go up against Infinity, only because Malvinas, they've been having a little bit of a hard time. Right? During the regular season in the new Swiss format, they were not able to find any victories within their first 3 rounds, so they didn't even finish on forward through the remaining 2, and here they are in relegation. And I like the story of the underdogs, right? I want to see them kind of scale through the times and claim that first win in the books if they can. Also for Infinity, they've been doing pretty decent. They claimed 2 wins of their own, and actually 2 of the wins they got were from the other series that we're going to be seeing right after that between DreamHack and Alpha 7.
Okay, so quite interesting lineup here to see. For the whole day, it'll be action-packed because it's a best of 5 series, guys. So it won't end unless it's a 3-0. Then I'm so sorry, it'll end shortly. But if it drags on and unlocks all the potential of 5 games, you guys can just tune in and watch all of that right now. And we're talking about a lot of the teams that will go up head-to-head today. There are some new players also, and even a coach transfer in after week number 3 and coming in hot for relegation day. So I mean, it's like a hot potato. You're coming in hot. You gotta juggle things around. You gotta settle in, because most of these players and even the coach brought in are coming in relegation day. So it's do or die, basically. If you don't perform, you don't get to go to the playoffs, and sadly, you just gotta go home. But if you do perform, wow, you definitely caught that hot potato.
Yeah, I think the most important part of that is to not drop it, and that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on as these teams fight it out today. Like they mentioned, 4 teams fighting it out, 2 best of 5s, and the winners will qualify to move on forward to the playoffs. Now, some of these teams have not caught victories. Actually, one, Malvinas Gaming, so hopefully they can put one on the board. Infinity, maybe through the regular season, hopefully they learned a little bit from their mistakes and they were able to sharpen that knife. That's going to be pretty much the story for game number 1, our first series of the day. But then when you jump down to DreamHack and Alpha 7, right, that's one that's going to be a stinger. And the reason why is because Alpha 7 fell short to DreamHack. That was the first in round 1 of the regular season. They fought it out, and it ended in a 2-1 in favor for DreamHack. So it's either going to be a tale of a bittersweet revenge, or you're going to be able to see DreamHack get that dynamic duo, 2 wins in a row against them, and push on forward.
I mean, especially with Reflecia coming in for Alpha 7, they would have a solid lineup between the roamer and also the EXP, because I mean, dude basically has a lot of experience coming in from like MPL Philippines, even from MDL Indonesia, and even going to MPL Malaysia, and even one of the players who was there for the M1 World Championship. So I think he's seen it all, but for LATAM, I feel it's a new region for him to explore too.
Hey, it's a new region for me to explore as well, so we'll be exploring together. But yeah, I mean, that international experience, you definitely can't count it out. It's something to be able to rely on. It's a dynamic that he brings to the team that they haven't really had. So to be able to have him be a part of that, I'm excited to see which way this plays off. It's always tricky though, right? When you're in a situation like this, you're in relegation. Like you said, it's make it or break it. This is the stakes are on the line, and somebody's going to be getting dropped off. 2 teams will be falling today after these best of 5s, and when you make a new addition to the team, when you change up the roster, that can affect the synergy, sometimes in a good way, sometimes the other way. So that's what we're going to have to see
the other way
between these competitors.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we have to find a winner at the end of the day. So You got to go through this round. You got to go through this best of 5 series. You got to go through the first and also the second match of today to see who will go on for playoffs. And both of them are like giving me very happy vibes to see whoever gets to win because, as you said before, a lot of the teams felt short during the first week leading up to the third, and even some haven't got the chance to like secure a winning game. Not even a match yet; it's a game yet. So you gotta test out those waters right now because you don't want to go home early. So I'm actually quite curious to see about the lineups because I mean after the patch update and even this amazing Naruto MLBB skin collaborations, will a lot of people spam those skins, show off those skins? Or will, because of using those amazing skins and also the updated heroes coming in, will they shift a little bit of the meta? Because it's a dilemma between the assassin jungles and also the fighter jungles. Which one do you think is best for now, Easy?
Oh, that's a tricky one. I mean, if you're going off skins, I'm a fan of the Kakashi Hayabusa myself, but Lucas gets the job done as well, I guess, over there with Naruto. You can't go wrong with him. But nonetheless, yeah, the meta is definitely, I would say it hasn't really shifted much since the M series. I mean, yes, there's been a couple of updates with the patch notes, right? We've seen some revamps. You have the Kimmy, the Glue, some new additions to their kit. We've even seen the Kimmy actually show up a lot lately. The Glue as well. So that'll be interesting to see if both of these get pulled off. But normally, we are still seeing traditionally the Lucas getting picked up, the Suyo, maybe a Hayabusa. You know who I want to see? I want to see that Hanzo. The Hanzo after the revamp, when he's invulnerable, when he's in that immortal state, and he's using that shadow form. I want to see some of that today. I don't know if it'll happen, but like I said, new to the LATAM region, I'm shooting for the stars right now.
Okay. How about in NACT? Is it a very favorable pick there for the Hanzo or even the Hayabusa? How about those two heroes?
Hayabusa, yes. Hanzo, no, I haven't actually seen it, but I would love to look forward to watching it. You know what has been showing up a lot lately, though? The Esmeralda has been crawling back. It's been such a strong pick, at least in the NACT side of things. So maybe we'll see a little bit of that falling star moon as we jump into our first series.
Okay. I would like to see that also. I mean, like after the China Super Cup, even though they're playing in like China servers a little bit different here and there for the heroes there, and also even the patch update, it's different than the global server ones. But there are a lot of players actually pulled out their old Esmeralda and also Yuzhong combinations going head to head in the laning phase. So I don't know if it'll be pulled out here in LATAM or not, but if it does, I will be hate to be the one who's playing Harith because somebody can just steal all of those shields away.
Yes, and that's what was happening over in NACT. Every time Harith was picked out, you'd see the Esmeralda in the second half of the draft, and it was just poetry in motion. To be able to see that in effect. So, yeah, I'm expecting to see some great things out here in the LATAM region. I mean, they've definitely been some heavy competitors. I've, like I mentioned, in the MSC, had the chance to interview some of these teams and get even Malvinas Game, and I got to meet some of their players as well. So to be able to kind of chat with them in person, great personalities, but to be able to see them in the Land of Dawn is a totally different story, and I want to see what they bring out there. Now, I got a question for you.
Ooh, what's that?
What teams are you looking forward to watching today? How about let's start with the first series. How are you feeling about it?
Oof. Okay, first series, I feel like it's gonna be a deal breaker for it because like I'm in the middle of it. I'm kind of torn apart for it because I want to see Malvinas Gaming actually take a point here. So finally they have something in their brackets later on with their points later on in a best of 5 series because it's not that typical short series where you come in and you win and it's done. It's also about wits, it's also about stamina on how you're going to play later on. But let's not also forget that Team Infinity is also strong going up against them. So probably we're going to see some a little bit long games, but it's not long like 30 minutes long. But it'll be a good fight for between them. And for match number 2, I'm really excited for that. Other than it is a revenge match, I would really like to see Alpha 7 rise to the occasion at match number 2, because they have a good history, Weezy. They start out with parts of amazing people from our Kyokira, and even a combination from Bigatron Suns players, and even coming in from two Filipino players with a lot of experience there also. So it will be like the big gun moment, I think, if it's for today. If ever Doms and Rafflesia is on the same starting lineup for match number 2 later. And plus, all the rocky start, all of those hard work will finally paid off in relegation day. It'll just be a good storyline to bring up.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. You mentioned the international transfers, and I mean, it's no secret when you have players transfer from the Philippines, we know that what happens after that, right? I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this steps into LATAM. I'm definitely looking forward to it, man. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a battle for the greats. I think when it comes to both of these teams, they have the capability to pull it off. They both have found victories during the regular season, where when you look at Malvinas Gaming right now, they just got to put a win on the board, right? I think at any moment, just one win is a major victory for them. Infinity, on the other hand, I think that the stocks are more leaning toward their side. I would have even said if this would have extended even further, and we had to see Infinity go up against one of the DreamHack or Alpha 7, I would have still gave that to Infinity just based off how they've been performing so far. So it's looking really good. I think for Alpha 7 and DreamHack, we're going to finally be able to tell, was it a fluke? Was DreamHack able to get that 2-1 off of them out of luck, or are we going to see them just be the more dominant team overall on the board for LATAM?
And I mean, again, it's more to like they go toe to toe to each other, so we can't really like make a big differentiate on like who will actually win as much as in the predictions. So later on, maybe along the way, that we can see more clearly coming in from the first game to the second and so on. So again, other than just really excited to see, I can't wait to see amazing heroes been picked up. I want to see the Naruto skins in action, because in Latam there's a lot of viewers also coming in, chiming in, and there's some Indo viewers. I salute to you guys. You guys aren't sleeping at this hour. And I want to see those flashy plays that you can come in for the skins, because I rarely see them in RG right now. Probably not everyone pulled the skins yet. So I want to see them live right now on screen. And even coming into the draft picks for Malvinas Gaming and Team Infinity, almost just in a smidge of second for game number 1.
Yeah, game number 1, the moment we have all been waiting for. Everything on the line. This is a best of 5, our first series of the day in the relegation phase before we step on forward into the playoffs, and another shot at glory, a chance to remain inside of LATAM Season 3 and push on forward. We'll be able to see Infinity and Malvinas Gaming. Infinity, a team that's been able to have a couple of hiccups, but also some success along their side. But Malvinas Gaming, it's been a rocky road the entire time, and maybe now they've got those proper wheels on so they can have a smooth ride.
They surely do have equipped proper wheels. For Ruroshi, their EXP laner, he's just coming in, and he'll probably bring out a good new side for the team, because we can definitely say that for the EXP lanes right now, can be the secondary roamer, so it does plays a good impact on that. And with coming in with the first draft here, Respect ban, of course, for Matilda on the side of Malvinus Gaming. And next for Team Infinity, also closing off the Joy possibility. I think that from each side of the team, they would try to get the Granger Harith or even the Suyo, Hanzo, Hayabusa priority. But coming in with Kalia and also Lucas into the meta, I think there will be a lot of like picks that would they would like to take it from each other, I guess, for that trade-off.
Speaking of trade-offs, an interesting ban popping on the board, the Julian. It's a little bit of a sight for my eyes to be able to see this early in the phase. Probably a comfort ban, trying to limit that away from Infinity. We are going to take out that Chip. Now, Chip did get a little bit of a switch Aru on his ultimate to where he can pretty much just traverse across the map now instead of pre-selected points. So maybe they're a little bit worried about the mobility, the element of surprise that Malvinus Gaming can pull out there. Now, there's still a lot on the table, though. I mean, you have Kalia. You know how much of a force that can be. Not to mention, you talked about those skins. Everyone who wants to see that Sakura in action. Definitely can't count that out. And right now, it's looking as a pretty profitable pick outside of the Jushin.
And so far, Jushin is not banned yet, but Phoveus is closed out by Malvinus Gaming. But for Team Infinity, though, I'm just curious to see because they're actually bringing in a coach. It's Coach Tsubasa. I think that he's drafting in now for Team Infinity. So new brains, new fresh scenery, new fresh perspective probably can be brought in for Team Infinity. And even going head-to-head for both our goal laners here, Doom and also Miyashino, with a lot of similar hero pools coming in. So I think they would prioritize a few of that and see which trade-off would be better. But first, though, securing it, it's the Harith, not the Granger, not the Suyo, but it's him. And for Infinity, I think one tanky guy for the role probably is Suyo can be secured right now. But turns out, I forgot that Chusin is not banned, and it's just picked up like that easily for Team Infinity.
Yeah, Gatot still on the board as well if they do want to pick that up. I wouldn't go Esmeralda this early in the mix. I mean, you can still kind of deal with the Harith. We saw a couple of the most picked gold laners momentarily a second ago. It was the Harith. We got to see the carry and the Bruno being heavily favored over here on the LATAM side of things. Speaking of pickups, though, they are going to go in for the Hilda super early, but I mean, I guess it works, right? You can slot in the XP lane. Technically, if you want to put it in the wrong position, you can. But the whole point of it is to be able to traverse across the map and kind of harass inside of the enemy jungle.
I mean, I think it was also a little bit of a dilemma for them. If a Badong Hilda combination, that would be just insane. One coming in with the vision, one coming in with the stun. But for now, since the Badong is closed, I think a good combination if they want to run through that, the Gatot Kacha would be nice. If probably that picks up or pops up or even denied though by Malvinus Gaming, because there's still a wide of possibilities of heroes at which they can lock in. And if they grab the Gato Kacha and Suyo now, it's like a good thing to come in. But ooh, two skins directly. I see Sasuke and also Sakura there.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. The Sasuke picked up the Sakura as well, which is going to be a great option. I was wondering if the Kalia was going to be slotted in here, right? It's been that hero that's been dealing a lot of damage, and it's a great... Oh my gosh!
Ooh!
That is what I'm talking about. That is pure cinema right there. I wanted to see the Hanzo, and who would have thought we got it in game one?
Your wish was heard, I guess. So easy. And wow, Hanzo coming in. This, to be honest, kind of contradicts a little bit if you go up against the Suyo and also the Kalia. I mean, like mostly to the side of Kalia, because it's kind of vulnerable when you want when you're in the Pinnacle Ninja form. Kalia can just force or grab you coming in or to cancel it out, because like it's going to be hard going up against the Kalia though for Hanzo. But I think it's still a free hit if you want to try to aim on Harith or the mage later on, because so far Team Infinity, they've just closed out the glue, they just closed out the Yi, and even from Malvinus closing out the Moskov, and the last one, I think they can opt to someone tanky, or they just really want to gun down Doom's hero pools. So we can close off the carry, we can close off other marksmen coming in, which should be more accurate coming in. Because you need that damage dealer though, you can't just let the Hanzo be the damage dealer himself in the team.
Yeah, now gonna respond with the Granger Danger slotted back in for the side of Infinity. It's gonna definitely be a showcasing a showdown inside of the gold lane. Now, we're still looking at a couple of options, right? When we're looking at you mentioned the Hanzo, you know, and that Pinnacle Ninja and some of the limitations it may have. Now, I'm curious to see just how effective Malvinus Gaming is going to be able to get to the back line to stop him, though, right? I mean, I guess maybe the Kalia is a lot more mobile than some heroes, but is it enough mobility? I think it's a great answer versus the Hilda. But you are going to have to worry about that Crimson Beacon, the displacement from the Lantern Flare over on the Jushin as well, which could be a little tricky for those frontline compositions, and that's what we're kind of seeing from the side of Malvinus Gaming. A couple seconds on the board to see what they're going to slot in right here, and they're going to go ahead and go for...
what's
there
that?
we go. Esmeralda. There it goes. The
Wow.
callback is real.
I thought if there is a chance ever, Infinity would pick up that Esmeralda because you're going up against the Harris. But you know what? Malvinus Gaming said no. No one can touch my Harris, so I'm actually picking up the Esmeralda for Hiroshi here. And even the Selena, so you're not afraid of those vision openers from Jusen. You have the Selena hand in hand in this, because actually at least you have someone who has that long range potential going up against Doom's Granger. And the last pick, you know, if everyone is a soft squishy damage dealer, you need someone tanky, and you want to pair it up well with a fast-paced Hilda, you pick up the Baksha. And now I'm kind of curious to see actually the Baksha and the Esmeralda in the lane. How will they duke it off? Will it just be a dead lane, hitting one or another, or it'll actually be a fast rotation throughout the whole map? Because knowing, I don't think it's worth it to just hit each other or just buy a lot of time in the lane. I'll just rather duke it out in the fight to see who will be more aggressive coming on into the Land of Dawn. Guys, coming in for MPL LATAM Season 3 Relegation, day number 1. Hot for match 1, game 1 of the day. Malvinus Gaming versus Team Infinity.
And yes, a lot of questions to be answered right there, as we are going to see that Hilda fighting it out up against this Esmeralda. Both of them have a lot of HP and a lot of survivability, so I feel like they're going to be clashing it out for a while on the bot side. But I'm going to keep a close eye on what's going on in the jungle, right? ZZ on this Hanzo, but a big stun does connect, and Kev will draw first blood away from Infinity. Takes down Fanboy.
Ooh. Wow, a good showcase off the skin, but here Malvinus Gaming is still playing on the aggressive side, but thank goodness Lionel can keep up the area, can keep up a space, so that from both sides here, Definite and also Keith, they can't really just dive in as much because you don't have enough power yet in the early game. And you're talking about the EXP lane, turns out it is the Hilda and also Baksha rotating, but they're in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of damage on the way. I mean, a good kill though, landing into the hands of Kev, rotating around with this Kalia. Look at Fanboy though; he's looking for a little bit of revenge after that early death. But Hiroshi is gonna go ahead and spot him out. And this is the thing about the Esmeralda: very hard to kill, very mobile, able to get those shields to be able to stay in that fight, rocking that in pure rage on top of that.
I think it'll shift down from the Lucas CC pickup to the Esmeralda and Baksha here. I mean, a lot of those tankier fighters are starting to show up more, but you know what? They are also ready here for Team Infinity, taking the turtle here, coming in hot against Malvinus Gaming.
Now Malvinas trying to go in. Owl's able to get the retribution just in time for Malvinas Gaming. First neutral objective secured. And it looks like both sides will disengage.
Ooh, okay, good disengage in the early game, so at least you just get the neutral objective. No collateral yet for any both sides of the team, but both can do really aggressive. Definite though! Wow, turns out, even though you're in a fast mobility Selena, as long you're under that lantern flare, no one can escape Lionel at all. Ooh, that's hard.
Yeah. That's definitely a hard pill to swallow. Lionel able to get that kill over on Definite, who is rocking on this Selena. Selena, who did get a little bit of adjustments to her skills. The traps are more effective than ever now, but I think the biggest point about it is the stuns, right? Able to use those abyssal arrows to displace somebody on these 5v5 engagements is crucial to turn the tide in their favor.
And I mean, we're just talking about both. I feel for the drafts and also the lineup here, they want to go aggressive, but at the same time, they know when to disengage. So it's like a game of here coming in, fight quite hot. Fanboy actually being the main target, and Keeve taken down quite easily. But at the end, ZZ getting that revenge for at least a 1-for-1 trade right now for either Malvinas Gaming and also Team Infinity. Ooh.
Both of them getting deleted like a bad file right there, but Keeve still off to a good start. 2-1-0 on this Kalia. Definitely very impressive. It's kind of shaky when you have these new heroes stepping into the scene. You got to rethink how you push in. Lionel, who with a heavy hit, Definite with the final touches will take him down. 3-2 on the scoreboard in Malvinas Gaming's favor.
Ooh, okay, that's a good one. But I think right now the deal breaker is for Malvinas, as long as you let the Selena free. It's going to be hard though coming in, and even a little bit of aggressive play there, trying to initiate him. But you know what, Doom Granger, he has the mobility too. You can't really like go head to head with the Synchrovision in the early game yet though, so triggering it to the mid game power spike should be better. But you know what, coming up with the second turtle here, again and again, Team Infinity, they handle the area better.
Yeah, big knockup though. We are seeing that shadow form in full effect though. Keeve taking a lot of hits, but sustaining himself. Definitely trying to wrap around. ZZ able to take down Keeve just in time. Rusi trying to get away. May not be able to go to safety. Owls and Definite are forced down into the bot side, and the control pit is in favor for Infinity, but they don't go in for the objective. They know they can't take this fight. They decide to regroup.
I mean, as long as Definite can hit those flying catfishes, abyssal arrows, and then we call them catfishes, and it'll just be a big problem there, because for initiators, other than the Kalia, it's just all in Definite's hand. And seeing how he performed in week 1 leading up to week 3, he has that Selena on point. But on the other hand, we see in Team Infinity, they have the tankiness, they have the power potential in the early and leading up to the mid even. So I mean, for now in the early games, if they do want to fight, it'll still favor onto that. And even Doom getting the Sky Piercer, a good investment in the early game. From 5 minutes coming in, and even start rotating now. I think that it'll be a good head-to-head coming in, because Oz is just wowee. Urelshi jumping in just to the back to get a kill, but turns out it's just a 1-for-1 trade so far in favor of Malvinas Gaming. But coming in hot from 3, Rusi a little bit late though coming into the party, and Malvinas Gaming finally clapped back with those amazing damages in the mid power spike. So I mean, as long as they can continue this, it'll be a good start for Malvinas Gaming.
And it's gonna start. Big slam on the Fanboy. A sandwich from Malvinas Gaming to be able to shut him down. Zablax will be the one to take that kill over there with that Synchrovision. A really good push from Malvinas within this first 6 minutes. Able to take the first 2 turtles. Now pushing up toward that tier 1 turret.
And leading up to from tier 1 here, it is a mirror trade down at the bottom lane also, so at least they get to balance that out for now. But for each side of it, I feel like they can both go aggressive, but it is also an extended team fight about this. So what do you think about this, Lucy? Oh, a little bit
Right
of
now, a
action.
lot of engagement in the mid lane. I don't think they're going to give us a moment to think about anything, as you are looking at Definite. Need to get back. Yoreshi very low. Zablax getting hit with a lot of shots from Doom. Man, did you see the firepower of Infinity right there? Malvinas Gaming forced back to the tier 2, and now Infinity focusing on the turtle.
I mean, like, I think it's just a matter of fact, like, who can take more damage, because coming in quite hot. Keith here with the falling star moon almost cancelled out, and the turtle secured in. Rusi getting a kill. Eyes on Urelshi, but then turns out you gotta disperse, you gotta disengage, because there are more important things that you need to take care of. It's your minions in lane.
That's right, and you are going to be able to see that turtle go over to the side of Infinity. Malvinas Gaming forced to back off, and that'll be their first turtle of the game. But I'm also looking at the waves, the towers, right? The management, what's going on with that. But before, Rusi caught in a bad situation. 3 members of Malvinas Gaming rushing in. Big knock-up and a stab in the heart as Rusi will fall. Zablax will be the one to get that kill, but a little bit of a moment for revenge. ZZ rushing in his immortal form, trying to get the kill, trying to get the final touches on Zablax. Running back to safety, unable to find him. Abyssal Arrow connects with the stun. Lionel with the immunity, and nobody will fall from that engagement.
Amazing, I might say, because, like, I feel like after the transfer, Zablax here is still considered a rookie player, and the LATAM region, to see him perform like this on the Harith would be amazing. But you know what? You're going up against Dons. That's not easy. A little bit too front here. But then turns out Ruelshi is just taken down like that. And even the Pinnacle Ninja coming into the back. Not enough damage, though. They need to disengage. You can't really catch Definite that easily.
Hey, he had a plan until he got met by that bullet from Doom. Taking out Yoreshi, and now ZZ going in for a possible kill. Definite need to be careful. Unable to escape the wrath and will be punished. 7-4, 3 kill lead for the side of Malvinas.
Ooh, okay, I feel like there are a lot of trades here and there, 1-1, 1-1, but I'm pretty sure this will lead up to a mountain of gold later on in the late game. But you know what? A lot of heroes in these drafts are kind of prepared for the middle game for Malvinas Gaming, so this should be in favor for them. But you know what? The power from Team Infinity is also hot, even though Alz is down at the bottom lane clearing and playing for the far lane. Again and again, Infinity has taken over the area and the vicinity of the Lord here.
They're doing great and zoning out these objectives. Massive knockup though. Infinity able to take the Lord. Now going in for some kills. ZZ need to be careful. Needs to get out of there. Doom will find Yoreshi. Everybody fighting it out. Crimson Beacon from Lionel back to the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Malvinas Gaming trying to go back, trying to disengage, not able to win that Lord.
Ooh, I mean, I'm at the edge of my seat seeing that's enough. I will just like pop and disperse one, but thank goodness it was just 4 of them there, and so far no one can take off Keith here, pick him off. But for Malvinas Gaming, since you got that neutral objective again and again, on the and giving pushing Malvinas Gaming's back, and even looking at the item equipments here, a lot is entertained and even bought by the Hanzo, so it'll be a very rich guy here. But on the other hand, you have Doom on the Sky Piercer, and even just climbing that kills up, because other than the Lord is just easily cleared that way. You gotta push in from the mid.
Yeah, the pushing for the mid. Tier 1 will fall. You're looking at both sides still engaging, but Infinity doing great on controlling the pressure of this map. They've only lost 1 turret on the top side. Even though it's even in kills, Malvinas is falling short when it comes to their wave management and turret prio.
And okay, Team Infinity still going on strong, but turns out Fanboy being the main target here. Definite needs to flicker back, but then turns out another pulled in with the tidal wave, and even all jumping in a little bit of lateness here. But Team Infinity is still standing on strong, keeping being the target, and even ZZ gets to take 1 kill that easily with that Pinnacle Ninja. Again, 1 by 1 will finally be a mountain of gold, and even equalizing their kill point here. And in Team Infinity, I feel that they are just playing really cautious here. They want to go aggressive, but finally, at the end of the day, they can rise up to the occasion, taking on that objective.
Yeah, Owl's having a very hard game as well. Needing to find a way to go back in and be a little bit more of a heavy hitter for the team. ZZ doing great on this Hanzo, able to get to the back line, even that push toward the base to be able to lock in that kill last second. Very impressive. And now the invasion play onto the orange buff toward the bot lane. Big stun. Yorishi need to get out of there. Use the shields to favor, but you are seeing a lot of damage, a lot of hits. ZZ, he's not letting off the gas. Abyssal Arrow falling a little short on the mark, and Infinity will disengage.
Okay, and even Fanboy needs to recall back. You know what? They need their tanky boy there. So let's not better give it off, because the next Lord is definitely going to be popping in 10 seconds. And even Malvinus Gaming, again, the pressuring coming in from Team Infinity is just amazing right now. And even Keith, a little bit hard initiated, but a lot of things baited out. But technically, he just baited a kill to himself with a killing spree onto Dom. 4v5, it is not in favorable of Malvinus Gaming on taking out the Lord or even Headstrong going up against Team Infinity in this situation right now.
Yeah, and the stun not going to affect Fanboy on this Boxia, which is going to make it even more of a problem. You're going to see those Abyssal Arrows trying to get a Lord steal. Fanboy is the one that actually gets that. No Retri to be able to claim that. And so that's still Infinity being able to take this objective. Little to no contest from Malvinus Gaming, and a chance for them to kind of push in toward that mid lane to take that tier 2 and possibly go for the inhibitor play.
And I mean, so far Team Infinity, they've done a great job of like guarding their turrets, and even just a little bit smidge there in tier 1 in the middle lane. But still, Malvinus Gaming, they're just way pushed back to do anything yet. So what they can do is just fight and have that high ground advantage, because you know what, you're playing on a Harith, you have the Kalia, you have the clear of Esmeralda, but it's going to be hard because you know what, you're coming in hot with Infinity. See?
Yeah, you are seeing another play from ZZ trying to find a pick off far in back line, but not going to be able to get it there. You're looking at the inhibitors, they're barely standing. You are going to see this Lord make its way toward the top side. Doom picking up the Rose Gold, ZZ picking up that Malefic Roar for the pin. He already has the Demon Hunter sword to combine with that to be able to soak down on the more beefy composition, such as that Esmeralda and Keeve on this Kalia, not to mention Owls on the Suyo. And the push on the way, Infinity trying to close out this game, hit with a little bit of a knock up. Kev not going to be able to get the stun though. Keep needing to get out of there. Big immobilization. Yoreshi doing some great chip damage to the team of Infinity, and they're forced to disengage, but they take the inhibitor turret.
Well, that is good defense. It's just straight up spring cleaning for Malvinus Gaming, but you know what? There's a concealed play. Finding out a way but disengage here, but turns out it is welcomed by ZZ, and even Alls taken down just like that with the Crimson Beacon coming in, and even Relshi being the main target here and chunking down a lot of HP with that little sliver of health. ZZ was just able to escape that easily. So far, in Team Infinity, they really get this game in control in their hands.
Yeah, trying to maintain their composure. Malvinus Gaming in a little bit of a tricky situation. Still yet to take another turret. Only took the one on the top side. We're about 15 minutes in, getting into that late game, and Infinity is getting hungry. They're rushing in, trying to get the kills. They know they have the advantage, and they're going to go for it. Fanboy hit very hard. Key will be the one to shut him down. Infinity will be one member shy, but that's not going to stop ZZ from rushing in with this Hanzo.
And I mean, a lot of times Team Infinity, they just don't want to give it up that easily. I think that this is a different type of aggression. I think this is just a little bit more insight, probably because of their new coach coming in, because like the level of holding back for oneself, that level of control, because you know what, the ground, you're coming in with a little play, and even Keith getting one down here, but Rusi quite tanky coming in, and even ZZ finding a kill, and even a shutdown on the side of Zablex. Killing spree here coming into double, and even Lionel getting that kill here for Alts, a mega kill for Doom, almost a triple, but you know what, leaving just 2 people here to defend this is just criminal for Team Infinity. They didn't even secure the Lord here.
Yeah, this is endable, right? I mean, they have the numbers, full 5-man stack. Yoreshi in a definite left to defend, and Infinity is going to go in for the charge, trying to close this out. ZZ finding Yoreshi, definite falling From the Wrath of Doom and the base crystal will fall. Infinity claiming game number 1 in relegation. Able to find that victory, able to have the advantage.
Ooh, okay, first game coming in hot. Wheezy's wish was granted. The amazing Hanzo, so you see it in the first game, securing that win. The W best of 5 series. Even though it's still a very long game, Wheezy, are you satisfied with that Hanzo pick?
Hey, I'm pumped up, man. I didn't expect it.
Hey.
I hoped for it. You know, I guess that's what you call manifestation, and that's what we got to see today from Infinity. Some great execution from them during that match, right? I mean, at first, it was a little bit of a back and forth tug of war when it came to the kills and when it came to the first neutral objectives, specifically the first 2 turtles. But after that, it felt like Infinity was in total control. We saw them very surgical, rotating across the map, maintaining the lanes, and inching their way up the map 1 turret at a time.
And you know what? Let's take a little bit of the snippets of the highlights in game number 1. It was amazing. It was kind of slow paced, but that aggression though, that strong handheld position for Team Infinity to just, you know what, let's just chunk Malvinas Gaming slowly but surely, and leading up to the end, they know what to do. But you know what, Malvinas Gaming, they did hit their power spikes in the mid-game actually. And you know what, since that, they can actually just snowball throughout that moment. But you know what, probably there was a little bit of a miss here and there, so that they can't really scale properly. Even up, you're going with the Harith and also going up with the Granger with the Sky Piercer, it would be kind of hard. You know what, Doom performed really well, and even Wheezy mentioned, and just as Chrono said before, Granger Danger, you gotta see that hero in its full potential. And you know what, coming in from Team Infinity, they secured it quite well. I feel like it's like a well-wrapped present in game number 1, and it was just so clean. It was just so well and also disciplined during the game. It's just so good to see Team Infinity. Probably again, it was because of the impact of a new coach.
Yeah, a new coach, a new dynamic, and it's definitely effective. I mean, you said it really well yourself, a well-wrapped present for the side of Infinity. So does that mean Malvinas Gaming got a bag of coal? We'll figure that out as we jump into game number 2. We'll see who's on that naughty or nice list. But nonetheless, there's definitely some conditions that need to be met for Malvinas Gaming, right? I think the team fight is there. I think they're capable of battling it out. But where they fall short is the overall management of those lanes, right? They're able to contest on the neutral objectives, the Turtles, the Lords, just fine. But when it comes to wave management and outbeating that tank mate synergy, not to mention ZZ rushing in with that Hanzo, it's very hard to deal with when you pair that up with the Boxia, who's already going to rush into you and try and take you down, and everybody benefits when he's, you know, out there with that Totorius pursuance as well. And then you have the Hilda, who was also a major threat. It was just running and gunning for the side of Infinity. And Malvinas Gaming, they just got to find some answers, and they need to find them fast. It's a best of 5, so they still got some time.
Oh, where do you find it? Is it in my pocket? Okay, but turns out, yeah, other than the drafts, I mean, like, it is a good draft from both of the sides there. And even we've got to see Sasuke and also Sakura being used here in the first game too, which makes me really happy. And even by theory, we've seen that the Kalia can be the stopper for ZZ's Hanzo, but at the same time, it's just a one-time thing. If you pop up that ultimate and it's done, what else can you do? Because the typical heroes and also the drafts coming in from Malvinas, it is that fast-paced, fast rotation type, but also that one combination skill shot. Instead of you're going up against Team Infinity, who can match up that aggressive rotation, but they have more skills in that, or like either the fast cooldown or held up their resources until later on to go for more of those extended team fights. Because looking from both side emblems here, both have a lot of shoes. That means what? Match the speed, match that fight, which they did. At the end, Team Infinity, they've just managed to secure in the first game.
Yeah, and right now, this is a chance to go back to the drawing board. You mentioned some coaches definitely stepping up and the new transitions working in Infinity's favor. Mount Venus Gaming, we said it since the very beginning, right? They just need to put one on the board. And, once they get that, I think they'll have enough of that momentum to continue to ride forward and get that victory they're looking for. So, as we are seeing both sides fighting it out, Mount Venus Gaming, I think the draft was okay. I think it was solid. But a little questionable on the Selena. I think Selena's a great pickup, especially with the traps, with the recent adjustments to that to be a little bit more effective. But the Abyssal Arrows are not really going to hit the mark, especially when Boxia is rolling around. And if you connect on the Boxia when he's in that wheel form, it's not really going to stop him. And so it's kind of that hard counter. And I think it was a wise decision from Fanboy to pick that up last in the draft. So jumping into game number 2, I think maybe more of a generic composition for the mid lane would work out a little bit more in Mount Venus Gaming's favor.
And at the end of the day, we've seen, again, as you said, both sides, they have good picks. But if you want to go for more generic roles picked up later on, or even drafting compositions later on, it would probably be different from game number 1, or probably they will stay the same. So that's the question, though, because I mean, Team Infinity, they got a good flow from that. They got a good start from that, actually. On the other hand, Malvinas, they gotta boost their mentality up. They gotta boost their vibes. You gotta have good vibes, because you know what? It's just one game for now, so we can still chill because it is a best of 5 series, but you can't be too chill. Just as Weezy said, you gotta find a solution. What can you do next to go up against Team Infinity if they are just that aggressive?
Yeah, they have a very aggressive composition, and when you have a team that likes to orchestrate a composition like that, you need to be able to have a solid defense, especially in the early phase, or you have to match that aggression with aggression. And I feel like they had the aggressive draft as well. I mean, you have a Selena, right? You have the Kalia. Both of them are great to be able to engage and get those kills, but I feel like those up close and personal heroes fall short when Boxia is picked up against them, because he wants everybody to stack up and fight him with the team around, because they're going to benefit from his passive and what he provides to the team. So that is something that they are going to have to watch out for in game number 2. I do think it does start in the draft. It was a pleasure being able to see that Hanzo as well. Thank you for that, Infinity, as I step into the LATAM region. I didn't expect a game 1 Hanzo, but you know something funny? His shadow form is called the Hanekage, and technically, it's MLBB Naruto collaboration. So technically, he's the Kage.
Ooh, ninja versus ninja, or even
That's
a
right.
higher tier, cause he is the Kage. So it is interesting though to know that. I think I'm pretty sure you know more about Naruto, as you mentioned before. You basically grew up with it. I've watched snippets of the anime though. I'm not that follower from episode 1 until now, but I do know the series. It went from Naruto to Boruto. I know my cousin too. He follows it when he's young, and even up until now, he's a father and he still watches them. So it is a long storyline that you can actually continue to watch.
That's a great man. But as you are talking about Naruto, guys, tomorrow it's going to be popping off, so don't miss out. It's a big collaboration with Naruto and Mobile Legends Bang Bang to be able to have a show out where you're going to be seeing these teams fight it out. 2 different activities. The first one, a duel. It's going to be a 1v1 with 3 players on both sides. Everybody forced to use one of the 5 Naruto skins available. And we're going to see who's able to take that battle in the mid lane. And then to see that grueling 5v5 for the second activity. A little bit of a bonus treat to be able to watch that as well. Speaking of bonuses, man, just looking at some of these stats. Right now, Infinity, they are going off. Look at the turret damage. I mean, there was barely any turrets taken from the side of Mount Venus, right? They only took the tier 1 on the top side.
Yeah. Yeah, they just got one, and you know what's more immense, Weezy? Look at that goal difference over time. That difference of a graph of going from a little bit of red, a little bit of blue, no purple though, but then suddenly it's just a whole lot of red there. That's when you know that Team Infinity, you know what? I got this in control. This is my game. Let me have it.
All right, Vay, look, I manifested the Hanzo. So now it's your turn.
Okay.
If you could pick one hero, it doesn't have to be meta, who would you like to see pulled out for relegation?
The Layla Rowe. No, guys, I'm joking.
Oh my god! Whoa!
That's just way
Watch.
too far-fetched, to be
All
honest.
right, Infinity.
Even in
Hey, I might
RG,
take
it should
the
be banned.
gamble. Look, if I
No,
get a Layla
a
Rome, I'm
gamble is
quitting.
when you know it's a 50-50. This is like a 1% chance. No, it's a 0.0 something chance of it. But it was very fun to guess, so easy. And probably somebody's just calling me out. What is a Layla Rome from this one? But to see a hero pop off, since I've got to see Sakura, since I've got to see Sasuke, I would really like to see the Lucas in play. So that means I want to see Naruto. But I do really want to know though from your perspective, Weezy, and or even in the NICT region too, which is best? Jungle Lucas or EXP Lucas?
Honestly, I'm gonna say Jungle Lucas, just because you're able to do a lot more across the map. I mean, I'm an XP main, and I know how much you're stuck in that lane. Yeah, you can sometimes rotate to the mid. If the neutral objective's on your side, you can be a little bit more viable. But outside of that, I would say the Lucas, he's a little limited there, right? But when you're in the jungle, not only are you very sustainable, but you also have that crowd control. You also have the mobility to be able to work in your favor. So you can get a lot more of that element of surprise to be able to rush in and get those ganks on the side lane. So I'd definitely say jungle right now. And even in the NACT, we've been seeing the Lucas, Naruto have you picked up inside of the jungle more over than the XP lane. So I would definitely go on that. I would be interested to see the Lucas pulled out here. Yet to see it there. It's been a little interesting in the drafts, at least for myself. I don't know, maybe out for you it may be a little bit more familiar, but you know, to be able to see the Julian banned out kind of had me scratching my head. I mean, I know the Julian, at least in that patch notes, it's so effective that they've been trying to nerf him, but I haven't really seen him, at least on the NA side of things, pulled out so competitively. Maybe a little internationally, but as much to say it deserves a ban is definitely a head scratcher.
Okay, for a little bit info here in LATAM, a lot of the junglers especially, they do have a signature pick or even a comfort pick for Julian, because like it's just amazing to see. So sometimes it's not those typical Hanzo, Hayabusa, Suyos, or even Joy trade-offs. It's the occasional pop-up of a Julian. So some of the teams really just respect that, because you can't really catch the dude. He's just as fast as that. Damage-wise is also insane. Nobody can stop this guy unless you do have a good tanker, like probably. But at the same time, either it's hard to get a moment also stunning that Julian. So just imagine a Nolan. Yeah, just imagine a Nolan in LATAM. It's just something like that.
Ah, gotcha. So yeah, that's a good way to phrase that. So maybe we'll see just how scary that Julian is as we progress. You know, something that's been sneaking around the scene, I would say even in the Philippines, Indonesia, now has dabbled its way into the NA scene, maybe LATAM. Hey, all right, Infinity, if you're listening, all right, little secret. The Jawhead. It's been so effective with the lethal ejector. You pull it out last in the draft, and it catches a lot of teams off guard. And it works really well, especially for a team like Infinity. They like to be aggressive, right? They're matching aggression in the early game, and that's how they're kind of beating the pace for Malvinas Gaming. And I think that could be, even if Malvinas can pick that up, and possibly that could be the answer for them to stop such the dominant early game that we've been seeing from Infinity.
I mean, like, it is starting to shift to that typical aggressive and also fast rotating hero. So, like, we've seen the Hilda, we see Esmeralda being popped off as before, Kalia also occasionally there, and the Badang. I do really agree though for the Jawhead, but that means most of the composition will have to be centered in pickups. Because if you have the Jawhead, or even if you pair it up with the Selena, ooh, that's just hard to get away from.
Oh man, I'm just picturing that hit with an abyssal arrow and then a lethal ejector, man. It's almost as bad as getting hit with a Franco hook. But speaking of things that are bad, the MVP, ZZ, able to take off, able to take the world by a storm, manifesting that Hanzo into reality and performing with a 7-1-3 KDA.
Wow, and even the kill participation is also quite high because you know what? He's not only just focusing on the jungle, he is really active and also always there for his team to just come in. And it's not just sometimes being the finisher, even though he has that skill to just clamp it down. Like right now, he just needs to be deleted, and even Zablix in this moment. You know what? Sometimes ZZ can also initiate because he has that range, he has that opportunity. If ever this doesn't work, he can just dip back to his body because at the same time, you're going up against Malvinas without that dive-in composition, so no one can actually target his body throughout that. And since everybody in Team Infinity was just fronting like crazy, ZZ can just move so freely, and throughout all of those kills accumulating up until 7, it is a good MVP in the first game.
Hey, he's the Hanikage, right? He's able to get the job done, and I wonder how this is going to play into the hands of Malvinas Gaming. I saw that jutsu over there, but I wonder, is it worth the ban? And this is the crazy thing. When you're so good at a hero and really effective, you can shift the entire scale of the draft, because this could be something that they can heavily punish Malvinas Gaming in. So if they decide to ban that, then that's going to open up some other opportunities on the board that we have yet to see from Infinity. So I'm curious to see the game plan to either find a way to deny the Hanzo. First of all, what would you pick to try and get back to a Hanzo and stop him from getting to your backlines?
A Lucas Kalia combination. Okay, Layla Tank. No, I'm joking, guys. Again, for in on paper, okay, on paper, it should have a problem if you want to go up against the Lucas and Kalia combo, because both can be stoppers, both can actually try to kidnap that Hanekage, can also the Pinnacle Ninja form. So it'll be kind of hard if you just want to chuck down everyone, but at the same time, since there is no backline jumper from the side of Malvinas, so that's why it was kind of hard for them. The Harris though and Zablix, even though it is his debut game, he played very well on the Harith, but you know what? If you're always the main target of a Hanzo, it's just kind of hard to perform as well. But you know what? We're jumping into draft for the second game here of the day for match number 1, Infinity, and also going up against Malvinas Gaming. And as Weezy said, if you want to respect Banda Hanzo, what can you let go? Because I feel like it will be more of a problem if you let that Julian go. Is it a good trade-off there?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, and we'll be finding that out momentarily. The chip is going to be taken off the board, though. Looks like they are still worried about having the element of surprise. The Harith ban, I mean, I guess they don't want to allow that to walk into the hands of Zablix yet again, even though they're able to effectively shut that down in game number 1. But I think it's a battle of trying to test out his hero pool, trying to see what else he's going to be able to pull out here and be effective with, as we are going to go ahead and see, there it is. It's banned. The Hanzo.
Ooh, yeah. It is definitely respected, but at the same time, even if the Julian is open, there are a lot more powerful heroes that you can pick up, because it's a little bit of a switcheroo here. So you have a first pick for the side of Team Infinity, they can probably opt out for the Granger. They can probably opt out for the Suyo, or even a Hayabusa if they don't want to go for the Julian. So a lot of options actually for the jungler here. But on Melvinus Gaming, last ban. Will they ban off the Jusin though, out of respect to?
Oh, that is a good one. And I wouldn't even just say out of respect, but juicing it's a global problem, right? I mean, we've been seeing it all across the world in the MLBB scene, dominating, and I think it's a good ban, because if not, I definitely would pick that up for Infinity without a doubt. But they are going to go in for that Julian instead. So hey, I mean, I guess 100% so far in relegation ban rate for this Julian. Now, you know, we raise the question, what do we pick against this? Do we go in for that Jushin right off the bat? It sounds like they may have. We've seen a lot of these most used heroes come out. The Suyo, the Alpha was in there as well. And there goes that Jushin we were looking forward to.
I mean, so far in LATAM region, the jungle assassins perform very well. For the alpha hero especially, sometimes it is a hit or miss though, easy. But what did work though for the fighter jungler, the occasional pick of a Fredrin combination. But again, it's pulled off with major bursty type of heroes, like with the Selena and also the Granger, plus the Novaria in that composition. So it was an amazing pocket pick to witness. And right now, Granger and Hilda just locked in like that for Melvinus Gaming. It is a very good pick for the first phase.
Yeah, it's a good pick and it's a good denial, right? Sometimes instead of banning, it's good to just pick what was working against you, now using it against them, because that Granger was in the hands of Doom in game number 1, and now it's going to be over there for Zablax instead. So maybe they'll be a little bit more effective. There are still some options on the table, though. You still have some great marksmen to be able to chunk in to the side of Melvinus Gaming. So the next focus is the jungler, right? What are you going to pick up? You have Prio to be able to go here. The Suyo is still available. Looks like they are going to go in for the Mathilda and the Fredrin play. And this is big. The reason being, when you have a Mathilda and a Fredrin together, Fredrin's a little slow, but he's a beefy boy. He has the energy eruption. He has the ability for that taunt to be able to displace when he's inside of those engagements. And the Mathilda can get him out to safety at a moment's notice, which gives him a get out of jail free card.
And you know what? You're going up against a chunky boy. You're going up against a healer type plus shield provider also. You gotta have someone who is able to jump, either reach that range or someone can jump, or that bursty type of hero. If you lock in for a Suyo now, it is a good pick though for Melvinus Gaming. But then turns out though, it's somebody pushing back. Not jumping in, but pushing back. A Valir popping up here for Melvinus Gaming. Oh, this is unique here for today.
Yeah, I mean, the reduction of his cooldowns when he's using his skills has been very effective for the Valir. A little bit of adjustments with him in the recent patches, and he's starting to kind of crawl back to the MLBB competitive scene, kind of like the Esmeralda. Not to mention, my boy's got a Gaara skin, so he's got that Naruto skin that I'm expecting to see. A little bit of a showcasing, maybe a sneak peek before the Naruto showdown going on tomorrow in day 2 of the relegation. But let's talk about what kind of profits by having this Valir against this composition, right? When you have a Fredrin, he's going to rush in. He's very frontline oriented. And not to mention the Jushin can fight from a little bit of distance, but doesn't have the biggest range compared to some other mages like a Farza, like a Navaria. It's kind of like that middle sweet spot. But when you have this Valir, right, he can, you know, use those enhanced flames to be able to shoot even further. He has a searing turret to be able to push everybody back, and not to mention a very low cooldown rate on those skills to be even more effective, which could be a problem on these 5v5 engagements.
Your team is matters.
And ooh, that 1-1 ban, and also last one is the export. You don't want anyone to melt down the Fredrin furthermore, or any shield provided later on in the side of Team Infinity, because you know what, Melvinus, they already secured the Valir. You have someone to melt down, you have someone to just throw on that fire again and again. You don't want to become a s'mores in the land of dawn. So you gotta keep that distance. And for Malvinus Gaming, since you have the marksman mid lane, probably a potential roamer or even the EXP, you can opt out to either secure the assassin first here or a chunky dude here. How about the Jawhead? Will that be good going up against the Matilda Frederick combination?
I say Lucas Esmeralda for the side of Venus Gaming. I think if they pull those out, it'll be really good. But for the side of Infinity, we'll see where they go from there. They are going to pick up the Hylos instead. Now, do I like the Hylos? I think it's a great pick, especially when you want mobility. Not to mention, it looks like they're trying to match up with what the Mathilda can provide. When you have the Glorious Pathway, it's also a way to traverse, engage, disengage, just like the Guiding Winds can be used from that Mathilda. So it looks like they're trying to match mobility with mobility and have a little bit more of a stronger front line. So now you have not only the Hilda chasing you down, trying to get to those back lines, trying to get to that Navarra, but also you have this Hylos to watch out for.
I think Carry would be fun here. And ooh, Naruto's up. Okay. Wow, this is a very tanky lineup here from Team Infinity, but you need someone to go up against the Hilda and also the Hylos. You need someone to chuck it down. The Carry is a last good pick for the side of Team Infinity. And Malvinas though, what can you do? I mean, Suyo is still open. But unless you want to go in and jump to the back line, you gotta be faster. The Hayabusa is still a viable option here if they want to go through that. But then, turns out... Hey, Fanny!
Fanny, man, okay. This is the first Fanny I've seen in a while. Fanny has been such an effective hero since the beginning of the Land of Dawn, when Mobile Legends created this hero, and they've been trying to nerf Fanny every single patch, and it is yet to work. And I felt like with these recent patches this year, they were able to finally do it because the teams just stopped picking them. There was a moment where Fanny was banned, like almost every single game, didn't matter what part of the world. But now you don't really see the Fanny banned too many times anymore. We're gonna see just how effective that is.
Okay, and we've seen the amazing ZZ on the Hanzo, but right now he'll just be a lot of fronting. And then we've got to see how Owls perform in an aggressive hero that can't be stopped. You know what? You have the steel cables, you have the potential to just kill and pick someone off. Jusin and also Carry. This would be a very hard game if you want to go on for the early one. But you know what? Let's see how it goes coming into the Land of Dawn. Match number 1. Game number 2 of the day. MPL LATAM Season 3. We are still jumping in for Team Infinity versus Malvinus Gaming with me, Faye, and also Steph Weezy still on the table.
That's right, and enjoying every single moment, man. I gotta go get my my camera for this, right? That 40 Cammon series. I definitely gotta check that out from Techno. But as you are seeing these teams fight it out, a thing that stood out in game number 1 was Infinity. Their pure aggression in the early game. It was fared off, I would say, okay by Malvinus Gaming, but it was the sheer control of the turrets in the lanes where Infinity shined.
And I mean, again, Lionel on the Jusin is just simply a menace in the early game. He's just shining that Lantern Flare everywhere. If you can grab someone, you can grab someone. That's basically a golden shower in the early game. You just light that thing up. But you know what? On the other hand, we've seen Rusi and also Urelsi. I don't think that this will be a dead lane. It's just a matter of fact that who can clear faster between these two EXPs, because you know what, so far we've seen Malvinus Gaming's Hyla's Urelshi is more active on that rotation, on just finding that vision and opening up a little bit parts of the bottom lane, and also playing quite patiently, because you know what, he is eyeing on Fanboy and also ZZ, because if you want to go for that aggressive play in the early, you gotta go now.
Yeah, you gotta match aggression with aggression. It's definitely one of the keys to victory for Malvinus Gaming, not to mention Thief rotating around on this Hilda, trying to find a way to get to the back line, trying to find a way to get to Lionel, specifically on this Jushin, who's been such a threat, right? You have the Lantern Flare, massive AoE, has displacement, Crimson Beacon to top that off, and now the battle for the turtle on the way. Keeve initiating on a Lionel. You're going to see Glorious Pathway drop down from Yoshi. Both sides fighting it out. Second beast form in Owls. Checking out the turtle for the side of Malvinas Gaming. Rushing in for more. Finds ZZ before heading out. And Lionel may be next on the chopping block. Need to get away to safety. A little bit of displacement. Airborne knockup on the Keeve. Yurishi Keeve forced to disengage from the pursuit.
Goodness, that is like a snippet to the future for tomorrow's showdown. Remember, even with the Fanny and everyone is just there at the turtle pit, it's just hard to see that chaos. And even a Fredrin who is just that tanky can be melted down with a lot of steel cables, spamming from alls and even securing that good early neutral objective. It is going so well so far for Malvinas Gaming, but you know what? You only have the early to the late potential here, because if the Granger cannot scale up properly and if the Fanny couldn't get a lot of kills in the early, it will be a problem, because for this composition it will be kind of hard to have that mid-game power spike. You know what? I ain't here 1v1, but Rusi taken down that easily. Alls is just as aggressive as ever. On the side of Team Infinity though, they have that late game potential furthermore than Malvinas Gaming.
It's like, even through all the patches, you can't nerf a good Fanny player. And Owls rushing in, able to get that kill at a moment's notice. 2 kills on the board for Malvinas Gaming. Nothing yet of a response for Infinity. And this is the aggression we like to see, right? I like to watch these matches go the distance, and Malvinas may have a chance to tie up the series if they keep up that pace.
And even so, Malvinas is just holding on quite well actually in this game, and even opening up the potential for the turtle. And since Doom right here almost getting chunked down quite easily, 1v3, that's just hard even you're on the Fanny, but they do really know who to suppress, because you know what, you gotta create space for all getting that turtle.
Yeah, you need to be careful, especially with these ganks. Onto the sidelines, airborne knockup on the Railsea. Glorious Pathway dropping down. Owls will be able to claim the second turtle for Malvinas Gaming. So far, they've taken every single neutral objective.
And I mean, even the QB presence there with Rusi on the on that Naruto skin, you really gotta be more patient though, because you know what, Lucas on the jungle and even sometimes helping there, that rotation for the EXP lane, it's just kind of hard to keep it up because you're going up against a Hylos and also the Hilda. So you gotta be more careful than this, because you gotta find opportunities other than just tank them. You gotta find out opportunities for that last ultimate blowing up, that Unleash the Beast little bomb there should be timed well, because you're one of the main damage dealers here until the carry is ready. But
yeah, Fanboy, need to be careful. Owls is picking up on the damage right now. Has the lethal ignition. Got to see just how much of an impact it is going to have on this Fanny. But the thing about the Fanny, you want to pave the way in the early game. You want to be the way to kind of stampede and get these aggressive kills. And speaking of aggression, 5-man stack from Malvinas Gaming toward the bot side. Both sides flashing it out. Who will claim victorious? Owls able to find Rusi, 3rd kill on the board for the jungler of Malvinas Gaming.
Ooh. I mean, it is hard, you know, because again and again, Rusi is just taken down so easily because he is one of the frontliners other than ZZ. But at the same time, they really need a solution for the early game damage. You can't really just rely on the Lantern Flare from Kisin. And Dom really is just very actively farming right now across all of the lanes, and even helped some gold funneled into him. But the question is, can Team Infinity drag this game long enough so Dom can hit his item power spikes, or at least a Holy Trinity item for the marksman to actually show up and show off those skills? Because you know what? So far, Malvinas Gaming is just on top on their A game right now. 3 turtles all secured so well by them. It is a clean neutral objective for them. And even on the kill score, it is a 0-4. What can Team Infinity do, Squeezy, so they can win this?
Yeah, Doom's definitely going to have to get that power spike faster than ever, but it's going to be hard with this deficit, right? I mean, you're looking at already a 5,000 gold lead in Infinity's favor, or in Malvinas Gaming's favor. Even though Zablax, he's not on the board with a lot of kills, he's definitely a little bit better when it comes to the economy against Doom right now. So I'd say the best thing they can do is play passive. Don't take too many fights that are not really needed at this point. I mean, they're stripped down to their tier 2 turrets right now. Maybe go in for a contest play, but it could be a little bit of a challenge. You are going to see that War Axe picked up by Rusi though, so he will be a little bit more effective to sustain himself for the long fight.
And you know what? Coming into this, it's just a matter of our friends here turning the tides on what happened and what they feel in game number 1. Right now, it's just Malvinas Gaming pressuring on that vicinity right now, and even a little bit poking here and there. But Malvinas Gaming, do they want to entertain this team fight, or is just a poke? Because Urelshi is quite in the front.
Yeah, and a little bit of displacement. Lantern player goes out by Lionel. Glorious pathway to the side lane, trying to find an alleyway in. Infinity need to be careful in a chokehold. Ooh, Definite able to find Fanboy. One member drop, make that 2 as he gets the double. Finds Rusi. What a play. He's just getting started.
Ooh, that is hard to see actually. And even Alz was able to just escape that easily, knowing that, hey, I have the steel cables, I'm still okay. But that first damage though, helping and even getting Definite that kill, it is just too good to see. And popping up the Valir in other regions, this is not new. But again, seeing this in LATAM, it is a new hero. And also, it unlocks a new potential of, you know what, you can just suppress everybody down. If ever they want to try to go out front, nope, you can push them back. So basically denies the initiate ability of the Matilda. Because even leading up to right now, since their position is like this, and it is kind of hard to just want to go head to head from this, the only choice a Fanboy has right now is just to defend, and if ever try to pull back all their teammates from danger. The question is, can they sustain this for the Lord coming in from the bottom lane?
And that's what I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, because right now, Malvinas Gaming, they got 6 turrets. I mean, look at the objectives for Infinity. They haven't claimed anything on the map so far. As you are seeing that Lord marching on the bottom side, an opportunity to push in and try and get that early finish. Can they do it? Can Malvinas Gaming find their first win in LATAM Season 3?
Ooh, okay. This will finally set the record, I guess. But will it be the last straight push though, because the Lord is there also? Good trade-off there for burning the second middle turret there. But you know what? A big fight is just coming on quite hard. Actually, Rusi taken down that easily. Doom also having a good trade, but Lionel can't find the end angle for right now. A double kill finally hitting on here with also a trade for both sides of this gold laners. A 2-for-2 trade right now, but from Malvinas Gaming, they really got to disperse that. They cannot force that fight, but you know what? There is 2 potential there holding everybody back, because the base is wide open for all those minions coming in. Woo.
Yeah, Zablax able to get a kill of his own. 3 members down from the side of Infinity. Doom and Rusi left to defend. Zablax clearing up this map for Malvinas Gaming. The base left wide open for the taking.
So far, the trade is definitely on the hands of Malvinas Gaming. Even though they tried to invade the high ground for the side of Team Infinity, they got 2 trade kills. But then again, I don't think that it is enough, because at the end of the day, Malvinas Gaming, they got through all tier 3 turrets. Other than the space, it's just all provided there. Team Infinity, sure, they got a few kills onto Dom, but I don't think that it'll be enough for a fight that they can just actually chunk down, or even have a chance to go head to head on that lore there, and even though around like 30 seconds. Because it's hard. If one just goes out that easily, it is a great straight push for Malvinas Gaming. But if Team Infinity gets that lord, or probably a good wipeout, probably they can just take like leading up to tier turret 3 if they can. So let's see how the outcomes will be, because I'm just afraid that a sudden pickup from Alz will just be a turn of these tiebreakers right now because a lot of minions are just coming in. They need it to be cleared right now from Fusion.
And I don't know if Infinity has enough firepower to be able to hold off this next Lord push. There is no inhibitor turrets to help them defend against the siege from Malvinas Gaming. This is going to be a nail-biter right here. We got to see how Infinity plans to take this head on. I mean, Doom, he was able to find his first 2 kills, a double kill, moments ago. But is he revved up enough for the siege?
And I'm actually quite curious of their items because, I mean, Team Infinity basically in this game, they got killed alive. You don't rack up that gold that easily for now. And again, can they defend this because the Lord is just marching right in from the middle lane?
Yeah, and the lanes are synced as well. So this is going to be a battle for Infinity, trying to pull off the impossible. Big immunity. Definite. Need to be careful. Caught with the Lantern Flare displacement. Lionel able to get the kill. Zablax finding Rusi. 2 members down. Able to get a double. Finds Lionel as well. On that, Doom getting Owls. Trying to push them back. May be able to pull it off as long as Doom can clear out these minions. Keeve, need to be careful. Ursi very low. Trying to get away. Big dashing from ZZ. Able to connect at a moment's notice. Finds 3 members of Malvinas Gaming. And they have defended. They have made the impossible possible.
Yeah, I mean, they are working hard for this, so they are just clearing everything right now, easy. Again, a lot of spring cleaning needs to be done for the side of Team Infinity, and finally we've got to see those. I think next they can go up for, I don't think that it's a defensive item there, it's a golden staff or Doom, and I think that he is just ready, because all those item spikes are just ready to come in right now, even with that fight.
Oh, they are taking the fight to the front lines. Even though they have no defense behind them. They're not worried. Doom with the Holy Core Trinity. Has the Golden Staff. Has the Corrosion Sight. Has the Demon Hunter Sword. Now, if there was one more item that I'd like to see, just for a little bit of insurance, maybe of Wind of Nature, but it did get a little bit of that update where it's a little bit more pricier. But I'm expecting Doom to possibly pick that up. Maybe that could be effective, or he can go a little crazy with it. He could pick up that Malefic Gun and have even more range. But then he's going to have to trade off and worry about Owls trying to dive into the backline.
I mean, other than that dilemma that he's facing, you know what? It's the economy. A little bit of inflation here and there should be normal there, Weezy. But again, gold deprived, but if you manage to drag up to the late game and everybody already has their items, I feel like it's just a matter of time who gets to pick off who, or probably who can initiate first. It'll be a deal breaker for each side of the team because so far they've managed to done this. And Doom, good fly back there by Fanboy helping him. And right now, I think that Doom is just rich.
Yeah, he's definitely has heavy pockets, and he's spending them well, as you are going to see him stacking up. He did pick up the Rose Gold, so he's got Rose Gold, dog. He's good. He's got a little bit of that shielding to come into effect when he has low HP, and also some additional damage. But again, the Siege for the Lord on the way from Malvinas Gaming, and Infinity not able to find a way in, which means now, hey, they did it once, but can they do it again? The Lord will be even stronger now. They don't have any inhibitors to back them off. They're going to have to find a way to stop the push from Malvinas.
But right now, if ever, somehow, some way, Team Infinity gets to defend this again. This is basically the 3rd time they defend this. But I mean, the 2nd time without any tier 2 turrets. Because, you know what? Malvinas Gaming is definitely putting the pressure on. But again, if you take up to the late game, it's just a good position for Team Infinity because you have the Lantern Flare from Lionel, you can zone out well, but at the same time, they have that charge potential coming in hot from Malvinas Gaming.
Yeah, but need to keep an eye on Doom. They're trying to find a way into the backline. Lanes are synced, a lot of damage onto Malvinas Gaming on their pursuit. Rusi caught with some heavy hits, need to be careful. Kid will fall. Doom taking some hits as well. Owl's very low. Zablax able to find Rusi. Not able to find Doom though. He's still full HP. If they can't take him down, they will not be able to continue with this push. They're already down 1 member for both sides. They may have to disengage.
Yeah, and I mean, wowee! Another spring cleaning for the side of Team Infinity, and somehow, someway, they did that easy. Oh my goodness! But how long can they keep this up? Because if you wanna try on a straight push on this straight for Malvin's Gaming, you gotta have that wipeout, because you know what? All of the sides, all of the roads leading up to the base are just still filled with tree turrets. Not one down yet so far. And even looking at the items again, as I said before, if you're dragging onto the late game, everybody has their items. It's just a matter of moments. You can just turn anything back. And it's kind of lucky to see if Malvinus Gaming gets that turn away from Team Infinity.
Yeah, but the tricky thing is you don't have to win the nature for Doom, so he's gonna have to be careful. Zablax did pick that up. Keep taking a lot of hits. Speedy Light Wheels, big rush in. Immunity, a pushback from the Searing Turret, and a dive in from Owl's a little too overly aggressive. Immortality does get procced. He goes back in with the Cutthroat, but Lionel will shut him down. Zablax able to find Rusi. One member falling from both sides, an eye for an eye, leaving us blind.
Oh, and again, a lot of trades that you can do a 1-for-1 kill. It's not so favorable now for Malvinus Gaming because you get to take Owl's down. For the trade of Lucy, it's still quite good. On the other hand, Team Infinity, they have like two things to get around. You want to continue the team fight, which they can also, but ZZ here, main target, hey, 1v4 and able to be backed up by Team Infinity. Lionel gotta be a little bit more careful there. But as I've said before, even though they have the potential to just start a fight and properly finish it, you gotta keep your eyes on that base because the minions are just coming in and in every single time from Malvinus Gaming, and it is pushed in as far and as deep as that. So Team Infinity, they have a lot of cleaning to do.
They need to go for this Lord. They cannot afford another push from Malvinus Gaming. This is the time for them to go in. The lanes are not too bad. I mean, keep a close eye on Owls on the bot side, though. He's going to continuously push down this bottom lane to force one of the members to separate because he has mobility. Zablax able to find Lionel. This is massive from Malvinus Gaming. ZZ may be next. Guiding wins from Fanboy, trying to bring him back to the base. Malvinus trying to find the punish, trying to go in, decides to disengage and finds the opportunity to take yet another Lord away from Infinity.
Wow, we again and again prolonging their life, buying more time. But since then, Malvinus Gaming eyeing on that Lord, but you know what? Fanboy initiating in quite fast here. Turns out Rusi unleashing the beast, and sadly, Alls get the Lord. But you know what? You get another kill here. Even though it is still a good trade-off, you don't want to force that team fight in because Malvinus Gaming is also aware that, hey, let's not do that because we have the Lord. And again, Team Infinity, they gotta go home. They gotta defend this with Lionel in their presence. But Keeve, though, is not there.
Yeah, but the lanes are not going to be as synced as Malvinus would like. They are going to push on with the top side and the mid. They are short on Keeve, though, but it's not going to stop them. Numbers are in Infinity's favor, but a Lord on the side of Malvinus. And they're going to go in for an opportunity. Not sure if it's the wise decision. Definite. Taking a lot of hits from Lionel right there. They may have to disengage from this, even with the Lord on their side. They're falling short, and the damage is starting to stack in favor for Infinity.
Wow, we finally, and you know what? The last item is the Wind Pulsar for Doom. And you know what? It's not even penetration at this point. It's just like, I gotta be fast. I gotta trigger those spinning and also speedy light wheels. I'm the carry. And so far, though, he kept his position so well, easy. I love it that how Doom can just survive through all of that. How his friends know how to tank, and him especially knowing how to position himself as the gold laner to not get picked off by anyone on the side of Malvinus Gaming. Because you know what, since Alz is not on the Hanzo, even though he is on the Fanny, it's kind of hard to just like cable in if everybody is just as tanky as that in the front line. This is a good front to back composition, a good traditional and also general composition from Team Infinity. And I just want to know, what's your prediction though for this? How long will this game go? What do you think about this, Weezy?
I mean, it can definitely go for a while, but I think we're going to see an ending here soon. As you see Malvinas trying to force an initiation on the bot side. May be a counterplay, though, from Infinity if they're not careful. Rusi, Immortality being procced, but ZZ trying to rush in, frontlining the damage, able to kite Rusi back to safety. Keeve trying to wrap around, is going to rush in, trying to find a pick-off, not able to get the isolation play he was looking for in Infinity. Able to hold him off 6 seconds until the Lord spawns in.
I mean, again and again, Infinity, I feel like they have eyes on their back of their heads because like they are just so aware. That typical moving back is just also a defensive play to just clean everything up, even though Owls is there. But so far, it will be harder though if you want to go with Brucey on that Unleashed Beast. On the other hand, since you don't have the retribution potential, coming into that fight will be quite nice. Steve actually tanked out a lot of damage with the power of Wilderness. On the other hand, bottom lane though, it's just 1v1, but Owls taken down as easily as that. But you know what? No more damage either from both sides of them, and even a double kill on the side of Zablex. Mortality down, and even securing a triple. Malvinas Gaming, they finally rise on top because one of their frontliners is just not there present, and even Doom taken off quite easily, and even at the last push, Malvinas Gaming finally breaking their streak of loses, getting 1 point here. A victory for them indeed in match number 1, game number 2 of Relegation Day.
They rise, they conquer, and they claim their first victory with pride in Relegation for MPL LATAM Season 3. And what a battle it was. Tug of war over these Lords, but able to find a way to get the plays in the lane management, which was very effective for them in game number 2. Not to mention a good call out on Lucas, right? You have the Lucas play, and you rotate him down to the bot side to pair off against the Fanny. And you lose that heavy frontline presence that he provides on the big team fights for these Lord initiations. And Malvinas Gaming played that down to a T. They noticed he wasn't there, and they were overall able to win the 4v4. A great play from Owls on the distraction, and an overall good game from Malvinas Gaming.
I mean, it is their solution finally, and as you said, Weezy, they found it fast. Apparently not in my pockets, but it is in theirs. So at the end of the day, even though you are going up against a very fast rotation Hilda and also the Hylos, those chunky boys, you have to carry as the answer. And you know what? At the end of the day, Malvinas Gaming, they finally got a point from this side. And Team Infinity, it was just a bit hard for them. Other than they put up great defensive gameplays. But at the end of the day, if your main damage dealer is just down that easily, and even in a crucial team fight with a neutral objective and everything, it was kind of hard for them to just rise to the occasion because you don't have any people left in your team if you are picked off like that easily. At the end of the day, Malvinas Gaming stood their ground. They played hard, they fight hard, and finally they got this point fair and square and leading to a 1-1 game, and it is so fun to see. First game, Weezy got his wish. Second game, we've got to witness Malvinas Gaming finally taking up point. Third game though, I don't know what they have in mind.
Yeah, but you got your wish as well in game number 2, because, you know, I asked you the question, what hero would you like to see for game number 2? And you said the Lucas, right? The Naruto skin coming out there, and you got to see a little bit of the showcasing. I mean, it didn't pull off the victory. A little unfortunate for the side of Infinity, but overall, an impressive performance from Malvinas Gaming to be able to put 1 on the board. And I always say it, right? I like to see the story of the underdogs. I like to see a team that scales through the season, and hopefully this is the beginning to a great story for them as they progress through relegation. So now we're tied 1-1, best of 5. It's anybody's series.
Okay, and I don't know. I feel like I'm more excited to this now. I'm more pumped after seeing like first and second game. Again, as I've talked about it in the early before we started, that I really don't know what will happen because like most of these teams are like toe to toe on that and how they play it. But the perseverance though, the the strength to just like keep on going, and it is a best of 5 series. Just really excited to see what will happen in game number 3. Do you have any more wishes or predictions on any heroes will pop up, Weezy?
I will say, number one, the Fanny's going to get banned. I don't think they're going to allow that to walk.
Okay.
Maybe the Valier may get banned out. And the thing about Valier is it's been creeping up in the scene, especially with that low CDR. It's just been very effective at keeping teams at bay. It's very hard to initiate against it in a 5v5 fight, and I think that's what helped make the difference, especially in that last Lord engagement between both teams. So either a Fanny ban or a Valier ban, one of them has to go. The thing about the Fanny, though, is if you don't ban it, you need to have a wise answer for it, right? Yes, you can go aggressive. You can run something like a Hilda, something a little bit more traditional, not as Fanny-oriented as a Franco. Something that has hard lock suppression, but maybe something that can harass and stop Fanny from getting that purple buff. Could be a game plan. But we do know Infinity is a team. They're very aggressive in the early phase, so maybe trying to match that aggression is not the key. But trying to find maybe something that's a little bit more overall oriented, not Fanny specific, could be a possibility.
I mean, other than that, does that mean there will be a shift of priorities of junglers that would be banned out? Because you've seen how crazy that Hanzo was. You've seen how great how Al's played the Fanny. And even so, there is still that Julian respect there. But if all of those junglers are closed off, again, there are still a vast of options open. And other than that, we've seen that right now, the tides are turned. Malvinas, they got a huge lead from the kill score, but overall of the gold is just around 4.3k. And for objectives though, Malvinas Gaming really gotta give it to them. They had it all, like all the 9 turrets, all of the lords, all of the turtles, and even the buffs. They got to secure more. And at the end of the day, both of these people, Alls and Zablex, they are just farming machines here in this game. But you can't really do all of that if you don't have Urelshi and also Kiva finding out information. So overall, it is a solid, good job. On the other hand, though, Team Infinity, really gotta give it to them. They hold on their bargain. They really pulled it and pushed further boundaries until the late game for Doom to just finally shine. But at the end of the day, MLBB is a game of momentum, but once you lose that, it's just kind of hard to get back up. But you know what? Chill. It's a best of 5 series. You can get it back in the 3rd game.
Yeah, the comeback can definitely happen. I mean, right now, both sides are tied up 1-1, and the possibilities are endless. But I will say something that is standing out to me, right? Even though Malvinas Gaming, they had every single objective. I mean, look at all those zeros on the board for the side of Infinity. When you see this, and then you look at how long it took for them to close out this game, it's a little alarming for me, because that means that even with every single objective, they still struggled to close out a game which everything went right on their side. So it kind of makes you wonder, when you don't have these perfect conditions, when you don't have a perfect game, just how effective will they be? I think they got to find a way to kind of close it out earlier. I like how they were able to get these objectives. They're able to claim all the turrets. They didn't lose a single turret in that entire game. That part was impressive. But the late game, right? We're getting to that 18-minute mark, getting past the 20-minute threshold, and continuously losing team fights with lords on your side and no inhibitors for the team to hide behind. It does raise a couple of questions, and that's where I'm going to still give the benefit of the doubt to Infinity, just based off the fact of how long they were able to hold off when things were not looking in their favor. Honestly, I really think if Lucas was not in the bot side, if Rusi did not go down there to fight Owls and try and stop that split, if he would have been in that team fight instead, I think it would have been a different story. And also, I think if Infinity would have had a little bit more focus on the turrets in the beginning of the game. Not having a single turret is a little crazy. But if they would have had just a couple of them in the beginning, specifically even maybe just the tier 1 turret in the mid, I think it would have been a totally different story for game number 2.
I mean, like, at least there is a little bit of like a defensive side there, because you gotta go through that objective in order to just come into the base. But at the end of the day, yeah, I think it was a dilemma though, Weezy. you gotta protect your base because since they aren't any turrets, you gotta send the EXP lane down. You think that probably it is enough that the Matilda and also the Fredrin is there as the frontliners, which they did their job. But sadly, if everybody is just fronting and those range of those bullets just coming in quite fast, it was kind of hard to dodge those death sonatas even though you are on the carry. And since everybody from the side of Malvinas was just able to create that space, it was hard to Dom actually like hit anybody at all. So no damage was actually dealt. But if he just go a little bit to the front, you got Keith on the Hilda. You got Uriel, she can just gun down at any moment. You even got Definite to just like, hey, throw a little bit of fire. And then you get burned. You want to get slowed down, but it's hard to get back, and then a finisher from Granger. I think that's just a moment of a deal breaker for Malvinas to just finally win here. And I mean, like, congrats to them. Finally, they broke the egg.
They did break the egg, and they made a fresh omelet, an infinity omelet. And definitely a hard-fought battle. Uh-oh. But yeah, I think so far, Malvinas Gaming, the momentum has shifted. We're seeing a change in the team. You know what's interesting, you know, Vey, you mentioned a little bit of the roster switches for the side of Infinity. And we talked about how it looked very effective in game number 1. How are you feeling about the roster adjustments now after seeing their performance in game 2?
Oh, okay. For game 2, I mean, for the side of Infinity, right, Easy?
Yes.
Oh yeah, okay. For the roster change, I feel that it still gets pretty well, I might say, because it is a solid lineup for right now. And even going up against Malvinas, who just brought in their rookie, who also brought in a new player. So it's also them adapting to that. So far, I would really like to see Team Infinity to perform well also in the next game, because like they know what to do from both sides of these teams. They know what's in stake. They know when their limitation is. They know how their heroes work, what their limitations also per on their hero. So respect to them for that too, because other than the timings and everything, they know when to just pull back. So that is just a whole nother respect for them, instead of just like go head to head on like full fights. So again, it'll be kind of like a not as fast paced game, but they know when to go and to be aggressive on that. So again, toe to toe from both of the sides. So I can't really pick right now yet, but I'm really excited to see both.
It's definitely a hard one to cast a vote on. I mean, initially when this before the series started, just looking at the records from the regular season, from the Swiss format and all 5 rounds, I mean, everybody would have voted for the side of Infinity. But even, you know, casting this question out to the audience, like seeing that performance from Malvinas Gaming in game number 2, how are we feeling about that? Because honestly, I feel like maybe they're just a team in the regular season and they just don't shine. There are teams like that who just do not do well in the regular season, but when it comes to their backs against the wall, they turn around and they break that wall and they extend their opportunity. And we may be seeing this team on the edge of a break.
They break it, they don't kick it. But you know what? Who is kicking it in the game is, of course, the MVP right here. Owls on the Fanny. He was amazing at it. In the early game, he shined very, very much. It's a 3-3-4 KDA and a little less of a kill participation here, because you know what, Fanny, you gotta go with those high moves. You gotta fly in and back, in and out very, very fast. But overall, though, Owls did a very great job from the early even up to the late as a distraction. Because you know what? Fanny goes and shines pretty well in the early game, but in the late, it's kind of hard to just scale up. But since that other members of Malvinas Gaming was able to take Doom down, Owls is just a great decoy for Malvinas Gaming at the end of the day to just push in and finish in the game.
It's like night and day between the two junglers right now, right? ZZ getting the MVP in game number 1 for the side of Infinity with that Hanzo pickup, an assassin as well. And to be able to see game number 2, a reverse Uno card, and this time Alls to be able to take that with the Fanny. We're seeing a battle of the assassins at its finest, man. It's definitely a sight to see in a showdown. Speaking of showdowns, guys, tomorrow, Naruto MLBB collaboration. It's going to be a fight that you guys don't want to miss. 1v1 duels in the mid lane. Nobody able to go anywhere else, take any creeps, and fight it out. And then after that, a grueling 5v5 where you get to see your favorite heroes with the Naruto collaboration for a chance in the Chunin exams, a little bit of a chaotic mode as well. So make sure you guys tune in and catch that.
Yeah, so who is anyone at all who's just a fan of Naruto, fan of MLBB, or you just want to be a menace and you're a fan of chaos, it is the show match for tomorrow. So all of you should just tune in for Relegation Day 2. But before all of that, we still have action-packed games here in 2 best-of-5 series in day number 1. And so far, it's a 1-1. Infinity and also Malvinas. Wheezy, let's take turns on this. What heroes would you want to see in game number 3?
All right, you know what? I'm feeling a little spicy, man. I need to see some footwork in the Land of Dawn. So I want to see the Cho make an appearance.
Ooh, okay. I see you. I see you. And still on the theme of fast mobility and probably pickoffs, I would really like to see the Jawhead, as mentioned before also, because like it'll go great head to head or even together with the Cho. But again, if it's together, I would run for the hills. But again, I'm not a pro player, so but if I see that composition, I would run.
Yeah, and speaking of compositions, now jumping in to the draft for game number 3, the tiebreaker in the relegation match 1 between 2 amazing teams ready to fight it off head-to-head, Infinity and Malvinas Gaming. Now, Infinity was looking strong in game number 1. Game number 2, I don't know what happened with Malvinas, but they finally put their first point on the board, and man, are they rolling.
And I hope that is a mentality boost so they can continue longer in this because you know, once you get that momentum, you can just like gas go on. If what you usually said in Indo, gas is like gas there. But since those heroes that you've seen perform so well in the first game, and also respected heroes, of course, Joy, Badang is just close off. No more Hanzo. But will it be so targeted though if a Julian and also a Fanny also banned out from this game? But then turns out they opted for Harith for now.
I love how you mentioned the Julian, right? It's right here. Are they going to ban it out again? They're going to go ahead and go for the Fanny. Respect ban. Got to see how much of a dominant threat it was from Malvinas Gaming. And honestly, I think that is the wisest decision instead of trying to orchestrate a whole draft for one hero. But now it's, you know, are we going to see the Julian banned out here? If so, maybe the Jushin will go into the hands of Infinity.
I mean, for right now, Lionel on that Jushin is just on a streak. He performed very well. Again, respect. No Julian, but a chip popped up. A little fox popped out. It's one of my favorite heroes to see because he's just so cute. But as you've mentioned before, also we see that the patch update, there's a little bit of adjustment on his portals coming here and there and side to side. This would make a better impact on the side of Team Infinity. But you know what? You use all those 3 slot bans for respected heroes. If Malvinas Gaming wants to pull off either a Chusin or a Luo Yi, would be fun though if they really want to go aggressive and also follow up on the teleportation on the chip.
It would be a sight to see. I do think the Jushin is going to go to Malvinas Gaming as a possible counter. They're going to go in for the Valir instead with the Suyo combination Sasuke skin to top that off. A little flashy there, which means you're going to get what you wanted. The Jushin should go to Infinity.
It's a good pick though for Lionel also. And Unless they want to go overkill though for a low Yi and chip combination, but that's too much to be honest. And for right now, Granger is still open too though if they want to get that the Juicing Granger. So they can just close it off with a very good early first phase here. And then turns out they want to opt up for the Granger and also Hilda. And they want to see how this goes. Even if they let go of the Juicin, since they already have that chip, it would be good. And you know what? If everybody is there, you gotta have somebody to burst it out and somebody to connect. And the Carmilla is present here on the side of Movinus Gaming.
Okay, look, you just made a very good statement. You talked about the Lu Yi. After seeing the Carmilla, after seeing the Suyo and the Valir combination, all of these heroes fight well when they're together. When you have a Lu Yi, you have that yin yang overturn, that duality. That is the probably most optimal hero they can pull out against this combination right now. Not to mention the double teleports. They can't pick a Valentina because they already have the Valir. I really think if Infinity pulls out this Lu Yi, Malvinas Gaming will be severely punished, but I wonder if they're going to go for that. I wonder if the side of Malvinas is going to sniff that out, or if they're going to try and just take out this Jushin instead. But I think this is a situation where I wouldn't go for the Jushin.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of dive potential from Malvinas Gaming. It would be hard if Team Infinity, they want to pick up the Juicin. But yes, I do agree with you, Weezy. Like, a Luo Yi pick right now for Team Infinity would be good because you can initiate either one from the chip or the Luo Yi, and in case things happen that doesn't really go on your way, you can just like eat out with another teleportation. And right now, it is a respect on. Turns out one of the Naruto skins is banned out right now. Can't see the Kakashi. So no Hayabusa for the side of Team Infinity because they don't secure the jungle yet. A good choice though for the side of Malvinas Gaming because that kind of like narrows it down for ZZ on what heroes to play. And right now for Team Infinity, their last ban, they can opt out for a marksman though because there's no Moskov here so far. So they can chuck that down. Oh,
Alright, you see the glue. Taken off the board as well, trying to limit a lot of the jungle pickups and the XP matchups. Now, speaking of XP lane, we're yet to see what Malvinas Gaming has in their hand for the XP. We were expecting most likely this Hilda to be going up against it, so we'll see how that kind of goes toe-to-toe. They could go for something like the X-Board. We got to see it banned out in the previous matches. It's good, has a true damage, has a buff on the fire stakes to be able to grab those missiles. To be able to get that Faraga armor a lot faster. So I don't think that's the worst decision, or maybe they want to just match sustainability with sustainability. Put something like Esmeralda out there or something that can sustain themselves in the fight. Could be a possibility, but now they have the chance to pick up a mage here momentarily, and I want to see, is it the Jushin? Is it the Lu Yi?
What would be good though to just mess everybody up here? A Yi would be a viable option though. It would be kind of hard if you have the Suyo on the side of Malvinas Gaming, but you can have that range. So I do understand why they banned out the Farsha, but what would be fun here though? Because it would be kind of hard if they pick up the Valentina because there aren't any much ultimates that they can copy though.
Yeah, the Valentina would be a little tricky here. I do think it's going to possibly be that they're going to wait probably oh my goodness. All right. Hey, man, you can't ban them all out, right? They're going to get an assassin one way or another. You're going to get that Ling. But there's the Eve. Good call out on that. The real world manipulation should be able to pretty much control these neutral objectives. And they don't really have the strongest composition to get to the back line. They have a lot of... They have more of a, hey, you can't dive us comp, but they don't have a full dive-oriented composition. The Ling, though, he himself, you can use the Tempest of Blades, you're invulnerable, which means he will have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the retry plays up against Owls. But the only problem with that is, after the Tempest of Blades comes out, Searing Turret from the Valir will catch him in his tracks. Final pickup will be the Phobius.
Ooh, okay. They both want to go headstrong in their team fight. So, uh, okay, it's so far so good for the Ling as long as you can farm for that consistency level, because it is kind of hard to play the Ling right now, and your blue buff is as important as ever. But the Yve was a good pickup to just disperse everybody out later in that team fight, because you know what, you have a Carmilla, everybody's just gonna be together. You gotta have someone to just like wreck their positions out here and there. But let's see how they would perform later on, because we are jumping into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for match number 1, game number 3 of the day. Team Infinity versus Malvinus Gaming, with two strong lineups with amazing new heroes coming in here and there, that just showcases that both sides of these teams have huge hero pools, even though a lot of them are respected also. So coming into the line of dawn, still with me, Faye, and also Weezy in your service for game number 3. Wow, Weezy, which draft would be better? What do you think?
Oh man, I'm a fan of ZZ with the Ling, man. Just not too many times you get to see a hero like that. Step up, Zablax! Stepping up to the plate, finding Fanboy, not even 30 seconds in, and able to take him out.
Wait, what? What happened? I kind of want to see that replay. Goodness, that's an early pickup.
I would say that's
And
an early
even-
statement.
That's an early statement. Okay, I do agree on you with that. And even looking at the emblems, those Zaplex is just aggressive on that Moskov, even with a little bit combinations of like a little bit strength from the normal emblems, and also a little bit buff there, so he can jungle more and later have a little bit more damage upgraded with the Swift. And wowie, for Malvinus Gaming, like, that's a good early. The question is, can they keep this up? Because you know what, you're going up against a Ling for the side of Team Infinity.
Yeah, we gotta watch out for this Carmilla pickup too. A little creative in the draft for the side of Malvinus Gaming, right? Has the Curse of Blood, we'll be able to apply it slow and link enemies together. Could be a little tricky. A lot of damage already over there from Owls with the Suyo.
I mean, like, both of them has the potential to just like exceed one another, or even in 1v1 pickoff in the early game. But you know what? Too early for that. You gotta stay focused. You gotta have your objectives, because the first turtle is just popping up right there, and everybody's just gathered in that middle lane. But on the other hand, from the bottom lane, I think Doom and Zabak is just entertaining each other. If you can get a kill, you get a kill. But more importantly, Malvinus Gaming, you really gotta go head to head with the turtle. But I think it is a clean one for them, because Infinity, they know, hey, I don't want to engage on anything too aggressive unless I have my buff, unless I have that good moment. But you know what? Since then, I gave up the turtle. I gotta keep up my farming.
Yeah, definitely got to keep a close eye on the early game between these teams, because that's really where we see both of them try and take off. It's been a flip of a coin on which side that will land. Game number 1, Infinity. Very aggressive, able to push through Malvinus Gaming and had a really easy time. But game number 2, a lot of pushback from Malvinus. They took every single turret, all objectives, and only lost 1 turret in the process. But had a hard time closing it out. So I would say for Infinity, need to match the pressure in the early game for Malvinus Gaming.
Ooh,
if they
Portal.
have the advantage, close it out fast enough. Portal does go out though. Big RWM to drop down. Evil Queller, ZZ able to find your Reshi. Need to be careful. Doom able to take down Definite. 2 members falling for Malvinus. Keeb finding Doom. The ADC will fall for Infinity. And both sides will separate, but not before Rusi checks out Kev.
Ooh, okay, 2-for-3 trade, but then turns out Oz is still eyeing on that kill. Rusi is able to run away with that sliver of health. That's crazy. And so far, for all the trade-offs, Team Infinity, they got to take back that moment for just once. But since you're leaving that turret wide open, Oz is just farming that gold in an easy 300-ish gold for him in the early game. That is just a full plating right there. Ooh.
Yeah, he's definitely having thick pockets, able to take all that gold plating off the tier 1 turret on the top side, and Malvinas Gaming still able to match the aggression and able to take the first neutral objective. Turtle going on their side. Some heavy shots on the Zablax. A lot of pressure from Doom in the early phase. They may want to wrap around and try and stop him before he starts to pop off.
And hey, a portal is opened up right there. Probably wanting to sandwich play on the Zablax, but I think he's just too further way back there. So for them to sandwich anybody, so you gotta probably put the butter knife back to the counter, because you gotta wait for that sandwich. But on the side of Malvinas Gaming though, they still keep up a good pace for me in the early game. No risky plays, no crazy moments yet, because Definite here is just getting hit with a lot of bullets, but he's coming in. No Curse of Blood yet. So far, so good.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of watching for. Kiev with the Curse of Blood. Once you change them, they will have a lot of slow, not to mention take additional damage if they are chained together, which is something that Malvinas can punish, especially in these 5v5 engagements, and that's what we're going to be looking out for. But right now, Doom taking a couple of hits on his turret. Neither side yet to lose anything in their lane. I think it was a good push from Infinity trying to get the trade-off on the bot side, but Malvinas overall, they're winning when it comes to rotating for the objective. They took the turtle, and they were able to deny the push from Infinity on the bot side.
I mean, I do have a little worry though. Other than this, the portal just opened up, but so far so good. That SOD missed and didn't really hit as much, but turns out Zablax is just online on the bottom lane and even triggering that flicker quite in the early game, right before the turtle takeover. And so far, again and again, Malvinas Gaming is just putting the pressure on. Talking about my little worry about this, if they don't go aggressive enough in the early game for both jugglers can shine, if they somehow manage again and again to drag off to the late game, I think it will be more in favor on the side of Malvinas Gaming, because Zablax is on that Moscow. You can't handle Doom on the Granger, on the Sky Piercer as always, because if you don't have that investment ready, it's just going to be very hard.
The only problem is that they're going to lack mobility, especially with ZZ on this lane, who will start to fall short toward that late game. But the split push capability of the lane could be a threat. But I do agree with Zablax in the SOD. He should be able to traverse across the map and split push effectively as well. So I do think they have an answer, and I'm totally in agreement. If this goes to the late game again, this should be an easy way for Malvinas Gaming to be able to close this one out and take the lead off of this tiebreaker.
Because for drafting wise, sure, Team Infinity kind of counters in with Lionel's RWM, but at the same time, if just everybody is just there and the Curse of Blood really connected, Zablax can just throw a lot of spears and it'll just hurt a lot to everybody. At the same time, you gotta find that crucial and right moment. If they can pop off, they would pop off. But since if ZZ isn't able to perform in the early game, a split pushing method should be okay too. So Malvinas Gaming, they really gotta have that third eye or that sense of where actually ZZ is trying to play and push from the far lane.
Yeah, because right now we're looking at a different Malvinas Gaming. They got motion now. They're rolling. They found their first victory, and now they're a lot more confident on being able to try and get that again. And you can definitely tell there's a difference. Infinity with a couple new roster adjustments. You know, game number 1, it looked good. Game 2 was very shaky. I'm wondering just how effective they will be in game number 3, as both teams are fighting it out right now. Tier 1 turret on the top side and the bot side falling, in Infinity having the wave control.
And I mean, like, Zablax, so even though he is a rookie, that type of disciplined gameplay that he just played in, he knows when to just like, let's just not go head to head with Doom. You respect that dude and even him on the Granger, but it would be a problem there because the SOD did connect it, but no further initiation.
Yeah, right now, Zablax, he's going to do his best to farm, right? He needs to get at that Holy Core Trinity to work in his favor so he can really start to hit. He needs to boost up that attack speed as well to really start shredding through these objectives and possibly get some kills. Conceal play called out. Malvinas Gaming noticing Infinity's going for the Lord first. Looking to punish. Big drop down with Infernal Pursuit. ZZ with the Retribution in a moment's notice, able to get it for Infinity. Definite able to get a kill. We'll find Lionel. Doom shutting down Yureshi. 1-for-1 trade on both sides, and they will separate from the Lord Pit.
Okay, this is good. Getting the Lord, that on-point retribution play by CZ with a trade of Lionel, the mid laner, to Yureshi, the EXP. This is, for kill trade wise, it's not so good, but since you got that Lord, either way, it is a good trade for the side of Team Infinity. The question is, can they utilize this Lord pretty well to at least take one turn down? Or it will just be a distraction to buy more time to just scale up more things for the Ranger later on for the side of Team Infinity, because Marvelous Gaming is just on the way. And since you have that Moskov, hey, that one spear just goes through everything. So the damage wise is just as easy as that to clear out. Other than, yes, it is a first sword, but at least you've got that middle lane turned down so more vision can be popped up here.
RWN dropping in the mid lane. Lionel hit with a little bit of a pushback. Fanboy very low. A little immobilization on his Ablax. Not going to stop him. Finding Fanboy though. ZZ tips the place, drops down like a trampoline. Keeve will be knocked up. Definite trying to escape. Keeve caught in the wrath from Rusi. Does burst down with the combo. Able to take him out. That is going to be a 1-for-2 trade for Infinity's favor.
Yeah, I do really agree. It is in their hands. And it is in their favor because you just traded off that chip to like 2 important people to just suppress down for you to just want to take another turret down at the bottom lane. And even at that, look at the damage! That Granger, that a lot of bullets that you can actually pull off with that can chuck down a lot of the HP from the side of Yureshi on that Phoveus. I mean, it is kind of hard if you just wanna think of the Ling's stashes and also the Granger stashes, but at the same time, what are the odds if those aren't triggered as always if you are the main target though? It's just hard to just charge in with that Inferno Pursuit. So we're talking about the equipments here so far. It is a good investment again for Doom to take on that Sky Piercer, but Holy Trinity is just secured that easily for Moskov, the Zablex. He is really leaning on the late game potential here. So, Marvelous Gaming, if you gotta make a play, you gotta make a play, I guess.
Yeah, and that's going to be what Zablak's job is from here on out. He's going to be the playmaker, right? He has the Spear of Destruction. He should be able to traverse across and create the isolation plays and start to force Infinity to have to separate and try and find some answers for him. He does have to watch out for ZZ, though. But ZZ also has to watch out for him, since he does have the damage and the attack speed to work in his favor, and a little bit of that slow to limit ZZ's attack speed on this link.
Okay, and our Lord Cam by Bo Nox presented to you quite easily to see what will happen. And again, you have the lane, you have Moskov also to play on that far lane. Easy secure again and again on that Lord's lane by ZZ. At the same time, Marvelous Gaming, they gotta put up their defensive gameplays because that is what they need to do. Infinity finally finds a little bit of a moment where they just try to push in, because so far that minion waves are still in favor on the side of Team Infinity.
Yeah, Infinity looking a lot better than game number 1. Able to take all the turrets on the top and bot side. Tier 2 still standing strong for Malvinas Gaming. They did lose their Tier 1 turret though. For the top, mid, and the bottom one's barely hanging on by a thread, which means they have to be careful as Malvinas still has an opportunity to invade and be aggressive if they would like. You are seeing the Lord pushing on the top side. Right now, a great game though on the way for both of these teams. A battle tug of war, a tiebreaker on the way.
Of course, the tiebreaker is the final moment push here. I think they can go straight with this Lord as well. And even the RWM is just triggered in to just zone out perfectly. Also with that concealed gameplay, finding a moment. Keeve does not hit a single target, and Marvelous Gaming is still standing on strong, clearing up that Lord. And back to basics, spring cleaning everybody.
And right now, Malvinas Gaming needing to be careful. You know, last time we seen the situation, it was Infinity on the back end with no turrets on their side and trying to hold off, and they were able to effectively do that all the way up to the 23-minute mark. Malvinas Gaming, we got to see if they have that same will fire on their side as well. They do have a lot of motion now. Like we said, they found their first victory this entire season up against Infinity. Infinity, a team that has taken down some of these the other teams inside of Season 3, right? They're able to find a victory on Alpha 7 and also DreamHack Esports. So Malvina's putting up some competition right now. Makes them look very promising. And that's what you love to see, right? You don't want to see a one-sided story. You want to see these teams continue to evolve as we progress through the series.
And I also like chaos. Just as like tomorrow's showdown with Naruto and MLBB showdown and show match. Actually, guys, there is a pre-game match. There is a 5v5 later on too, with amazing Naruto skins to be showcased. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow. But for right now, though, watching game number 3, Team Infinity is just waiting for a good moment to just pop off. Because you know the potential if you go head-to-head with Malvina's Gaming. They do have that damage clearing-wise because you have Zaplex and you also have Crystal Blood from Camilla. But once you miss that, it is kind of hard to just like find a moment to just fight everybody because Team Infinity does have the chip on hand. And so far, starting onto the Lord, Malvina's Gaming is just playing on that sneaky peeky moment. If they can steal it, they try it. But if they don't, they really gotta move back.
And right now, the Lord is on the way. Both sides battling it out. 50% HP. Fanboy need to be careful. RWM dropping down.
Curse of Blood.
A lot of mobilization. Tempest Blades drops down. Doom will find your SG. That Curse of Blood did come out there for a moment. You are going to see Zablax forced to push back. The Lord still intact, and neither side will be able to push in.
And since you don't have your frontliners anymore, you really gotta go back and clean up those things. There's a lot of minions coming in from the top and even down at the bottom lane. No more SOD triggered in, and this is just a free lord again and again for Team Infinity. And seeing on how Team Malvina's Gaming can just persevere and just clear everything out, this will kind of like grit their teeth on how they can try to play around this, because I don't think that this would be a last push or a straight push Lord, seeing on how they defended so well. Even though Team Infinity tried to push in with those 3-lane minions. So let's see on how they play later on for this moment right here.
Yeah, right now Malvina's in a situation where they have to defend against the Lord on the top side, and they don't have waves in their favor. You're looking at it's a good placement over there from Doom. He's going to go ahead and clear that mid. Bot side ZZ will go ahead and sync that up as well as the Lord marches in the top lane. A potential to be able to push into the base crystal at the 17-minute mark. A chance to be able to close out this tiebreaker and have the advantage for this series. Some blades will drop down, not gonna hit the mark. ZZ forced out of the base from Malvina's Gaming. Lord at about 40% HP. A little bit of a wasted opportunity for Infinity. Looks like they may still go in to try and take the inhibitor turret. Not sure if they have enough gas for that trip.
Yeah.
Looks like they're falling short.
I mean, it is kind of hard to just come in because you don't have the Temples of Blade anymore. For the side of Team Infinity, for right now, all they can do is just to wait another moment to just play around and buy more time. I think they would try to aim for another Lord. So, Malvina's Gaming, though, making a move on that conceal play.
Oh, they did not see. They could have had a potential kill down there on Lionel, but they shift focus into the mid lane instead. Zablax able to find Fanboy. One member falling inside Infinity. Definite will fall alongside him. Zablax able to catch Doom in the midst of all chaos. A 2-for-1 trade. The ADC did fall, though, for the side of Infinity, which gives push potential in favor for Malvinas to try and take the tier 2 in the mid lane.
And no one should protect them, even though there is a minion siege there coming in. But you know what? Malvina's Gaming is just full on gas with a lot of things here. You gotta go back because ZZ is just as fast as that. Turns out it's just it's just a detour. Weezy, I really thought that there would be a backdoor gameplay.
Yeah, I love the backdoor moments, right? You want to see somebody effectively pull off the element of surprise, and sometimes, you know what's the worst? When you get a backdoor base crystal play, and it even gets the casters. Those are the moments I live for. Hopefully today, though, we'll see that. It's definitely possible with the Moskov from Zablex. The Lord does spawn in, though. An opportunity for Infinity to close this out. Malvinas Gaming, the question is, with the lanes stuck in the mid, do they go for this push? Do they go for the contest? A little risky. I mean, they're not down too much in gold. We're past the 50K mark, so everybody at full build.
And right now, Oz is just eyeing on that Lord, even though the Hilda Rusi is just there for the sake of the presence. But SOD connected, that turns out with the back play right there, taken Lionel down. No more vision, no more range to just space everybody out. It is a good team fight here and to zone everybody out so that Malvinas Gaming can get that Lord. No problem to enter. Fanboy is just finding an angle, and even Rusi. But thank goodness though, Definite tried to go home because to prevent any backdoor gameplay initiated by Team Infinity.
Yeah, Lionel cut down in mid-rotation. They played ping pong with him. A little bit of a basketball showdown, a little alley-oop for the kill in the mid lane. A little unfortunate. He definitely needs to be protected more from Fanboy and Rusi. Especially when you know Malvinas Gaming, they're on the hunt. They've got the Bloodhounds out, right? They're using these concealed plays, and they're looking for players who are isolated and going in for the kill. You can't leave your mage and your marksman alone in these moments.
And even though it was a hard decision to just recall back for both sides of these junglers, knowing that their position, that they can actually try a backdoor push, but you know what? There is a Lord, and there is some homework that they need to clear up. So overall, it is just a good trade. Nobody suspected, but turns out it was spotted in. ZZ is just all in right now. No blue buff, a triggered Tempest of Blades also. Then thank goodness that he can still move back, and no collateral so far from this skirmish.
Yeah, not able to find that collateral damage he was looking for. 8-7 on the scoreboard. Pretty even game when it comes to the kills, and honestly, this is the closest game we've had so far, right? Both of them taking a lot of turrets from each other, taking a lot of the objectives on side of that. But right now, the last few Lords, Infinity has been the one to be able to take that. The final Lord that we just seen, though, Malvinas, was the one to be able to take that one. I think right now we're going to see a lot of tension from both sides to try and figure out who's wearing the pants in this relationship for game number 3, as this is the deal breaker, right? This is the moment to be able to decide who has the advantage in this series. And honestly, when it comes to a 1-to-1 in a best of 5, this is one of the most important games.
Because like after this, it will be the third game. It's basically already half of it, right? And what happens if I don't want it to be pants Wheezy? What happens if it is a kilt? Can they wear a kilt in this relationship and win?
That depends if that depends on who wins the Lord fight. That's who makes that decision. As you are going to see the Lord spawn in on the top side. You are seeing some heavy presence, bleeding red for the side of Malvinas Gaming. Looks like they're not going to let that go with ease to Infinity.
And slowly but surely, actually, Malvinas Gaming is just sniffing out a moment. Rusi is just so active right now to see whoever can be picked out. And even Zablex is just guarding their third turret down, knowing that he has the SOD. You gotta be careful if Fanboy and also ZZ will try to initiate on that, by Urelshi. Main target here, a little bit of stun, but so far Team Infinity started that board.
Yeah, this is the time for Infinity to take the Lord. They got to go in now. Right now, they have some good control on the lanes. I would say it's a chance for Zablax to rush in with the SOD. It looks like he is going to go in for that. Fanboy fighting. You got to see the RWM take control of the Lord. Doom able to find Yoreshi. Al's able to get the retribution from Malvinas, but Doom will punish him in the blink of an eye. He's been deleted faster than he could blink. Immortality from Kiev. Not enough to stop Doom. Shutting it down. Desanata in. Zablax trying to escape Immortality. The only thing standing between him and the Underworld. Able to go back to the base for some regen. Man, talk about a hair of HP, but they have the Lord now pushing through the mid lane as the last defense.
Oh my goodness, I really thought that I would witness another maniac here, but you know what? You gotta be careful with that because the portal is definitely up. A mega kill, secured it quite well, and even a double closing up until the end. Base is just wide open, and Team Infinity, they got the chance to take back that point and prolong their team fight. Not a tiebreaker right now. It will be a match point after this if Team Infinity gets their victory, but right now, they can really enjoy this 2-1.
Hey, this wasn't just a win. This was a message. Infinity is not backing down to anyone. And right now, they're off to a start to be able to right their wrongs from game number 2, which was such a dominant performance from the side of Malvinas Gaming. And to be able to see them crawl back here, able to take these objectives one step at a time, and some highlight moments. We enjoyed every part of this, man. I'd say definitely ZZ rotating around on this Ling was huge. But overall, Fanboy, even with the teleports, was catching everybody off guard. But Rusi, talk about Rusi, man. Those split push plays with the Hilda. It's been such a strong force.
And, I mean, this time, it's just up to a point that the win is just for anyone to grab. I mean, like, look at how they performed. It's not about those little split push moments. It's not about those sneaky beaky gameplays, but it's just about the matter of time, like who can hold out the longest, I might say. So there will be a lot of crucial parts that each player can get, but this is the type of gameplay where you gotta buy a lot of time to just finally see who can take over who later in the game. So it works out for both sides of these teams, because even though you have the early aggressors, you have the late game potential, they still decided to play and even drag it out to the late game, because I think so far this works best for both sides of the teams actually.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting one to watch. I mean, I want to say everybody on the team did a really good job. It's really hard to kind of pin down on who I would even give the MVP to. I feel like everybody played the role down to a T. There wasn't really a moment where somebody made too much of a mistake from the side of Infinity. Now, from the side of Malvinas Gaming, I mean, I did like the Moscow pickup. I just felt like it wasn't effective enough. And the only reason why it wasn't effective was just solely because wave management was not working in Malvinas Gaming's favor, which was similar to game number 1. If they were able to have a stronger impact across the map, I would say when it came to the minions toward that 12-minute mark and beyond that, it would have gave an opportunity for Zablax to split push on the Moskov and try and get a backdoor play, but he was not able to really find that opportunity he was looking for. So here we are, Infinity able to take match point, or able to take the tiebreaker away from them to have an advantage 2-1 in the series right now. We got to see how Malvinas Gaming responds.
For right now, a little bit of a snippet guess, I might say. The MVP for game number 3, I think I would like to give that to Doom, because like he deals a lot of damage, he helps a lot actually, and he was the one who just had to deal with Zaplex for whatever reason it is, from the early till the late. So I give props to him, because like most of the damage is also from him.
Yeah, I feel like he definitely hit the mark where it was. I would say it's hard. My vote would probably go to Rusi, just because I like the sound. You know how, like, have you ever roamed in MLBB and rank and like you do such an amazing job and then you get like a silver medal and everybody else gets gold and you're like, bro, like that was half of that was my setups, you know? I feel like Rusi, he was doing really great on providing that pressure, right? He'd wrap around. He had the sprint on this Hilda. And he created an element to where Malvinas Gaming, they were very uncomfortable in every position of the game. If not him, then maybe Fanboy. I mean, those teleports, picking out the pocket chip, was definitely a clutch moment for this draft.
I mean, other than that, for right now, the EXP position is kind of like the secondary roamer. But at the same time, I think they just know when to differentiate on like, okay, this is your job task. This is my job task, and since Fanboy is on the chip, so he knows it's just opening the portal, coming in and initiating the team fights, and the job that's for just opening vision and everything is left on Rusi. And Rusi did such a great job, as you mentioned also to Weezy.
Yeah, did a really good job, indeed, able to find a way to create that opportunity. And yeah, Rusi on the Hilda, man. Hilda's definitely been such a strong hero in the competitive scene. I mean, not too many heroes in general can keep up with the mobility. Maybe throwing something like a CC against the Hilda, or maybe matching it with the Esmeralda could be an option. But they ran the Phobius, and the thing about the Phobius is he's great on the fighting aspect, but when he engages, he really has no disengage if you don't have a Hylos or if you don't have a Mathilda to be able to pull him back. So that's when we've seen Yuroshi really struggle, which is another reason why I would probably say Rusi, just for the fact of he was not able, Yuroshi was not able to keep up with his momentum.
And I mean, again, we're talking about the momentum. I think the main highlight of this match is the momentum. It's not even the game, it is the match. Because well, we've seen how Malvinus Gaming just finally show their fangs of like, hey, I can be hard too, I can be scary too, and which they did in game number 2. So I wouldn't be surprised actually if this actually goes to like 5 games. But at the end of the day, momentum boost is also a key factor here. And so far, Team Infinity, they just got that in their pockets. So again, I'm torn apart, Weezy. How am I supposed to pick for this one?
I think we'll leave that one out to the audience to let us know how they feel about this series so far. But right now, one thing's for certain: Infinity is in the lead, 2-1 in this best of 5, a potential match point on the way to be able to close out this series. Malvinas running out of options, but they did find their first victory so far inside of MPL LATAM Season 3 relegation. And right now, when we're looking at some of these stats, you're looking at a lot more numbers on the board than game number 2. There's a lot of zeros on the board in game number 2 for the side of Infinity. This time around, they're able to kind of hit their mark a lot better. They weren't able to get a lot of the turtles. A little surprising. But from then on there, we were able to see them take the Lords, able to take the turrets as they progressed through the map, and they had a lot more wave management compared to game number 2. You know what I'm starting to notice too? I think that this game is dependent on what they pick in the jungle. And the reason why I say that is because it's starting to look like whatever jungler has more mobility is winning. Right? You see the Hanzo win game number 1. You see the Fanny win game number 2, and now you see the Ling win game number 3. All of these junglers, which have more mobility than their competitor.
Oh, true. But let's not also forget that the ability for both sides of these teams to just drag it so long into the late game to just, well, unlock the marksman. But I do agree that that was also the factor, because the faster you are, the better clearance you have, and the bigger, I might say a bigger aggression on the team fight that you can actually try to pull off, though easy. So, will this be a race of the junglers? What would be faster than the lane? I wonder.
Oh, well, okay. Let's think about this, man. You have them all running a circle across the land of Dawn. Who finishes first in the jungle? You've got Ling, you got Fanny. Who else can keep up with that pace? Joy would be another one. I don't know who I would give it. I would say Fanny. Okay, Fanny's definitely has to be the fastest hero, right?
Yeah, but if it's still banned out though for game number 4, sadly we have to look at other options though. Hayabusa, on the other hand, it's just a simple dash. It is fast on the quad shadow, but you gotta use them wisely. If you want a fast mobility hero and you close off the Julian, I would really like to see Nolan for next in game number 4. But before this, we'll talk a little bit here about game number 3. The game duration, it is pulled off until the 24th minute here with 7 seconds on the clock. If even a little bit of a goal difference, is just around 1k each. And right now, we've seen the goal difference over time. It is in the favor of Team Infinity. That spiked though, and at end of the day, they've won in 4 sectors here: damage dealt, damage taken, even the turret damage, and the total heal for overall for both sides of these teams. But Malvinus Gaming also put up a very good fight. But at the end of the day, you're going up against a really strong competition, and also Doom getting that triple kill plus the investment of the Sky Piercer. That's just quite hard. But kudos though for ZZ and also Zap like to achieve 100% teamfight participation for both sides of their team.
And looking at the goal difference over time, I mean, it's like a mountain over there for Infinity. Once you passed around that 8-minute mark, and I believe that's right around the time when the first Lord is going to spawn in, and that seems to be where Infinity gets their power spike, right? That's where they start to take off. Because before that, we were seeing Malvinas take all of the turtles away from them, and they were having a lot of a struggle contesting that. So I think that's definitely something that needs a little bit more attention from Malvinas, is what is happening with them as soon as this first Lord spawns in. Like, how do you go from taking every single turtle to losing majority of all the Lords and having a massive gold deficit? There's definitely some mistakes that can be ironed out as we jump into the next game. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. You know, we were talking about the mobility of these heroes as well, and who was the fastest running across the Land of Dawn, if it was a circle, if it was a race. But you know what? None of them are fast enough to outshine, outspeed the capture rate of the Techno Cannon 40 series. Man, I'm talking about Crystal HD.
Okay, Crystal HD indeed, to capture those amazing moments you play in MLBB. So don't forget, even with that amazing feature of the slow-mo and that crystal clear HD video, you gotta have the skins though to play it off and show it off to your friends. That's why you have the Naruto MLBB collaboration, guys. So for those who haven't mentioned in, who haven't gotten the skins, you can just chime in, you can just see it here in live, watch it here. But that kind of just like triggers my shopping needs of suddenly, hey, I think I need diamonds though for these skins. Where do I get them, Wheezy?
That's right, man. I'll tell you what, I've got a secret for you, okay? Don't tell anybody, but I've got this code. It's for Monoxis.com, right? You go on there, type in BNX MPL3. I'm talking about a 5% discount. Recharge your diamonds, get these skins, man. But you got to keep it to yourself. You can't let nobody know.
For those who just watched the stream. And you know what? You got the skin, you got the great phone. You gotta have some place to compete and play with your friends, and that is where community gaming comes in. So there are a lot of tournaments there. You can just hop into their website. You can just also find it in communitygaming.io. And you know what? You gotta test your skills, just like this pro player right here. He got the MVP, and wowee, good KDA 508, and even that 100% kill participation. A great jungler indeed.
Yeah, on the Ling as well, right? We've been seeing a battle the junglers back and forth. If it's not ZZ, then it's on the other side of the board, trying to get it from his competitor, his arch nemesis, Owls. Like we said, we've seen the Fanny MVPs, we've seen the Ling MVPs, and the Hayabusa, or the Hanzo, sneaking up into the scene. And right now, the story's about ZZ, right? He was all over the map. He was rotating. He was getting the split push capabilities. A lot of Temps of Blades dropping down and wreaking havoc. And I don't think there was a moment where he looked even phased throughout this match.
And I mean, there was a lot of highlights to pull up how ZZ played in that Ling in game number 3, because other than it's just using on for zoned out, it's not the typical aggressive Ling that you just come in, get out, and then secures a lot of skill in the early game. No, it's actually a very helpful Ling. And at the moments that the team needs damage dealers, he can just come in with a chunk of damage, and even so create a lot of space to just disperse everybody out with that Tempest of Blade. So if ever a decision for the team that they need to move back, they can. And a lot of the times where the Ling was also very helpful in split pushing moments, even though there is Zablex too on the Moskov to do that. But at the end of the day, you know what? It works well. It has a good vibe. It has a good composition in the drafting phase for the team. So overall, a amazing game 3 to see. And we are walking into game number 4 and draft picks in 40 seconds.
Hey, we got a couple moments until it starts, right? And I got to pick what I wanted to see slotted in. It didn't happen. I picked the Cho. Still yet to see it. And now the ball's in your court. What would you like to see for game number 4?
Ooh, okay. Nolan.
Uh-oh. Nolan, huh? I didn't think you were going to pick that. Nolan, okay.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, if at this point you're just respected to a lot of the heroes, the junglers especially, and if a lot of them are actually banned out, you gotta have something in your pocket. I mean, again, it is kind of hard to play the Ling here. It won, but there is a higher mobility hero that you can actually go head to head with that too. So I'm not closing off that idea yet, though. So for you, it's still the Cho. Probably it'll pop up in game number 4. Probably either paired up or going up against the Jawhead. But I would really like to see the Nolan if ever all of the jungles are still centralized and respect banned from this phase. So far, it's Joy, Hanzo, and Badang.
Yeah, that Hanzo not going to walk ever since, game 1 when it was pulled out. Definitely a sight to see and very hard to deal with. The Fanny is still available. I'm wondering if they're still going to go in for that ban after seeing how bad Malvinas Gaming punished with it in game number 2. You are going to see the Kalia still a viable pickup. The chip taken off the board. It looks like the element of surprise from Fanboy was a lot to handle. But this time, I mean, Fanboy was the one that used that, right? Not Malvinas Gaming. So it is a little bit of a shocker for them to be the one to take that out.
I mean, even though they are in the first pick of the blue side here, but I think there are some other priorities they would like to secure next. Because, like, if they played so well in the chip, they basically gave away their strategy. If they don't first secure pick their priority hero for game number 4, the chip can just be taken away that easily from Malvinas Gaming. Because I think they would also like to force out a lot of jungle picks to just ban out from the side of Malvinas Gaming. And even going head to head again, one of the rookies and going up against the main starting lineups for Infinity, Doom, and also Zapex, similar heroes, but a rookie performing this well and even sustaining leading up to game number 4, he is on the right track on the pro player scene.
Did you say a rookie performing this well or Rusi performing this well? Because he just picked up Hilda, and you know how well Rusi performed on that Hilda. Was able to dominate, get to the back line, and it's definitely a comfort pick. I wonder what they're going to do to respond to this. I feel like they have yet to find an answer to it, right? I mean, they had the Phobius up against this last time, and Uralshi's had a hard time keeping up with that pace in the XP lane. So they need something that can keep up with the Hilda, man. Maybe the Kalia could be a viable option here. I mean, you can use that to be able to grab up this Hilda and get those sets they're looking for. Granger, though, locked in. Not too much of a shocker, especially we've been seeing this pattern with the Harris being banned and the Granger being the first prior for the ADC.
Okay. Ooh, Sasuke locked in that easily. Here to see, so we've seen a fast-paced jungle here. Secured quite easily, and for the next Team Infinity, I don't think that it is a rush to pick up the gold laner since you already seen that Ranger on Malvinas Gaming. Opting out to a Jushin would be good here because Lionel played very well in that scene. But is that turns out they do want to rush that Moskov here in the early game before it's banned out. And last pick for Malvinas Gaming, what's good here?
I would say possibly they could get away with picking a mage if they really want to, or they can lock in their jungle. What do we still have? The Hayabusa is still available. The Fanny is still up on the table if they want to pick that up. I mean, you do have to watch out for the Hilda, though, so I don't know if an assassin is the best option. Maybe going in for the Lucas could be a wise decision, or just locking in their mage. Maybe the Jushin or the Farza could creep into the scene for the first phase of the draft. There's definitely a lot of options when it comes to Malvinas Gaming, but we've seen them try and hug on this Valier. I don't know if it was really that effective, especially in the last game. They're going to go ahead and go for the Fanny play instead, though. Like we said, we've been seeing the mobility of the junglers really set the pace for the matches in this series.
And both are quite fast. Then again, there are some early conditions that you need to pick up in order to win later on. And so far for Malvinas Gaming, though, banning out a mage should be good here. You can turn out a Farsha, or probably somebody who can stun the Fanny, the Vexana, and Aurora. Should be good if you want to close it off. It's also a good range though to just mess around with the Granger. So not bad if they do want to try to turn that off, but turns out you don't want another dive fighter though. Say goodbye to the Baksha. Will glue be closed off too here?
Ooh, that's a good question. The glue has been a very big problem. I think glue would be good, especially against that that Hilda, to be able to be a lot more sustainable within that lane. There goes the Jushin though, taken off the board for the side of Infinity, trying to limit what the side of Malvinas Gaming can pick up into the hands of Definite. We've been seeing him pick up this Valier. I wonder if they're going to allow that to walk. Maybe they go for the Eve if they want to limit the long range AoE control. Farza is still another thing that can be checked off the board for either side.
And so far now for Malvinas Gaming though, other than the mages, if they want to go aggressive, there is the Cho on the Jawhead is still open. Kalia though, on the other hand, say goodbye to that. We can see Sakura in action in game number 4. Last ban here, what would be fun? A chunky guy would be fun. A Gatot Kacha can be turned down, but turns out it is a glue. Saying goodbye to that.
Hey man, it looks like they were listening in. They were tapped in.
Oh, Loyi.
Yeah, that's manifestation. That's aura. You just got 1,000+ aura off this Luyi manifestation. I'm glad to see it. They're going to be able to have the element of surprise now. Kind of similar to what we've seen with the chip plays, right? But this time with chip being banned off, it's the second most viable option. It's great against the Hilda and the Suyo, technically, right? Because I would even say maybe even the Moskov, because Moskov, yeah, he has the SOD, but he doesn't have the biggest range, right? He's an up-close marksman to really be able to shred you down. So when you have the Lu Yi with all three of these heroes, it can definitely be a major threat for the side of Infinity.
Oh, I thought about the Gatot Kacha for the side of Malvinas Gaming, but you know what? You play up the Loyi, you have fast mobility. I gotta have sustain to that. Faramis and Gatot Kacha is the answer to the side of Infinity. I love this draft here. This composition is amazing so far. You got the early, you got the late, you got the frontline, you got the sustain. But the question is, for Malvinas Gaming, you gotta have someone who can just pull in and out of that team fight too to play extended team fights, or you want to go ahead and pull up another support. Will Florin be good, or do you have to go with a chunky boy here?
It's a little tricky. I mean, you can.
When I give the word.
Uh-oh. Whoa.
Oh my
what?
goodness.
Khalid.
To match the Hilda.
Creative. And then technically, without a knockup, you can't really stop the quicksand to where he can regen and sustain himself in that fight, which is it's a pocket pick. It's a pocket pick.
Yeah. So probably we'll try to bait out the Netherrealm with Alls on the Fanny and Keeve on the Khalid, still sustaining the heal. Hylos can come in. The Yin Yang and also the Granger can just come in and finish this. Oh my goodness, Weezy, this is just I'm so happy to see the draft from both of these sides. I'm excited to see Malvinas Gaming to perform in their high damage and also fast paced here. But let's not also forget that Team Infinity can match that up because there is a state and there are chunky boys in their side of the drafting phase. So coming in again and again in game number 4, will it be a match point on the side of Team Infinity, or will it be equalized again and again for Malvinas Gaming? Match number 1, game number 4, MPL LATAM Season 3 with the Malvinas Gaming and Team Infinity. Still going on for the first match with Faye and also Steph Weezy on the desk.
That's right, the war drums are beating and the banners have been raised, and Infinity trying to find an opportunity to close out this series 3-1 to move on forward as a qualified team, possibly, or actually, yeah, for the relegation. So we'll have to see if that works in their favor. Malvinas Gaming, possibly their final shot at being able to remain in the season and move on to the playoffs. Looking at some heavy hits from Kiev, though. Does have an early flicker back to safety.
And I mean, we're talking about so far overall. Sure, you could go aggressive. I would probably do that way again. And since everybody is just so near and close to the walls, I don't think that it is a great start here. But you know what? He can still escape through all of them. Because let's not forget, CZ still has a great early power and a great deal of damage too in the early game. So, which is kind of good. You can try to sustain to all of that. So they learn their lesson. No sudden first blood in the middle and in the midst of all of those walls.
And they got creative with this, because I would have thought the Khalid would have been in the XP lane up against the Hilda, but they put the Hylos up there instead. Maybe they wanted more of a heavy damage output from the Khalid, especially has a lot more of a dive potential paired up with this Fanny to be able to rush in and secure a kill on the bot side. I think that's their game plan. Definitely gonna have to keep a close eye on Doom. He needs to be careful and wary of the side of Malvinas Gaming rushing in for the opportunity.
And you know what? With Malvinas Gaming going headstrong like this and Lucy doing such a great job just zoning away Kiev, it's just a good way to enter in, and even also getting that turtle quite well and easily. Just swooped in. It's daylight robbery basically.
Yeah, but the thing is, if we kind of look at that gold graph that we watched from game number 3, right? Malvinas Gaming, they took all the beginning objectives. They were able to claim all the turtles, but as soon as we hit that 8-minute mark, that's when Infinity hit their power spike. Look at the key moment right there, man. We got to get our techno cam to catch all of this. Storm going down. Next, Definite will find ZZ. Need to be careful. Lionel almost caught. AOG dropping down from Fanboy, but he's not going to be able to get out of there alive. He has to pay the ultimate price, and he will fall for Infinity. 2 kills on the board for Malvinas Gaming.
Oh, goodness. I mean, for right now, Team Infinity's biggest enemy is the pushes, basically. And a lot of surprise gameplays that can be initiated by Malvinas Gaming would be a very big problem, actually. And even coming in strong here, Doom can't really do much if the Fanny is just gunning you down that on lane. And, well, Malvinas Gaming so far with that 3-kill score lead, this is just looking great for them. And another diversion play going to be initiated right on time.
Ooh, Rusi caught with the duality. Hiroshi, Definite on his tail. Not going to let him go back to safety. He will fall as well. 4 kills unanswered by Infinity in the first 4 minutes.
Ooh, that's hard, actually. So far, it is a good sign for Malvinas Gaming. And will the Fanny be the lucky charm for this game? Will the Fanny be the answer on how they get points here? Kind of seems fun to think about that. We are marching into the first turtle there, and even Malvinas Gaming is just ready right there. SOD connected, and even teleported right down here. But okay, with a lot of support, 1-2, and even another popped in. But everybody's just diversioning plan coming in. Definite getting that kill, and even else getting Fanboy. A lot of trades happening, but so far it is in a good side of Malvinas Gaming. Rusi aiming for that kill for the side of Definite, but too far in. Zaplex and also Urelshi is just gunning him down and chasing him right now. But so far, it is still an equal trade for this fight. but at least Infinity, they got some kill points here against Malvinus.
Yeah, I will say though, Malvinus was able to find Doom earlier, so Doom did find a death, and he really needs to hit that power spike, that Holy Trinity build, to be able to go in and be very effective. Speaking of Trinity, make a quad play right there. A major shutdown on Urelshi. Able to find him. Man, Infinity, it looks like they are finding their clapback. They're finding a way to stay in this game in the early phase. There goes the Sky Piercer and Zablax. Looks like it was a corrosion site for Doom.
And right now, ooh, coming in hard, Fanboy is the main target here. Thank God it's pushed back, but even the Death Sonata is not enough to take that Gata Tantra down. And right now for the Turtle Slaying here for ZZ, at least they can try to get one main objective, but Rusi is just running for the hills, opening up vision, but then turns out it's another fight coming in quite strong. Keeve is the main target here, even the Glorious Pathway coming in to just slow everybody down, but Doom managed to get away and to the back and even triggered into another realm, jumping in with the AOG, still continuing the fight again. Urelshi coming in down, and even Al's getting stunned, sadly! Just pushed back to end, even getting that hill. Not so good trade though for a jungler and a roamer, but right now is in favor for the side of Team Infinity.
Man, what a play. A little overly aggressive though from Owls. He went straight to the back line, tried to get the dive with the cutthroat into the full team of Infinity. Big hit onto Zablax. Doom will be the one with the final touches. Credits to Rusi to be able to chunk him down low and create that opportunity. That will be the first death for Zablax so far, who's had a really good start. 2-1-4 right now. Need to watch out for him. A major threat on this Granger. Desert Tornado in the mid lane from Keeve on this Khalid pocket pick.
And I mean, so far right now, it's just doing great for them. It's doing wonders actually for Team Infinity to just slowly climb that up. Because you gotta buy time for Doom to actually shine on the Moskov. And you have ZZ to just control the early to mid composition right now in this draft. So which kind of starts good for them. But at the same time, if a diversion play keeps on playing in right now, down at the bottom lane, this will be kind of hard actually. Urelshi finding that slightly side angle, but AOG jumping in too much in the front. No turret is saved, but that turns out 2 collateral damage is down. No more frontliners, no more healers. Malvinus Gaming gets to take back this moment from Team Infinity.
Key moment right there. Playmaker from Definite on this Lui, the duality to the bot side, and a great rotation from Urashi to block them off with the Glorious Pathway. Able to secure the tier 1 turret, and now shifting their focus over to this turtle. Owls will be the one to claim that. 2 turtles on the board from Malvinus compared to the one from Infinity. Right now, it's 9-5. Malvinus, they're coming alive. They've still got that motion from game number 2 when they found that victory. And it looks like they're not planning on backing out anytime soon. Right now, this is a decider match, right? You're looking at Malvinus, an opportunity to tie up the series and have one more shot to make it to the playoffs. But if they fall short here, Infinity, they'll be pushing on forward as the first qualified team inside of the relegation. Need to be careful though. Glorious Pathway dropping down. Duality forcing out the Netherrealm. Trying to keep the team alive. A great job from Lionel, but how long can they hold off? Fanboy falling to the steel cables. And a good cutthroat over there by Owls as he goes back out to the purple buff. Diversion play in the bush. ZZ need to be careful. Doesn't notice Zablax indefinite combination at its finest in between the tier 2 and tier 1 turret. Good management so far from Malvinus Gaming. Holy Trinity on the way from Dune. Does pick up that golden staff. Has the corrosion scythe on his side as well. Just needs to go in for possibly that DHS. They need something to shut down Keeve. Keeve has been a monster on this Khalid. He's been rotating around. Has the sand walk. Able to get in there with a great initiation of a raging sandstorm and the quick sand guard at his back in case he needs a little bit of that HP regen. Definitely been a threat. Infinity, they're on the back end in 9 minutes.
And you know what, coming in with the Fanny here, so far Team Infinity doesn't stand a chance to actually take one turret down so far. So objective wise, Team Infinity, they really gotta try to push that thing in. You don't want that thing happening again, but a 1v1 though, down at the bottom lane, Alls gets to secure 1 kill, and you gotta turn CZ down for that. No more damage, no more retribution power there. That means the Lord is just up for grabs for all.
Right now, another objective for Malvinas Gaming. They just took the last turtle as well. Again, that gold graph is bleeding red for the first 10 minutes. Infinity yet to find a turret. Lost 3 in this process as well. And Malvinas, this is a great start for them to be able to tie up this series. Enchanted Talisman picked up from Lionel. He's going to have a lot more CDR to be even more effective on this Faramis.
To be honest, right now, it is a very good. I might say it's good because I mean, like, it's amazing to see actually on how these players have the game sense to know, hey, actually a little bit of vision here. We can probably try to initiate the diversion play here. We can there's probably people here, but you know what? What's more important? Their presence, their pressure for Malvinas Gaming coming in strong, and again suppressing Team Infinity here in game number 4. And so far they are going pretty well here from both sides of the team, and even Alls probably want to try to go for a pickoff. He's not a decoy anymore in game number 4, but since they do have the power, I think Malvinas Gaming can end this.
Yeah, it does look very endable. It's definitely an appetizing dish for the side of Malvinas, and I think they're going to go in for that plate. Infinity, need to be careful. Queen's Wings picked up from ZZ. Right now, I mean, the highest kills on the board for Infinity is 2. And that's going to be over to Rusi on that first pick. Hilda, I would say a comfort pick for him for sure. Fanboy on this Gatot. 5 deaths so far.
That's kind of hard, but turns out another initiation jumping in, and with the AOG in the middle of that glorious pathway, even another realm cancelled in, and even all late entry, but a good entry, a mega kill secured, and even a double kill, triple actually for Zablex, leaving only one to defend all of this. Doom is really on the edge to see here, can he do it all? Even though Lionel is there, it's kind of hard to go up against Malvinas Gaming in a full 4-man combo. Diversion play on the side, and even a savage gameplay. Doom almost taken out, and even finishes there right now. A shutdown on the side of Team Infinity. No more Alls, no more dive potential. At least it is just one turret as collateral.
I'll tell you what, right now, the combination between Euroshi and Definite is what's creating this massive advantage for the side of Malvinas Gaming. If Euroshi doesn't pop up with a glorious pathway to create the setup, you could best believe Definite has a diversion somewhere in one of these bushes. And it's been very effective against Infinity.
And since that efficiency, since that effectiveness can control a lot of things and a lot of factors here for Team Infinity, they really gotta find a moment where they can just try to split through. But turns out, I think it will be cancelled out with that diversion play coming in from again, and even slowing down everybody. AOG jumping in, not enough, but turns out it was even cancelled. Alls is just running for the hills, and turns out it was finally taken down. But then again, Doom, no more. And not visible there anymore. Zablex with the W and triggered in already, but still active, and then turning everybody down. Rusi heading on for Kiev and eyeing for Uriel. Then turns out it is just a 1-for-1 trade through all of that. ZZ though, on the other hand, with the retribution power, it is a good chance for Team Infinity to finally just grab that Lord for them.
I don't know if they'll be able to go for it though, because Doom is not in the mix. So they won't have a lot of that pressure for the Lord fight, especially with Zablex still on the battlefield. I mean, look at the heavy pressure he's providing against Infinity right there in the mid lane. But now Zablex has spawned in. You're going to see the Malicious Lord picked up from ZZ. We'll have a lot of that pin in the Lord fight on the way.
Okay, Lucy eyeing out quite well. Again, vision provider for the main thing. AOG jumping in a little bit quite early, but SOD turns out they're just coming in from the back. Definite! Take it down just like that, and even Alls taking that turtle and Lord secured quite well. Another realm triggered. A 1-for-2 trade actually. But at the end of the day, Malvinas got that Lord. Malvinas, they got that potential of just prolonging another team fight for them, another objective to just see and pressure down Team Infinity again and again.
Hey man, Al's got rose gold, dog. He's good. He was able to get yet another neutral objective, but really, I think the story really rotates around Definite and Uraelshi. Both of them did fall, but they got the job done, right? Job finished when it comes to the Lord fight. Able to take that. They respawn just in time to be able to engage again. They have another diversion. If they want to do this push and try and open up this base, is it endable? Possibly. But you do have to walk through Doom on this Moskov.
I mean, right, at this point, I'm just curious on what Definite's build is. I think there is a lot of cooldown involved here, but let's see. Overall, it is kind of forced out though. If alts, they just tank their bodies toward that turret. Goodness. And it turns out another fight is just there beckoning into their call. Glorious Pathway is just to slow and zone everybody out. But at the end of the day, you got the objective of what you want. You got 3 of those inhibitor turrets all down just like that. And wow, Weezy. Infinity, will they do the same thing and just drag on until Doom can perform and shine later on? Or what can they do here right now, actually?
They have to play for the late game. We're at the 16-minute mark. I mean, 2 more minutes, and I feel like they can turn this around. I mean, look at the items from Doom, right? He has Broken Side, Broken Staff. He just picked up the Malefic Gun. He has a Wind of Nature for a blanket of security as well. It's just positioning. Be a little patient. Wait for Malvinas Gaming to make a mistake. Oftentimes, when you see a team this far ahead, they like to be overly aggressive. And I like to say sometimes that confidence turns to arrogance, and that turns to mistakes.
But so far, looking at how they play and how well and how disciplined they are, and even up to game number 4, I don't think that there would be any moments of that. It's just a slight chance, but I do agree with you that can potentially happen. I've actually seen a few of games like that, but remember, these are pro players. Even though with the rookie there, he performs very well and just waited for the right moment, I'm pretty sure both sides of these teams are just cautious right now. Even see, Rushi, the vision opener, you can't really go as much as Malvinas Gaming charge with full force.
Yeah, as long as Infinity can keep pressure on these lanes, then they can contest the Lord. But that's the problem. This again goes down to the mobility from a Fanny, and not to mention the unpredictability of a Lu Yi to worry about, to where you can't really split push because you're going to get picked off by either a diversion or you're going to have to worry about keeping the pace of a Fanny split push in the lane. And speaking of Owls, resting in on Rusi, Proxy Immortality, going to go in again. Glorious Pathway slows down the entire team. A great placement from Uraelshi. You're going to see a big AOG drop down as well. ZZ, Soul Sever in onto Uraelshi, able to get the kill. Zablax, but a monster skill finds Fanboy, Definite, able to find Rusi, gets a double kill. The duality finds ZZ. Base Crystal taking some hits from the minions. Lionel trying to get their Owls a little bit faster. Able to take the Crystal and secures game number 4. The knot has been tied again. Malvinas Gaming, major victory.
Wow. Malvinas Gaming equalizes in this best of 5 series and even unlocking on the 5th game of the day. And remember, guys, we are just still in match number 1. Look at this action-packed and long games to see, and with the amazing and creative drafts of what they pulled in and how they tried to play it out. Wow, Weezy, I'm just still amazed on how wide these players' hero pools are, how they try to play off those significant plays, and even we can see them in these highlights. The Alls has a great early, the Suyo, ZZ can just take them back. At the same time, they just waited a lot of moments and they layered that chain CC, they layered that initiation so well from either side of Team Infinity and also Malvinas Gaming. Both of them can perform really well. And even leading up to the end, Rusi never stopped looking for vision, never stopped looking for moments. I gotta say, if I ever get to pick another MVP, it would be him. It's not the most kills, it's not the most damage, but dude makes the greatest impact in the team. But looking at right now, Malvinas Gaming, oh my goodness, securing another point. They're 8 going home with just 1 point. After breaking their lose streak, they got another one. And leading up to the 5th game, I'm amazed with both sides of these teams, Weezy.
Yeah, I think this is the most electrifying match we've had so far within this series. And man, it's a nail biter, and it's definitely catching everybody by surprise. A lot of eyes are being opened with just this series alone, and we're just on the first series of the day. Malvinas Gaming. Let's talk about this team. They start off in the Swiss format, not able to find a victory. They only get to play 3 rounds because they lost every single game. Didn't even get to go to round 4 or 5. And now we're looking at a totally different team. We're looking at them coming alive more than ever. Like we said, their backs against the wall, and sometimes that's how you break through to a new level. You just turn around, get your pickaxe out, and you break it down.
Gotta get to work, gotta hammer in. And through all of that, unlocking game number 5, I think it's time for me to tell the viewers, though my prediction actually goes to Team Infinity 3-1. But congratulations for Malvinas Gaming for breaking that thing and unlocking game number 5. So we will see a 3-2. I'm curious though, Weezy, how are your points and your predictions for match number 1? Is it as you expected, or is it as not?
No, man. I honestly thought it would have been a clean sweep, just based off of. I like. Okay, let's look at these 4 teams. All right, let's not even just Malvinas Gaming, you know, inside of the mix, but everybody inside of relegation. When you look at that, Malvinas Gaming, they haven't had an easy road. They've lost to pretty much every competitor they've gone against. But when you look at Infinity, DreamHack, Alpha 7, all of them have found victories on the board. And then if we go even higher than that, right, we talk about Infinity. They beat DreamHack and Alpha 7. So like, if I put all these 4 teams up in a roster, right, and I said, okay, who's top out of who would be in the number 1 spot down in the top 4, Infinity would have been number 1, and I would have put Malvinas Gaming last. But now to see them putting up this level of competition against Infinity, I have 2 questions, right? Is it that they just got that much better in this short duration of time? Or is it the changes to the rosters from Infinity that is impacting them?
Okay, so there are some things to consider, I guess, as you said too. But still, wow, this exceeded my expectations, and I'm really happy to see with all of those exciting matches, all of those exciting drafts, even the first a very, very warm welcome for Weezy in MPL LATAM with that Hanzo pick. We're talking about the overall things. This game is not as long as the others, though. It ends at 18 minutes, and good call though for Weezy. He did say 18 minutes would be a good mark for either sides of the team to win this out. And you know what, we're talking about the whole thing, how Melvin is just snowballed from the early. You get that Loyi. I feel like later on in game number 5, you would respect ban this hero. Again, when there will be another change of priority shifting in the heroes picked out and also banned out. Later we'll see. And we're talking about all the emblems here so far. They just want to match each other up. Once you do want to go for the killing spree works very well on alls, and even a lot of boots equipped it in with Team Infinity. And we're talking about overall items. Zablex, again, a good investment on a Sky Piercer. It paid off very, very well with a 919 KDA. And right now, going head to head against Doom, it wasn't a big problem in the laning phase, and even during the team fights, they know they can just position themselves quite well. But at the end of the day, how aggressive Malvinas was playing, and on the Loyi, well calculated with that game sense, and also guessing which bushes they are in. Definite though, he is a very good player to spot those things out, and I gotta give it to him. It's sometimes very hard to spot out good Loi players, but he performed so well in game number 4.
Yeah, it was a really great game for both Definite and Urelshi, right? I mean, it was like the yin and the yang from both of them completing that circle. I think, and that's a little ironic because the Lu Yi, but where Definite wasn't, Urelshi was, right? If one was the left hand, the other one is the right. And honestly, I think their synergy together when it comes to these setups is very hard to match up with. And Infinity felt that from both sides from Malvinas in that game. And now to see another tiebreaker, both of these teams have a potential to push on forward and also a chance to be knocked out. This is talk about going the distance. This is what we live to see on the MLBB scene, and I'm glad on my day 1 initiation to the LATAM region to be able to witness it.
Okay, again, your wish was granted. A lot of the games were played, a lot of the drafts were quite creative, as you said. And so far, before Game 5 started, Weezy, how do you feel in the LATAM region?
Man, I'm still hearing the war drums with how much these teams have been clashing it out. It's full of surprises, I'll say. All the way from the drafting, I think it's been a little bit of a newer experience for me to see this Julian really heavily prioed the way it is. Okay, hey, it's my turn. I get to choose what hero I would like to see, right? Yeah, no, yeah, it's my turn, right? I think so.
Yeah, it's your turn. I want to hear.
Okay, mine's gonna be the Julian. I want to see the Julian just because I want to see why it's been such a threat, right? I need to get that LATAM feeling and see just exactly what it brings to the table. MVP, though, does come out. Some amazing plays over there. Had the flicker to top it off. You see those items. This is Definite to be able to pull this victory off. And just a really great game with that duality and those isolation plays with the diversions.
I mean, like, again, the Loi was just so amazing. Again, pointing out like how he positioned himself, how he knew that at that point, I guess no one is down at the bottom lane, so he can just teleport there. That sense, though, that is it a calling sometimes? Though I don't know, because it is hard to position himself to just pull it in, but he pulled that off. That Loi was more aggressive than the chip. It just pairs up so well to the team, and you know that's a good team when they try to teleport with a diversion play, can just fully commit with it. They fully trust their friends, so you can just come in, get the job done, get up.
And you know, when we were talking about the drafts and some of the keys to victory and things that I would say Malvinas Gaming needed to do to overcome the hurdles that Infinity was putting in front of them, it was Rusi on the Hilda. It's been first picked. It's been prioed. He's been able to find a way to the backline every single time. But now with Urashi picking up a hero such as the Hylos, and this was the last pick Hylos on top of that to combo against that first pick Hilda, it looks like they're starting to find their answer, right? We got to match the pace in the XP lane. And then, hey, if we can't get it done just there, we make a little bit more mobility by having a hero like the Lu Yi to be able to help them teleport. And then when you have them both, Rusi just can't keep up. I mean, the man can't do it all, right? So I think that was a good read. I think that worked out very great in their favor. So game number 5, the game winner, the tiebreaker, the decider match. Man, this has so many titles. There's a lot that has to happen from both sides, right? I think Malvinas has found that sweet spot. They just got to stay in it. But for Infinity, I feel like they're on the drawing board right now. The coach has definitely been having an impact and trying some new things out. I mean, it's been a little while since the regular season to be able to iron out some things and pull out some new strategies. So hopefully with this final game, we see another surprise.
Okay, I can't wait to see that surprise. And as you said, though, Weezy, game number 5, can you tell me again what heroes that you would really like to see that our viewers can catch it up to?
I'll tell you what, man, the Julian. I need to see
Julian,
what's going on with this Julian. I think once I get a good feel of how the Julian has been dominating so far to a point where it's literally 100% banned right now. It's like the only hero that we don't get to see in the LATAM region, and I want to know why. So maybe we'll get the Julian for the final game and be a little risky, especially as a game winner, to decide if you move on forward and get qualified for the playoffs.
Okay, so let's see. Probably, again, there will be a priority shift on like which heroes that should be banned out, because you see how aggressive Definite Suloi is. So probably it can be closed down. Probably it will be left open. Don't know though if they would use it or not again. But again, I think it is the trauma from game number 1 to just ban off the Hanzo. You don't want to deal with that. You close off the Joy. Probably next you can close off the Harith if you want. So just let the Granger Danger be a danger. And some respected heroes, I guess, like the Fanny, it was let go. Balvina, so one with that. Probably a Julian if they do want to close that off again. And a respected... so sorry, Weezy. Not for this match, I guess.
That's okay. I mean, next should be the Harith should be coming out here momentarily. Traditionally, we see it more on the red side. I don't think Mount Venus will take that out. Maybe going for the Chip or the Lu Yi could be something for them to look into. Now, there is still some mobility on the board. We've seen it, like we said, the Assassins tend to be thriving so far in the LATAM region, and the Fanny, again, this is 100% so far. The faster jungler has been winning. The slower one, the Suyos have not been hitting the mark in the first series.
And as you said, Harith will be popping off, closing momentarily. And the last one, though, is a respect to the Chip. So Luayi, Chusin, all up for grabs. Suyo is still there. Hayabusa, Suyo should be nice. I hear a hero pick there, but let's also highlight that both of our EXP, the new EXP, and also Rusi, the vision of the team, plays so well. Sorry guys, a little bit sneezy there, because I'm actually excited to see that Sasuke is picked up here again. And actually a prio for a Granger. I really thought it's a prio for a Suyo.
Okay, Malvinas Gaming, they have to pick up the Hilda. And the reason why is because if they can also pick up the Hayabusa and not have to worry about too much of an invasion play. Yeah, you have the Hylos, I guess, but you definitely don't want to put that Hilda back into the hands of Rusi again, especially when they pick up this Hylos, which was the whole reason why Rusi was not able to be effective. I don't even think Rusi's using the Hylos. I think it's going to be in the Roam position. But it is a flexible pick, right? It depends on how this gets shifted in from the side of Malvinas Gaming, but I do think they need to pick up possibly the Hilda in this situation. But they go in. Whoa! But dang, and Lu Yi combo.
Oh, Weezy, I really want to cast this, but I can't watch it. It'll be brutal.
Hey man, I'll tell you what, we got to get that techno cam in. You know, we need that 40 series. Because if not, I feel like we're gonna miss a lot of these diversion plays.
Wow, yeah. Oh, I'm so happy to see these type of drafts, and even I'm crying. And wow, Team Infinity, last pick, you gotta one up that Padang and Luoyi. You gotta find that counter. You gotta find that comfort pick though. Then you opt out for the Phobius. At least if the Padang shifts to the EXP lane, you kind of have that laning phase going on head-to-head with them. But Blue, though, is banned out. Ooh, I think it's kind of risky to actually throw away the Blue ban, because there might be a chance the Padang will actually just be in the EXP. Or will it be more efficient because of the Loi, the Padang should be on the roll?
You know what? I think Lucas comes out in a Mathilda for the side of Malvinas Gaming. That could really help out. You put Lucas in the jungle, you put Mathilda in the roam position, you put Badong in the XP lane up against the Phobius. Just because now you have some great frontline composition, you have the sustainability, and you take that away Well, I guess they can't really pick up the Mathilda here because they picked up the high-low. So, I mean, the thing about Phoveus is once he goes into a fight, it's hard for him to get out. Two heroes are really effective to be able to pull that off. One of them outshines the other by a big margin. The Mathilda is definitely the number one option when it comes to pairing that up with the Phoveus. But the number two, I would say, is the high-low. So I think it's a good read from Infinity. So we'll see how Malvinas Gaming responds.
Okay, so you ban out the Moskov, you ban out the glue. Oh, what's that? Oh, finally a respect on the Hilda. They just closed that off, even though Rusi can play it. But it is not a good chance to just risk it of having a Badong and also the Hilda in the same team. So last ban though for Malvinas Gaming, you can chuck down a lot more on the marksman, or you can just like respect on the mages here. A Yves and a Farsha should be good here. Oh, I just thought of something, Weezy. Infinity can pick up the Aurora, so if ever they try a diversion play, they can just freeze everybody in the Frigid Glacier. Would that be fun?
Yes, or they could pick up the Valir. You've seen the Valir with the Searing Turrets. Be able to push teams back. There goes that Eve ban right there.
Yeah,
they're going to go in for the Jushin.
Oh,
They're going to have some great control.
covered
Yeah,
it.
that one slipped our minds on the Jushin, right? I mean, usually you see the Jushin Proud first in the first half of the draft, but the Lu Yi has been a little bit more prominent as we progress through the first series of the day, and so I do think that's a good read. We still have yet to see the ADC for the side of Infinity to respond up against this Granger. Typically, it has been the Moskov or the Harith time and time again. We got to see what the pocket pickup is going to be with both of them being off the table.
I mean, if Malvinas don't opt for like a tankier option though, okay, it's a Fredrin. There might be a chance Team Infinity can go lock the carry or the Irithel. Either one. Or a sudden surprise Beatrix.
Yes, actually. And the
Bruno could
Beatrix
be
has been...
viable too.
I think there's a lot of options when it comes to the gold lane. And I think all of them will really work. Traditionally, we see the carry kind of slotted in more, and I don't think there's too many options to get to the carry. I mean, you have the diversion, but other than that, I mean, there's not like a Mathilda with a circling eagle. I'm surprised that they didn't pull out the Mathilda here and went in for the Florian instead, but I guess the same kind of concept. There goes that Beatrix though, man. I'm telling you, look, we got to go to the casino sometime, man, because Vey is on it with these pickups.
Okay. Okay, after the update, Beatrix is just a shooting gun machine. It's basically a gold farmer later on from the early leading up to the late game. It can sustain going up a grand laning phase with the Granger. And area-wise though, they cover it more. But let's not forget there's a global vision and that heal presence from Florin. And a Florin-Fredin combination, it kind of like brings me back to a few metas back, Weezy. I don't know if it can still work here or not.
I think it can. I think it's kind of like when I was saying pull out the Lucas and the Mathilda, right? The whole idea is, I think it's the same concept, but just two different heroes to get the job done, right? You need somebody that's sustainable, that's beefy, that can take a lot of hits. The Fredrin can do that just like the Lucas can. Mobility is definitely a little bit more limited on the Fredrin though. But he does have a little bit of that dash. The Florian should be able to keep him alive. So they still have a solid composition. We'll see how this plays out though between both these amazing teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the decider match for the first series of the day. Relegation, MPL LATAM Season 3 Infinity up against Malvinas Gaming.
Ooh, okay. I'm quite excited to see no more Hilda, so at least we have the Badong on the Quantum Charge, so you can just go around easily, knowing that Definite is on the Loyi too, so at least you can kind of play a sneaky beaky gameplay on like literally backing up everyone to a wall if ever the moment was given. And we're talking about the overall things here in Team Infinity. Oh, this would actually be a decider on this statement that Weezy said. The faster jungler can so far win the point here. And I feel like ZZ can blink quicker and even move quicker against Fredrin though. What do you think about this, Wheezy?
Yeah, I can definitely win when it comes to mobility for sure. And speaking of mobility, speaking of damage, a lot of pressure in the mid lane, a little bit of slow, definite. Packing like a punch on this Lu Yi. I mean, hey, it worked out in the last game, got the MVP. If it works once, hey, it should work twice, right?
Yeah. They say one time is lucky, but a 3 time is skill. I forgot about the 2, but I'm pretty sure they're good at it. And we're here to see the Turtle Camp presented by Bonox. They are ready. Team Infinity is just locked in and loaded actually to see that Turtle and Zone, everybody coming in. Even All's wanting to try to enter, it will be kind of hard. And Retribution popping in, and even ZZ getting that turtle. All's finding a great opening here, but sadly Fanboy is the one taking a lot of damage. Urelshi taking a lot of hits there. Even Fanboy needs to move back. Even Lionel getting that first blood there quite easily. Urel moving back, definitely playing that yin yang overturn for the right reasons at the right moments. He didn't panic, he slowed down, and he managed to get everyone off his backs.
Yeah, but Owls paid the price over there. Finds his first death on this Fredrin. This is why I think it's crucial to have that Mathilda, just for the mobility means to be able to escape when things get a little tricky. You are going to see Infinity. They're not playing no games. They're going to be aggressive. We know when it comes to these two teams, it really boils down to who can kind of control the waves, right? Who can take these first few turrets against the other. Definite key maker. Decision making over there with the diversion plays. They need to watch out for.
Zablex is basically bait here, but turns out they did get that bait here. Penetrate coming in. Not enough damage yet to dish anything out. But so far, with that immense gameplay, just a skirmish with no collateral damage so far.
Yeah, nobody will fall there. A missed opportunity from Definite, but a good chance, right? These are the things you have to take. Definitely worth it when you can do it. You do have Bloom over there from this Florian from Kiev, so it should resonate with somebody and provide some HP. So we'll see how much of a support effect the Florian plays into this. Now looking at Infinity, the Beatrix, we talked about it, right? It's a hot prospect, especially after the recent buffs. It's definitely been I would say undervalued so far, and I'm glad to be able to see it show up for our final match.
And you know what? Turtle Camp by Bonox is definitely on again, and Infinity is on the hunt of taking that turtle, taking that objective, and even Doom rotating down to the middle lane has a great game though for getting that gold again. Even after the update, a faster let out, I might say, for the bullets or even the little bombs from Bennett. So it would be a very good pick to let this Beatrix shine later on, probably mid to late of the game. So far, he is doing very, very well. He just needs to keep up with Zablex on the Granger. As long as he doesn't have the Sky Piercer, it's not a done deal yet. But a diversion play though triggered. Where will they teleport? I'm actually quite curious where the Lui is. Oh, in the middle lane. Okay, a little bit late to see that, but you know what? It's not late for Team Infinity to just get that turret and then get out, and they did just that.
Yeah, Infinity able to take the first turret so far, and it's really been this that decides who wins the match, right? Who can claim these first few turrets on the map? Prolific Gun picked up first from Doom with big damage on the Lionel, forced into the tier 1. A stun onto Hiroshi, big drop, Infernal Pursuit. ZZ able to find Hiroshi, he will fall. That'll be 2 kills in a row for Infinity.
And I mean, so far so good though for them. And for me, I just really salute to Dom and how he rotates. It's just non-stop 3-lane gold funnel just onto them. So they don't really focus just solely on ZZ. So ZZ can just get all the jungles, but all the minions are just funneled in to the gold lane. because they know they need that potential later on because Malvinas Gaming is playing aggressively on that Loyi. So they really gotta find that opening in case for somebody to just burst anybody down.
Zablax picking up that, looks like, was it the Sky Piercer, so we'll have that lethality to work in his favor, especially this early in the game, as long as they can chunk down members of Infinity very low. Well, now it's Turtle Cam spawns in, but Zablax checking out just before it. Doom able to find that kill onto him. 3 kills in a row. Diversion does come in from afar onto Fanboy. Too much CC for him to handle, but he still walks out of there even with the burn, and back to the base he goes.
Wow, even Lionel came in to save the day in a smidgen of hope at the end. It was just the right call for him to rotate up. And even so, there are any forced movement from the side of Malvinas Gaming, knowing that, hey, if it's not a good trade, then it's not a good trade. If I don't want to initiate, I don't. And, like, even though that I don't hear their communications in this, I'm pretty sure they're a very solid team, Weezy.
Yeah, solid indeed, man. You got to be careful. Both of these teams have been full of surprises so far within this series, and it's been a battle back and forth, right? A lot of people counted Malvinas Gaming out, and here they are proving the world wrong. And Infinity, though, looking very strong, jumping into the final match. Diversion play into that bush. Lionel need to be careful. Does not spot them out, but he has his team on standby to be able to back him up, and he will be able to go back to safety.
And you know what, finally, Team Infinity, they do what they do best. And I feel like both sides of these teams know when to just pressure in and get the area they needed. And Fanboy, wow, he tanked a lot of damage. He's just basically a punching bag for the side of Malvinas Gaming. But again, those item power spikes, I don't think that they are acquired, all of them yet so far. So right now, Team Infinity slowly but surely is just chunking down a lot of turrets and objectives away from Malvinas Gaming so far, which is good for them.
Yeah, but the thing with Malvinas, you know, they haven't taken a single turret. They're trying to go in with these diversion plays, definitely looking for that opportunity. This may be it. ZZ still able to get out of all of that. The fist crack from Yurashi barely even hurting Lionel. He took like, what was that? Man, if I would have had my techno cam, I would have been able to count those punches.
Blue team turret has been
At least you have that slow-mo to count it down. But you know what? With that amazing effect, you gotta save it for good moments. A good moment like this. Infinity, they got the Lord, they got to secure it. And even down at the bottom lane, I feel like Malvinas Gaming is just looking for a trade. But if it's too forced and that Lord is just left open, it's going to be hard because you know what? You gotta put that defensive gameplay definitely on. Because Malvinas Gaming, you gotta do that spring cleaning all over again.
Spring cleaning indeed, has a big clash on the way. Big walls drops down with the fist crack. Doom gonna go ahead and take down Yureshi. Owls rushing in with a taunt. Rusi will be punished. Zablax able to find him. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade for both sides, and that'll be the XP laners falling down.
And for right now, Team Infinity cleared out all of those tier 2 turrets and even freezing that Lord at the top lane. Zablax's gonna do a lot of his homework to clean up that Lord. And so far in Team Infinity, I don't think that they would like to initiate anything so far. They just want to clear out their minion waves. They just want to let those waves come in naturally with their own pace and setup, so that Malvinas Gaming can clear up a lot of more things on their plate to keep the pressure on, because you are buying time for that 107-second Lord. So far, 2 Holy Shields down, only the top one still up and running. But right now, Team Infinity, I feel like they're just waiting for a good moment. If they can counter on Definite's diversion play, I feel like they would actually do that.
Yeah, Definite, I mean, his head's in the right place, right? He's trying to find these potential turnarounds, but it's very hard to initiate with the gold deficit. They're down by 8k right now at that 10-minute mark. Even though it's a low kill game, it's only 4-1. Honestly, it's probably the lowest kill game we've had so far in this entire series, but the map is bleeding red for Infinity.
Yeah, and right now though, yeah, I don't think that the moment is for the kills. It's just a matter of time, like who can just take down all of those turrets. Because right now, Team Infinity again and again, they are quite pretty aggressive there. Even Fanboy just standing there, his presence though is just enough to make Malvinas Gaming to just like, let's go back a little bit. We don't want to start a fight that we can't finish. So you gotta wait for the right moment, because the right moment will be popping up in a few moments when that Lord pops up.
It'll have to be Granger though, right? Zablax as the Sea Halberd being picked up, a little bit of that anti-heal to kind of work in his favor, but he's gonna have to be the one to really initiate and deal that damage from afar, and he hasn't had the easiest game, especially with the economy difference. I'm sure Doom is way more stacked than he is right now when it comes to that, and so it's going to be hard when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, but it looks like they are still going to take the fight. Big initiation in the mid lane. Infinity, hot pursuit down into the jungle. Definite getting a ticket. Rusi, the one to ride him up, checked out into the lobby. Zablax will find Rusi to respond back. 1-for-1 trade. Massive taunt on the Lionel. Knock up. Energy Eruption at its finest. Zablax dropping out from Owls. Able to get the kill. Now needing to go back. Infinity losing 2 of their members. Definite off the board for the side of Malvinas Gaming. And the Lord standing tall.
2-for-1 trade. It will be a good moment if ever Malvinas Gaming do want to start, but they haven't started anything yet. So far, no setups because they are waiting for the retribution power from Owls. They're present and also ready, but right now, diversion play, they are just scaring everyone from Team Infinity away. Fanboy is just eyeing on with the glorious pathway, even zoning quite lowly. Killing spree though for the side of the Granger, and so far Team Infinity is just fighting their lives to see an opening, but turns out, you know what, Malvinas Gaming denies that opening, coming in and stealing that Lord. A good objective take for Malvinas.
That's right, they're inching their way back up to try and even out the odds. 4-5 on the scoreboard, able to take this Lord. It's a major moment for Malvinas Gaming. They're not going to be able to have Infinity push into the inhibitors now, and now they can get some proper footing in the jungle. They really need to start putting some blue on the map, right? They need to take off some of these turrets that are standing tall for the side of Infinity, and this is an opportunity with the Lord on the bot side.
And you know what, marching in would be quite well, because a lot of the moments would start here in the middle lane. It's just looking for an opportunity, looking for a great moment, because you know what, you gotta be ready to push if that diversion play coming down, but then turns out everybody is just walking there, and they are guarding that Lord coming in. But you know what, Team Infinity, they gotta fight this one out. Roll.
Yeah, gonna fight it out indeed. Zablax will be able to take that turret. The Lord's still on the bot side, shifting focus into the mid as well, and now Venus Gaming, they're turning this around.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
nice shift. And well, Weezy, as just you said it, they gotta turn and they gotta light those blues up, not just those red. But even though finally lighting it up, Lionel gets his escape to the back line. But you know what, ZZ is just on the hunt. Fanboy getting pinned down with the fist crack, and also fist break by Doom, getting that killing spree on the Beatrix. But you know what, taking Malvinas Gaming down that easily. One more down and another one to follow, leaving Zablax and only Keeve left to defend all of this. All of those efforts, all of those full fights of getting all the turrets down, it's just gone a smidgen away. And Team Infinity again and again pressuring quite well to the side of Malvinas Gaming. Pushing in from the mid and coming in quite strong.
Yeah, gonna go in, red carpet laid down with the glorious pathway. Base open for the taking. Zablax taking down Fanboy. And there you have it, from the brink of elimination to the roar of victory. Infinity lights the torch and moves on forward, qualified for the playoffs.
This is the real definition of to infinity and beyond. And they got to unlock all 5 games. They played very well. They persevered. They didn't give up when 1 point was taken away, even 2 points taken away. to Malvinas, but at the end of the day, fast moving jungles is the key for this match. As Weezy said, wowee! 5 games, amazing highlights that we can actually recap and re-see here on how Team Infinity didn't kill as much as we think like the previous games before, but at the end of the day, one moment is just the key for Team Infinity to take over what Malvinas Gaming has built and even taken down 4 turrets. Again, kudos to them though for trying, and Malvinas Gaming, they did pretty well and at least closing off the season, not taking home 0 points. They managed to get 2 wins. It's good W's for them, but sadly for these brothers, they gotta close their paths in season 3. But wowee! Infinity though, it was just a massive out of my expectation match ever, Weezy. I'm happy and fulfilled to see this.
Hey, I am as well. I mean, like I said, it's my debut in MPL LATAM, and I'll definitely say I didn't expect things to play out the way it did. Now, Malvinas Gaming, man, I want to say it's looking very promising for them in the next season. I look forward to seeing what that entails for them. They were able to put some points on the board, and I think that's what matters, to not lose without, or not, I would say lose, but get knocked out without a single victory. They have some stuff to be proud about, and hopefully in the next season they continue to evolve and become the team that we've seen today with how they were performing. So on the other end, Infinity, these guys are on fire. They were able to find the resolve. It's a little shaky though when you see a team like Malvinas Gaming, who was the underdogs, the teams that everybody counted out, put up such a tough match against them. It really has you asking some questions. I think that was the first time those two teams fought out, though. They didn't fight in the Swiss round. So some teams have their kryptonite. Maybe Malvinas Gaming could be a potential kryptonite to Infinity. Hopefully we'll be able to get more stats as we see Season 4 for LATAM. But moving on forward, we got our first qualified team. Man, first qualified team from relegation. We only have one more series after that. Already halfway through the show, and it's been a blast so far.
Yeah, and you know what? 5 matches, I didn't expect that. But you know what? There is a 2 best of 5 series, so there might be a chance though it'll be a 10 game for today. So I'm actually looking forward because the next one would be hotter though. It's Streamax and also Alpha 7. It's just basically a kingdom theme that who will try to get the throne later on, who will fly higher, and I really can't wait and even see Reflecia play in MPL LATAM. And so far, Weezy, are you satisfied? Is there any picks from the NACT region you would like to see and pop up in the LATAM region?
Oh, in the LATAM region yes, actually, Jawhead. I want to see the
Ooh.
Jawhead come out, man. I'm telling you, it's such a strong pick. It hasn't been banned, and it's very undervalued. I'm surprised we haven't seen as many shows either. I feel like that's also another pickup that could definitely wreak some havoc. But I guess it's interesting with the Kalia now joining the threshold for meta heroes. Maybe it's replacing the Cho, you know, because I mean technically you kind of have the same effect, but you have more in your kit. So I don't know, man. I'm kind of missing some of the Jawhead and Cho action. Hopefully in the next series. You talked about some Filipino imports. So let's see what kind of flavor they throw into the addition. Alpha 7 and DreamMax fighting it out. It's definitely going to be a sight to see.
Yes, I mean, like, it would be a very fun thing to see because the imports though holds on to basically pillars of the team roles like EXP and also Roamer, so it would bring a new color to Alpha 7, but at the same time we really got to see on how their communication works, how Reflecia is also settling into the new team, how they strategize, how the shot call is. So probably we can see more later on and how they play in match number 2. But so far we just gone through match number 1. It was very fun. Infinity at the end gets to take the point. Congratulations, of course. And also Gotta say, sadly, we have to say goodbye to Malvinas Gaming, but they put up a very great fight leading up to relegation day number 1.
Yeah, an amazing fight indeed, and this was a way shorter of a match than we've seen so far between these two amazing competitors. 15 minutes. The last one was 18 minutes. Before that was about 24 minutes, and before that one was 23 minutes. Don't ask me how I know that. I just, just some strange things going on in the Land of Dawn. But nonetheless, relegation is here, and judgment has been served. Infinity, 9-5 on the scoreboard for the final kill mark, and I would love to see, as we traverse through these stats, the gold graph, because we started to see a pattern, right? We were kind of sniffing that out, that 8-minute mark when the first Lord would spawn in. That's when you started to really see one team shine over the other. So I'm curious how the final match kind of fared off between these amazing teams, and it has definitely been an interesting one. I think the Hylos is starting to showcase itself a lot more. It's been very heavily prioed. His Liu Yi was impressive. Unfortunately, didn't have the setups he was looking for in the final moments.
We were talking about the overall things, and so far, right now, it is still a checklist on the faster movement jungler. Vincent takes the point. And I mean, at this point, other than that fact, I would really like to say also it is an adaptation to any teams at any region at all to actually pull off the Fredrin, because after that patch update, people are torn between actually if will the fighter jungle meta come back or will it not. But we're talking about this time, Infinity takes it all. Even looking at the gold difference over time, we've seen so little blues to see. And even that, I don't think that it's a mountain since it's upside down. I think I would like to say it's a shallow lake to see that. But over the horizons and overall of the things, Infinity did very, very well. And even holding up until the last game, it's not that typical tug of war, back and forth, defending quite hard. At the end of the day, they just found a very great end angle. So, once again, congratulations, Team Infinity.
You say a shallow lake. I say a hole, right? It's a hole that they couldn't climb out of. And that's what happens when you allow all these objectives to go to one side and give a little pushback on it. So, that is going to be our first series of the day completed. Man, it was definitely full of some bangers. A best of 5 on the way as well, but we are going to have our amazing MVP here all over the board. 4-0-3 KDA. They had a very hard time being able to keep up with the momentum as he was rotating around. I believe this is yeah, it's the ADC, it's the marksman going in Doom. Yeah, that Bennett's Rage. I casted my vote for Doom. Just the pure fact of the positioning, a lot of Bennett's Rage moments to be able to drop down, and a lot of times he was just at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, that we've seen in this highlights right here. I mean, Doom performed very well in the Beatrix. It's an occasional pull. It's not your typical Moskov or even Irithel pop-off. But again, with the update patch, with a little bit of fix and the quick drawing of either weapons or even bullets dished out or the ammos coming out, it is more efficient to see the Beatrix coming back online. And, well, Steph, 5 games already.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that we've went through 5. It feels like we just got started, and here we are already halfway through the show. That's a lot of excitement for the LATAM region. Speaking of exciting things, it doesn't just stop there. Tomorrow, big event going on, Naruto collaboration with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You guys don't want to miss out on the showdown. 1v1 in the mid lane. Your favorite teams are going to be out there fighting it out. 3 versus 3. And there's a lot of regulations and rules when it comes to the Naruto verse that they have to adhere to, right? They have to fight in the mid lane, a very chaotic mode. And then if nobody falls within the first 3 minutes, they have to go fight it out in the Lord Pit until somebody falls. Not allowed to recall, not allowed to go back to the base. And that's just the 1v1s. But after that, we have a 5v5, right?
Yes, we do. That's the pregame. This is the first show match of the day for tomorrow. So the pregame was exciting. It was quite amazing to later on see who can go for like 1v1s. But you know what? You gotta love the chaos. You gotta love all of those skins coming up and popping off later on with the 5v5. Because I even hear there are popular players coming in. So it's man versus women. I hear the women's team will pop in and say hello
Oh.
to later for tomorrow's show match. So I'm quite excited to see the lady scene also play up against and even use the Naruto skins.
Man, I'll tell you what, if I'm playing, I wonder what hero I would pick, man. I'm just going to be, I got to be Naruto, man. I got to be Lucas, right? I mean, I feel like that's the most effective. He's very sustainable. I don't know, though. If it's in the mid lane and you want to play for survivability, maybe I go for the Kakashi. Because if you're on the Hayabusa, man, I'm just going to quad out onto the other bush and then run away and try and keep some separation and keep going back and forth. And since I can't recall.
And I mean, like, and in the midst of everything where everybody is just fighting around, you can just kind of dip but still deal damage also. So you open up your Ogi Shadow Kill. So I think at least that would be a escape skill or a little bit of strategy for today, prepare for tomorrow. Probably the players are watching also. If they hear from this, it can probably come up with a few ideas. So from Bay and Weezy, I guess.
I'm telling you right now, you pick the Hayabusa, it can't do you wrong. I mean, you just mentioned the Ouija Shadow Cut. I didn't even think. I guess I don't know if it'll work though because they're going to be stacked up, so you're not going to deal damage.
Oh yeah,
because that's the. But I mean, I guess when you use the Ouija Shadow Kill, they can't kill you, and then your quad shadow will come off cooldown, right? So you can go back to safety while your team is picking them off.
True, but you can't really drag it on for too long because you have that 3-minute limit. So yeah, so you gotta pace it out correctly, I guess. I don't know. I'm quite excited to see what will happen tomorrow, actually. So quite excited to see. Sometimes, so will tomorrow be transformed, Land of Dawn to Konoha? Or will it still be in the Land of Dawn?
The spirit of the Hidden Leaf Village. Man, maybe. I mean, there's actual names for the different phases, right? You got the chaotic mode where they start in the middle for the first 3 minutes, and then it transitions over to the Chunin exams, which is where they fight it out at the Lord Pit every time it spawns, and nobody's allowed to recall, and it's just going to be a bloodbath. So, or I guess not a bloodbath. It's going to be the Chunin exam. So we're going to see who's going to step up and get that promotion as a full-fledged ninja.
You know, I'm actually picturing somebody actually uses Kakashi later on, but Du will just be standing there and just taking notes. If everyone is doing their exam, even if they get killed, they failed. So he's just there taking on the checklist.
Oh man, you're bringing up memories, man. I'm telling you, you gotta love it. It's a sight to see, man, to be able to watch the Naruto verse step into the MLBB scene, and then to have a major event taking place tomorrow. So make sure you guys leave a like, leave a subscribe here on where you're watching us from on YouTube, and tune in. That way you get that notification when this does become available, because it's definitely going to be something to watch. And guys, look, if you're out of diamonds, man, do you have some tips for that? Because, you know, I'm thinking I need a little bit of a recharge to get some of those skins myself.
Ooh, okay. So of course, every time you want to recharge, I'm pretty sure Weezy would want the best discounts. So that's why, Weezy, you guys gotta check it out at bonox.com, because that is where the best deals that you can get is just all up in there. And other than that, you can come into the website, you can type in and use the code. It's just special for you, BNXMPL3. Remember that BNX MPL3 because with that promo code, you'll get a 5% discount at the website. So don't forget to just recharge. Just get your diamonds now because the Naruto Shippuden skins will be limited. So better buy now than later.
And I'll tell you what, man, once you get your recharge, once you type in that code, remember, it's just for you guys. Don't tell them. Don't let nobody know. All right? Don't be spamming this code everywhere. This is just for y'all. But once you type in that code and you get those diamonds and you charge up and get your skins, man, if you're looking for some good competition, Community Gaming, a platform offering esports competitions, man, professional and automated payment solutions as well for communities looking to compete. So definitely go over there, check them out. Some great competition. They have all the tools to be able to provide you some support in your esports life. And they also help you host your own tournaments. So if you want to get creative, man, and host a Naruto event yourself, definitely check them out.
Yeah, or a cosplay / MLBB tournament. That would be fun. You gotta be a Naruto character while playing the game. While using the skins. That's not overkill, guys. That's just excitement showing up for the show match for that tournament and also for tomorrow. So you gotta check that out. And you gotta have the skins, you already have the discounts. You better check that out on a great phone like the Techno. Be the MVP and also the MVP and games and also your photos actually because like Techno Cam on 40 series, they capture every victory with incredible camera and also the flash snap. So it's basically a freeze action in motion. So like any Kalia or like Sakura when they wanna like yike someone up, you can actually freeze that moment. Just capture that sweet moment with your amazing skin. And then it'll just go down after that, after the tsunami slam. But overall, you gotta use Techno, guys. It's one of the best things ever out there. And you know what? We're talking about the best things. We've been talking about a good match here. And we're finally coming in to match number 2. And we've seen our players here from DreamHack coming in strong. Black Rainbow, and also Shukaku, Blink, and also V2. Ooh, a new player and a mid laner for their team. So this would bring new colors. Will a Loi pop off too here for Shukaku? Ooh, I kind of want to know.
Man. That's the element of surprise that we all love to see. I mean, we said it, right? I'm expecting more surprises as we progress through to the final series of the day in Shukaku. Some shoes to fill. Let's see if he can fit them. It's definitely going to be a battle. They have some heavy competitors that they will be facing, and I look forward to seeing how it goes. You know, DreamHack, they've had an interesting journey. In round 1, they came in hot, right? They were able to claim that victory up against Alpha 7 Esports, but then they fell short in the remaining matches, in the remaining rounds going forward, and that's why they're here today in relegation for a chance to be able to climb higher and go to the playoffs yet again. But they have, I would say, a benefit when it comes to this series, particularly because they beat their competitor once before, right? Alpha 7 fell short to them. It was a 2-1. It was a close game, which again, like you mentioned, this may be a day where we see 10 games all the way.
Ooh, there might be a chance for that, but let's also see how they can win these games though, because it's keys to victory by Bonox and DreamHack. There are a lot of things that you can talk about, and for rotations and also drafts later in the game. So it would make a really great impact if you would really like to talk about this. Because like in DreamHack Esports, you gotta have that favorable draft. Bringing the assassins in the junglers. It worked in match number 1, even though it's a different team. But it makes great highlights so far. And watch out for the pressure coming in from opponent's EXP lane, because you gotta respect on Dom, that Filipino player, that new color that Alpha 7 is trying to bring in, and try to pressure on the mid lane to gain control over the river. Coming in for a new player, as you said, big shoes to fill in. But since Aurora is not playing now, later on, so I think this would actually mean a full Brazilian lineup for DreamHack. If I'm not mistaken, though, it will be a full Brazilian team lineup.
So you're telling me I'm going to get the full LATAM experience with this
yeah,
series
probably a Julian would pop up.
Oh! Hey, now that would be
Ooh.
a sight to see. Speaking of sights to see, Alpha 7 stacked up. There you go. Dom's over there. XP lane, Kingzilla. Rocking in the jungle, mid laner, Syndra. Rafflesia over there in that roam position. And then Gusta La Gusta inside of the gold lane, man. That name rings bells. I've actually had the pleasure of meeting Gusta La Gusta before. Interesting. But to be able to see him here, it's going to be a sight to see. Like you said, a great lineup. Alpha 7, they need the comeback. They need to be able to claw their way to victory here up against DreamHack Esports, where they fell short in round 1 of the regular season.
And you know what? Also bring new colors. They have an additional player, same as DreamHack Esports, but Rafflesia, I'm pretty sure he has a lot of experience. But before that, we would like to talk about the keys of victory by Bonox for Alpha 7. It's to seek early advantage by applying pressure on the EXP lane. Because again, it's an EXP head-to-head for now. And I'm pretty sure Doms will be able to set up knowing how he can work well with Rafflesia. At least we know that there aren't going to be any language barriers between them. And keep the gold laners comfortable during the drafts. You're right, Gusta better shine with those amazing heroes like the Moskov, like the Granger. He performs it so well, and even on the Harith. And the last one is, if the opponents draft aggressive picks, select Novaria in mid for map vision control. Range type of mid laners are basically Syndra's forte. Like the Farsha, his signature picks, like the Novaria should be well used on him too. So, quite exciting to see them.
Navarro will be interesting to see too, because it has been getting some buffs. It's been, at least on paper, more effective. So I'd love to see it in actual play here in the competitive scene and see how effective it is. So then it's interesting though for that to be a key of victory, specifically to pick up a Navaria instead of just putting it out there, a ranged hero to make the difference. Maybe and typically when you think of ranged heroes, the first one, I mean, yes, Navaria has a lot of range, but that's not the I would go for the Farza or like the Eve or something of that nature.
Oh, yeah.
Before the Navaria. So it's interesting to see that be an actual key to victory. I'm really curious to see how this plays out. But hey, you manifested that, Julian. That's something I wanted to see pulled out, but it's not my turn anymore. What would you like to see as we start our second series of the day?
You know what? Looking at how Kingzilla performs so well in Assassin Jungles, I would help you manifest this too. So Julian. Ooh.
Hey. All right. We're on the Julian wave. I dig it. Hopefully we can see that come out here between both of these teams. Now, the last series, we went all the way to a best of 5, and it was full of surprises. That's a hard one to be able to top off. But again, these two teams have fought it out. DreamHack and Alpha 7 have fought it out before in round 1 of the regular season. And you got to see DreamHack push on forward, but it was a very close series. 2-1 on the scoreboard. So we are looking at, speaking of close series, the head-to-head between DMX and A7. Gusta La Gusta and V2.
Okay, with both of these players going head to head, I mean, talking about KDA, so far V2 performs better than Gusa by numbers here, okay guys, by numbers. But it's also knowing that Gusa is a farming machine, so he gets a lot of gain here in gold per minute and also team win rate, because he's just always there for his team to play around. Even at the lower control rate, it still favors on the side of V2, because the type of heroes that he plays in is that typical either area covered wise or any typical poking range marksmen that he can actually utilize very well after that. So that's why it kind of gives off to equal and not equal at the same from both sides of these players. They have their own forte. They can play to their own strengths. So as long as the people around them can enable them to do so, I'm pretty sure both of them can shine pretty well.
And you know, the narrative, at least for the first series, was really just who could kind of rotate faster in the jungle. I think that really is what shined. And then the tank mage synergy came right behind that. But yeah, with this series, I think there's a lot of dynamics that we have to look into to kind of set that tone for what these teams can accomplish, right? You mentioned these teams having some imports on their side to be able to help provide a different flavor, whether they're in the game or not. It's still having them on your team to be able to know their insights and help build that international experience, which really separates a more localized team from an international team. So hopefully as we jump into this, we'll be able to see that. I don't think DreamMax had any imports. It's just a full Brazilian team, if I'm not mistaken, right? So we get to see the heart of LATAM versus a couple of new additions on the side of Alpha 7 fight it out. Like I said, it's been a little bit over. It's been some time since the regular season, so these teams have had the chance to pull out some new strategies, things we have yet to see. I think we got a showcasing of that in our first series of the day, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
And I mean, so far, I'm kind of a little bit worried for Alpha 7 though, even though I would really like to see them win and they try to perform with the new lineup also going up against DreamMax. It's because of the experience, international experience, as you mentioned before. They got to go to Mobile Masters here in Indonesia. They even got a little boot camp here, a mini boot camp for them to take on scrims against Asia teams that I've heard before. And even after that, they went to China. They had to readjust and adapt to the Chinese server there, the Chinese meta there, to go head to head with the other players in that Super Cup Invitational. And right now, after that, it's just straight flying back to Brazil, a little bit of rest, and then they gotta work things out again because Refletia's there, he's new, he gotta adjust to the team, and now MPL atop. Wowie, Wheezy, that is just a scheduled pack timings actually for Alpha 7, so that's why I'm a little bit of worry on how they want to adjust. But let's see in these pickups for the drafts in game number 1.
Yeah, and that was an excellent breakdown. You know, you also got to look at the experience that they have outside of just MPL for the local region, right? I mean, I love how you talked about the Snapdragon Pro Series over there for Alpha 7. I mean, they did compete in that, and they've been in that for a while. Whereas you look at a team like DreamMax, who have only really competed locally, right, inside of MPL. So maybe we'll see a new turn of events, maybe a new team stepping up to the occasion to be able to compete internationally if they can kind of break those walls that we've been seeing Alpha 7 kind of put around them. So we'll see as this progresses between these two teams. There goes the Hayabusa ban, a little different than what we've seen in the previous series.
And even so, no more Kakashi, so no scary teacher with a jotting notebook on the side. Why does it bring me bad memories of my math teacher? Never mind. And then for for Alpha 7, they found out, I think that's the new rework art.
Yes, I believe so as well. This is gonna be an interesting one. That's Kimmy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Kimmy. The new rework art. So that's why she's a little bit unfamiliar to me. She got a little bit of haircut there in the salon. So new look. I gotta see a little bit more longer, but turns out Sakura Kalia is also closed out here. So far for Alpha 7. No signs of Julian yet is getting banned. So could probably Wheezy get the chance to play this?
Yo.
See this?
We are 100% seeing a Julian, whether it's first pick or second pick. It's coming out here. Jushin available. One side will be able to grab that. The Granger is a valuable option as well. They're going to go in for the chip. They want to go in for a little bit of that element of surprise. And it's not too surprising because of Liu Yi's been banned out, so they don't have to worry about it being used against them. Beat of the Flash, Joy stepping into the zone as well, alongside the Got Kachka for the side of Alpha 7.
Okay, you gotta have a stopper, so it's not just only the chip, because you're going up against a Joy. The question is, since you banned out the Kalia, you're not picking up the Tigreal because you already have the chip. What can be fun though? Probably a Vexana, but you gotta aim that Eternal Guard, right? Or even Aurora if you want to think about that mage. But I feel I hear somebody's heart needed to be content. That Lucas is just picked up, and even the Valentina picked it up. Okay, so way you counter this is either you give no options or you overload the options for the Valentina to pick it up. What's next for Alpha 7 though? Ooh.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's the whole thing with Valentina, right? I love how you broke that down. You can either don't give any ultimates, but then you limit yourself, or you just go and pick everything with great ultimates and you overwhelm that Valentina. Now, I don't know if we'll see the Julian this time around. Possibly not from Alpha 7. Oh, maybe it's... No, it can't come out now because the Phobius just got slotted in. But for Dream Max, there is a slight chance if they put Lucas in the XP lane that we can still see the Julian in the jungle. Now, I'm wondering if that's going to be the game plan, because it looks like right now both these teams are unfazed, at least in the first half, with that Julian. We really don't even know technically who. I mean, Joy Joy will be the jungler for the side of Alpha 7 for certain, which means they need something to be able to slow Joy down in the tracks, because we know how mobile that can be, and mobility was the thing that made the difference in the first series of the day.
And closing off the high-low stat, I get it. So there's no frontliners tanking DMX. For the Valier though, can you help me though, Easy? I kind of want to make the Valier make sense. Is it to slow down, or because to me it's I'm kind of sad that it's closed off. You can actually try to push back the Joy, but on the other hand, you already do have the Valentina though. Oh, you're not getting pushback if the chip opens up the teleportation. Is it like that?
It's because there's nothing to profit on, ultimate-wise, from the Valier. They're trying to get profit for Valentina, whereas if they pick the Valier, then yes, technically when the chip teleports and members go alongside the chip, it's a good counter. You know, it's kind of like the Lu Yi. You don't want to be close together with the Valier hitting you with the searing turret. It's just going to push all you guys back and provide a lot of CC, and not to mention that you limit your mid laner. So I think it's a wise decision from them. You don't have the Lu Yi and you don't have the Valier available, which is going to make it even easier for a hero like Lucas and a hero like Chip to be able to close that distance.
Okay, I get it. And if you want to play fast rotations, a good setup between Rafflesia and also Downs, would a Farsha be a good pick though for Alpha 7 right now for Syndra? Because hey, signature hero is just wide open like that.
I would say the Farza could be an option. This will be interesting. If you go the Farza, you have a lot more mobility, but you give a massive ultimate over to the side of Alpha 7, and you're talking about a hero like the Phobius who already has a hard time disengaging, and now he has to disengage even further from a feathered airstrike. So maybe going in for like a Sicilian or something from afar, like the Navaria who we saw in the Keys to Victory, could be something that they slot in here for the final pickup, as the options are definitely more limited, but we'll have to see. I mean, they could go in and allow this Valentina to have the feathered airstrike or even a RWM, but I don't know if it's really the best option for this draft.
And for right now, Gusta picked up a comfort pick of the Irithel. So at least we know that he is ready and he's comfortable for that. I hear a little bit of an Edith for DreamHack Esports, and the last pick though.
Varia, Farza, something range, or Eve. Which one?
Yeah, that would be good.
It's gonna be
Beatrix still locked out. Oh yeah, okay, good pick for DMX though if they want to rotate fast. Yeah, I do really agree. You need some range, you need some damage for Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, early game's okay. I would say Sicilian would be fine, especially because you have this Edith, you have this Lucas, and also the Chip to be able to burst down. They're beefy, but it's going to be hard to expand the distance if that Chip does teleport on your side, maybe this is where the Navario does come into play. I mean, you're able to fight from afar. It needs to be, I would say, something that this Valentina can't profit on, because right now, DreamMax's composition is looking really strong, and there's not really an ultimate for that Valentina to take. They're going to go ahead and pick up the Selena in place.
I just thought of it.
But you got to talk to me, man. What are you thinking?
I mean, like, I get it because it still has the same essential as the Novaria if you do really want to play range. But the question now, though, who are you trying to freeze when you want to throw that Abyssal Arrow? Because if you try to freeze up the chip, when you see the chip, it's already a portal popping up. If you want to try to freeze, like for example, Beatrix is just way too far in, who can jump in? You have to rely on the Joy heavily for Kingzilla. But we're talking about the overall compositions. It's going to be hard melting down the chip and also the Edith as a frontliner. But you know what? You make good moments work. You make any vision and any movement work. You have the Selena, you have the Gatot Kacha, you have Doms on that Phobius. They would have to win this vision moment right now, because even though a strong frontliner like Chip can open up a lot of portals, but sadly an Edith wouldn't help much on opening visions. So that's their little homework here. We're talking about the overall things and really excited to see how both of these teams perform. DreamMax versus Alpha 7, match number 2. Game number 1, still excited to be here with me, Faye, and also Steph Weezy on the table.
All right, let's get this show rolling. Both sides ready to fight it out. Alpha 7, a chance to be able to reclaim victory up against DreamMax, who took them down in round 1 of the regular season. Potentially a reason why they're here right now in relegation, but we'll have to see how this kind of plays out between both of them. Now the Selena, that's definitely the X Factor pick, but man, look at that already. Blink down to a quarter of HP.
Syndra better get aggressive if he wants to play the Selena well. And right now it's really looking in favorable of them, even though Rainbow just stole a little bit of a jungle, so probably it's a little bit of a control there. We want to try to play around onto that because Kingzilla is down 1 jungle. But good thing though, he already unlocked that level 4. And so far though, for the rotations wise, I feel like it is really cautious with this approach because Rafflesia is just there, and even an initiated fighter coming in quite strong. A miss of the Abyssal Arrow, but you know what, the Lucas is just coming as strong as that. QP misses out on that Dragon Ball right there, but sadly the Unleash the Beast moment didn't really messed up quite well, even though Black probably on with the Primal Wrath. It's just not enough. Even Kingzilla getting that turtle and a good grade start here. Blink taken 1 down, but you know what? Kingzilla returned that well. Even on top, it's solo pickoff between both marksmen. So far, so good. Alpha 7 is just coming on with a strong figure right now.
And I guess what Syndra's plan is, right? He's just gonna hit him with the Abyssal Arrows and kind of use it like a bloody hunt from a Franco. While they're not mobile, no purifies on their side. I mean, if you catch anybody on the side of DreamMax, they're stunned for a decent amount of time for Alpha 7 to be able to rush in. And they have a lot of mobility, especially with Kingzilla and Gusta Lagusta, to be able to rush in and secure that kill. So that is going to be something they have to watch out for. And I mean, look at the damage. Just 1 hit from the Abyssal Arrow on the mark, and Blink's already 50% HP.
I mean, you gotta rush into those burning type of items or like any penetration items. So at least when that one little Abyssal Arrow just flies there, they would leave a mark actually. And even right now, it's just playing it pretty safe here. Even on top, Syndra just helping roaming a lot, and with Rafflesia more active and even silently looking visions here and there in the push, it really shifts a lot of info from Alpha 7 though. So I might say that this would be a learning experience from them too. to actually work together with Rafflesia, so that's why I'm quite excited because so far Dom and also Black on the EXP lane though, so far it's a dead lane. They can't really move much, a little bit of rotation from the Edith though, but I'm pretty sure if the Phobius gets to rotate, Dom will be more aggressive on setups with Rafflesia going on together.
Yeah, and you are going to see that Starlium Scythe picked up from Kingzilla is going to have some true damage with that passive Crisis to work in the favor. After every skill, about 3 seconds in, 100% true damage, or 100 true damage on that next basic attack. But speaking of attacks, both sides fighting it out. Turtle spawned in. Dom going to start the fight nice and early. Diving into the 3-man stack from DreamMax, but here comes some backup mobilization. Felicia with a heavy hit. Rainbow able to get the Turtle. V2 getting the kill. Finds Rafflesia, gets a double. Takes down Dom side by side. What a showdown.
What? Oh wait, there are a lot of factors that we can talk about just in that moment. I mean, sure you get big, impactful resources like the AOG and everything, but the question is, can you layer it correctly? Can you layer it well? Because if not, that type of combination between Sukaku popping in that portal with the additional mini stun around the area, plus a sudden hit on Blink copying Rafflesia because it's so easy that he is in the front lines, and jumping in the AOG after Rafflesia triggered it. Ooh, that's gonna be hard though if the follow-up is just V2 on the Beatrix, and it worked so well for DreamMax. It is a good trade for them in the early game, but so far Alpha 7 is just not letting anything go easily. So there are scouring visions, there are scarring moments here and there, but so far I can see that Rainbow is more active on the jungling patterns from Kingzilla, but Kingzilla is still on tippy-toe shape because of that 102 KDA.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this kind of boils down on the 5v5 clashes though, right? There's a lot more range and damage from the side of, I would say, DreamMax, especially having that Primal Wrath from the Edith, and then you have V2 to be able to use a versatile of weapons, and then not to mention Blink. When it comes to ultimates from Blink though, I mean, he really only is going to profit off of maybe electrifying beats or going in for, I mean, I guess he can go for Phobius, or he can go in for the AOG from Rafflesia, possibly. So there are some options to the Valentina. Not the most profitable, but you can definitely make something work.
And through all of that, I think there's just a lot of moments here and there that you can try to play around. Because Alpha 7, they're eyeing on the Turtle here, the third one actually. And you gotta find a good moment where B2 is not triggered or like brought into a bit early. So I think it's just a matter of time that how Alpha 7 will try to poke everything out. And even since this Turtle is on the top lane, so it would help more if Gusa can start to rotate and even help that. But right now Kingzilla is just looking for his junglers who kept on getting stolen by Rainbow right there.
Yeah, another Abyssal Arrow out there from Syndra, not wasting any time. As soon as that is off of cooldown, it's flying out towards somebody on DreamMax. Turtle spawned in, both sides have claimed one so far. No turrets have fallen, but on the bot side, Rainbow left unchecked. He's gonna go for the trade, not gonna join the fight. Gonna go ahead and take that turret. Both sides clashing it out.
Up.
Shikaku rushing into the front line, big stun on the Dom. Turtle very low. V2 able to claim for herself. Maybe he's passionate to be able to get that Dom. Will fall next. V2 getting the Turtle and a kill. Find the XP laner of Alpha 7.
Oh, that again and again is a very good portal by Shukaku though. He brought it just right on time, and even V2 prioritizing that BOD for his first item was just immensely powerful. Look at that damage! Even Shukaku was taken down by V2! Is more powerful than ever taking on that. Wowee! That sniper though, that deals a lot of damage, and finally you can see the fully unlocked potential of the Beatrix.
I mean, I think I know who, if DreamMax pushes forward with this, who's getting the MVP. For certain.
Same.
It's definitely going to be V2. You do have that liquid gun to be able to extend the range as well. Not to mention already picking up a BOD and a Legion Sword for some additional damage. Going to be hitting like a truck against Alpha 7.
How rich is V2? Now I'm kind of curious that how does he farm in that early game? I mean, like, he secured the POD like around 6-7 minutes. And even the Malefic gun now, man's rich.
Yeah, he's definitely stacked, and I can only imagine with Render's Empathy when he pulls out that sniper. That might one-shot someone if they're not careful. But speaking of one-shots, Syndra on the other end, even though it's not high in kills, it has a lot of damage. You are going to have to be very wary on dodging these Abyssal Arrows, which is creating another element that DreamHack has to kind of watch out for when it comes to these team fights. But still, it's not enough. 5-5 on the scoreboard, tied in kills, but 3 turrets advantage for the side of DreamHack.
I mean, even from history, from Alpha 7, if they are kind of pushed back, the question is what to do. And a lot of the times they have to retreat, or they just opted to play on high ground defense. But right now, I really hope that because of Rafflesia as the additional of the team, if they are more aggressive, because they can know that their rover can initiate and is in the front line to see everything out. Because even like Syndra and Doms here looking out for everything, and even the Valentina recalling for now would be a great start. I mean, like, okay, sure, they have Shukaku on the chip, they can just teleport at any time, but it is kind of risky though for Alpha 7 trying to get this Lord.
Yeah, going for the Lord bot side. No management on those waves, and some good zonage from the side of DreamHack. A really good control when it comes to the overall map, and that's where they're starting to overshine Alpha 7. There goes a stun on a Shukaku. Gonna keep a close eye on Syndra, especially in this moment, to see what value this Selena is going to provide. Because, I mean, you asked the question, right? Who are you trying to lock down when it comes to these specific engagements?
Yeah, because like it is hard. You lock anyone at the front, you can't really just burst them down. Sure, but at the same time, if you try to lock V2, like everybody's just too techy in the front. How can you dive right in? So I think you just really gotta wait for the right moment, right before an important ultimate coming in. So I think that is the way probably your Abyssal Arrow can cancel that skill. So probably they can try to work that out that way.
All right, Rainbow, bot side, chip by him. Expecting a teleport here in a moment, as both sides are going to fight it out. They definitely spot him on the map. This is the time for Alpha 7 to try and put some pressure onto this Lord. They rush into Blink, hit him with the Abyssal Arrow. A lot of burn right there, especially from that glowing wand. And now they're going to go in, continue putting on this pressure. Black trying to defend.
Okay, not enough, but Shukaku conceal play coming in with that AOG, even jumping into the back, and Rainbow getting that Lord right on time. Doms too much in the front, and another unstoppable for G-Max Esports coming in hot with a double kill and a straight push. V2 is just on the job and on the hunt to chuck down all of those turrets, and even leading up to the end, Alpha 7 just leaves 2 people to defend this. I don't think their damage is just quite enough. Clear the waves? Nope. Clear the base. Turns out, Gustala Gusta is down. Even Syndra is down. 1 game for the early. Close off a victory for the Dragons. DreamHack Esports.
From tension to triumph, DreamHack writes a new chapter to start off the relegation phase for MPL LATAM Season 3. Able to find yet another victory up against Alpha 7 in this best of 5.
Wow. Even looking at the highlights, how well that DreamHack plays here. In the early game, Alpha 7 took that control, but at the end of the day, since DreamHack funneled all that gold to V2 on his Beatrix, is just way mad respect on what they do. Since you know that Beatrix can enable them so well during in the team fights and can actually help, I feel that other than the Beatrix is just that powerful, I gotta hand it to Shukaku and also blink on that Valentina. They layered that Shade CC so well. They layered the timing so well. DreamHack just know how to do and how they play it for game number 1. And at the end, they secured that point quite easily in the early game.
Yeah, definitely a well-fought battle for game number 1. And overall, it really just boils down to the objective prio when it comes to DreamHack, right? They were finding creative ways to be able to rotate to the bot side, to the top side, in the mid lane, to be able to take these turrets, even though it was pretty much tied up in kills for majority of this game. Alpha 7, it was kind of like they were playing in their hands the entire time. They got to find a way to put some pressure and gain control, shift the momentum toward their favor to make DreamHack play their game. But right now, we definitely know DreamHack, they have their heads on a swivel and they're performing.
Wow, wow, it's so excited to see actually from match number 1, all 5 games, and match number 2, so it just got hotter again. And with those aggressive picks, I think that again there would be a shift in priorities later on during the drafting phase. But wow, I was really satisfied to see that Chip and Valentina work together up against Alpha 7. Ooh.
Okay, so Selena, I don't think that was the go-to for that one. I mean, I understand the idea, right? Selena got a buff. The marks are more effective, easier to hit, and does a lot of damage. But I really feel they needed a little bit more oomph, right? They needed an AoE mage to kind of control majority of the map. And this is where I think that something, maybe that Navario could have been something crucial for this team, or something that can kind of pull that same dynamic. Maybe even I would say even a Sicilian with the Bats Feast could have been a potential possibility. But having to rely on the Abyssal Arrows, and then, like you said, they're a very chunky team. The later this goes, I mean, as long as V2 stays behind members like Black, Shukaku, and Rainbow, there's little to no worry, and that's what we got a good showcasing of right there on the Beatrix to be able to kind of close out that game.
And I mean, I get it, they would want a active stopper, but at the same time, Syndra can also play the Aurora or even the Vexana if you do want a stopper. So at least if the teleportation comes in, you can just freeze anybody. So it's still essentially the same idea as that. But since it is Syndra on the Selena, a single type of stopper, it would be hard to go up against a full-blown teamfight compositions with DreamHack. Because, I mean, you already got an advantage, basically. You have the Gato Kacha, who just provides a lot of vision recently. You know Doms can finally roam around later on, and even faster than the Edith. But at the end of the day, somehow they will try to initiate and take back the moment, but DreamHack just performed so well from this. And right now, the goal difference over time, 8. Easy. It's not a lake, it's not a hole, it's not a mountain, it's both. That's a good landscape there. There's a little bit of view there, then a little bit of view up there. And rising to the occasion, I might say that it wouldn't be as hard because we've seen the impact on Rafflesia and also Doms. But the matter of draft picks, though, I think that would be crucial for this match.
Yeah, I think it's a difference of draft, especially like you mentioned, that beautiful landscape on that gold graph. It really tells the story. When you see something that much of a margin leaning toward one's favor, it's only one or two things, right? It's either the draft was messed up, or it's the execution, it's the micro plays that's starting to mess up these teams. And so I think in this situation, it may be a bit of both, but I'm going to lean more toward the draft, just from the sole focus that the kills were pretty much tied up the entire time, right? It wasn't like they were just out skilling them. It was really just a little bit more of outplaying when it came to the draft. V2 going to be able to get that MVP on that Beatrix, like we said, all across the board, able to get the job done. We saw a nasty double kill as well, and man, I mean, he took off with the team in front of him, Shukaku, Black, and Rainbow, to be able to frontline all that damage. he was pretty farmed since the very beginning.
I mean, you see a Beatrix on the 8th minute. You got the shoes, you got the Legion sword, you got the POD, and also that Malefic gun. Yeah, you know what? Fall back, fall back. And actually, that's just how V2 works. Again, I was curious at first. Did all the gold was funneled to him? Did he got a free plating, or did he rotate it as fast? And like, I mean, a lot of those factors could just play in to just actually let him has his pockets filled with a lot of money.
Yeah, man, he was definitely stacked out, man. He had enough to buy the whole team dinner with how farmed he was. And he should definitely get him it after how well they were defending him to be able to get to that moment. I think this also is a fruition to a good team at Synergy. You can definitely tell it's there. And the shot calling was 100% on point when it came to DreamHack. Now, Alpha 7, they were able to, when they fought out in round 1 against DreamHack, they went 2-1. So they did find a victory. So I wouldn't say it's too far out of the ballpark. That was definitely more of a one-sided game. Now we asked the question, you know, when we saw that gold graph, it's either one or two things, like we mentioned, either the draft or the micro moments that created the difference. And I'm really curious to see which one it is. Hopefully we see a little bit more of a balanced composition, especially toward that mid lane for the side of Alpha 7. Maybe Syndra should focus on being more utility for the team instead of trying to play that more single shot assassin type role with a pickup like a Selena.
I mean, like, the pickup with the Selena can be done, but probably composition-wise of the other roles can be shifted. So, I mean, again, depending on the overall things later on in the drafts. Because, like, what's amazing about Syndra is that he has a lot of experience, not just because of that international competitions that he's been through, but he actually hold on and tried for 3 roles. He was a jungler, he was a gold laner, if I'm not mistaken, and now a mid laner. But I'm pretty sure he was a jungler because I got to meet him in Indo. We had a great chat. I got to know him a lot. And then knowing that how he plays and also follow up with the LATAM scene all from the start, it's just a great respect for this veteran player.
And Syndra is the new addition, right? For the side of Alpha 7. This was, we didn't really have too many stats. That was Syndra, right? For the mid lane, I believe.
The mid lane with not a lot of stacks was from DMX.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well,
yes, it's for
I pull
DMX.
back
For
that point.
Alpha 7, the Alpha 7 one is there's not a lot of stats on Reflecia because he's new in LATAM.
That's right. Okay. Just want to make sure we got that. Well, I feel like Reflecia, nothing really stood out to where I thought that was a problem. I mean, the Gatot was okay. I'm definitely a fan of the Gatakachka. I think it's one of the most viable picks so far currently in the meta. But, you know, when we're looking at the side of DreamHack, they were just able to be very effective across the board. I think they went for that triple frontline composition and basically protect the president, right? Just protect the ADC, let the ADC farm, and you get the job done. So we'll see if that's the same game plan jumping into game number 2. The chip being banned off the board, a little bit of a target ban from Alpha 7. Looks like they were worried about Shukaku this entire time.
I mean, at this point, it is a respect for that. So it's not just Shukaku, it's also Chip in general, I might say, after the verbal ban and also that little bug fix that they can finally try to do that. It's just respected, close off the Chip, and the first pick is the Joy, the side of DMX. So this is a very great, powerful early. Because of that open, Alpha 7 can pick up the Granger and the Hylos if they do want to play that, or even the Granger Gatakachka would be a great combination after that.
Yeah, I like the Granger Gatakachka. I think it's a smart pick. Julian, still yet to be banned, still yet to be picked.
Oh yeah, Weezy's
yeah, I mean,
waiting.
I'm waiting. I'm ready, man. I'm trying to see what LATAM is about, man. You know, you guys got to let us know. You got to let us know how this Julian is stepping into the scene. There goes the Bedang Kachka, though. That's a combo.
Wow, that's aggressive. But what happens if DMX picked up the Valentina again? Will that be a double-edged sword to Alpha 7?
Or, hear me out. I mean, it could be a.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. No, Harith is gone. Okay, it could be either Sicilian for the late game damage up against that strong frontline combo. I really am curious who they're gonna put in the jungle for the side of Alpha 7 to be able to see this play out. But if not, it just really depends on that. I would say maybe a Sicilian comes out toward that late game to be able to deal damage toward that double frontline combo. They're showing some strong frontliners super early. Oh, yes. Here we go. Jawhead has stepped into LATAM. And DreamHack is not playing no games.
It's the Wheezy effect. He asked for it, he got it. I want it, I got it. Whoa! And with the aggressive gameplay, yeah, a little sprinkle of NACT here in LATAM. We are very, very welcome of you, of course. And Valentina was picked up. Wheezy, this is like a scary game to see.
Dude, you called the Valentina too, and it's going to be a good read. Some great ultimates to grab already. There goes the Suyo. They're going so strong in the frontline composition. This is interesting to be able to see this. That 100%. I mean, you have to pick something like a carry here. You have to pick something that can burst down this tankiness.
Yeah, but V2 did play the carry, if I'm not mistaken. He played it well. But let's see, because like the only one very tanky is Gatot Kacha, even though the Badang is the fighter and fully built the tank items later on. But I think that somebody who tries to melt it down with Joy should be enough. But let's see, because like there's no more Moskov. Beatrix is still wide open. If V2 still want to continue that streak, he can. Not a bad idea picking up the carry or taking Gustalagusta's Irithel away.
Does the Phoveus come in here? Oh no, it's Bandad. Okay, I was gonna say Hylos maybe could be slotted in for DreamHack. It's not banned, right? Yeah, Hylos is still available.
That's nice.
Could be. Yeah, it could be put in the XP lane. I mean, I think that would be okay. And whether it went against Bedang or Gatakachka, I think would be fine. I wonder if that's the route they're going to go. I'm very curious to see that matchup against Alpha 7 in that dynamic. Maybe the Hilda is still available as well. Kind of heard that pick up. Farza, okay. We're locking in some big artillery for the side of Alpha 7.
Okay, Lucas. Well, a Cho or a Hilda would be nice though, going up against a Badang and a Gatot Kacha with that Jawhead.
Okay,
oh, no,
more front line.
Marksman now. Yeah. Oh, okay, it's a Granger. Irithel?
Irithel here, good kiting. I guess it'd be, especially, you need something to get away from that that Jawhead for sure. Claude could even be something. I'd say even a Brody at this moment.
Oh, true.
Would be huge
True.
to be able to go in with that corrosion strike, to be able to get that stun, and then flicker that back to safety. They need some sort of survivability inside of the gold lane. I mean, think about it. If there's a gank on the bot side, let's say Gatot dives in. They need somebody to get out.
Oh, okay.
There's the carry though. Oh man, okay.
Okay, these are some good picks for Alpha 7 though. But again, the Valentina is there. Double-edged sword. Okay. I'm very excited to see this for game number 2. But I am really digging Alpha 7's draft because they create so much space. As long as they can execute it right, Farsha and Carry should perform well. Kingzilla on the Suyo should be fast in rotation to keep up with the Joy. And on the other hand though, I feel like DreamHack already has an answer to, you know what, you guys all have that cool ranged heroes, those high damage dealer heroes. We got the solution. We also want to go aggressive. We can also copy for what you have.
5 seconds.
So we kind of share those ultimates. I have the Valentina, I have the Jawhead. Okay, so let's see how they will try to perform in game number 2, in match number 2 of today, MPL LATAM Season 3. Still with me, Faye, and also Steph Weezy, DreamHack versus Alpha 7.
All right, the million-dollar question is, how do we protect Gusta Lagusta, right? I mean, you have the Gatot, you have the Bedang. This is going to be Bedang in the bot side, which means Gatot is really going to have to hold a heavy shield to be able to protect Gusta Lagusta, especially when you're going up against a Joy, Rainbow, to be able to rush in at a moment's notice and get that set up. And then not to mention Shukaku. That's the major threat right now. How can they stop the lethal ejector?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of burning effects from the Imperage emblems that are brought in V2 and also Blink. That means they know and they are ready to just deal a lot of damage later on. And even on the concussive blast, you know that Shukaku will initiate at any given moment when it is present onto him. And even on the side of like Alpha 7, there are a lot of moments you just want to go on the Quantum and also the Lethal Ignition to just dish out a lot of damage and just rotate a little bit faster to keep up with the pace, because like there's minimal movements on the carry, a little bit of jump with the second skill, but at the same time you gotta keep up with Rafflesia and also Dom's rotating later on. So we'll see how both of these teams can play out, because even right before the turtle is respawning and everybody's just getting ready here, Rafflesia, Kingzilla, and also Syndra so far handles on the area better and even triggering, canceling out the health regen of Shukaku.
Yeah, Shukaku trying to wrap around for a setup. Very low. Needs to be careful. I mean, yeah, look at that. A massive connection over there. Looks like they are going to disengage, though. DreamHack's doing great on repositioning themselves to try and take the advantage, but here comes the cavalry.
AOG.
Alpha 7 rushing in. AOG dropping down, not going to hit the mark. Kingzilla with the retribution. We'll go ahead and claim this turtle for Alpha 7. Feathered airstrike. Going to force out DreamHack from the turtle pit.
And finally, Kingzilla slowly but surely getting a lot more junglers, items, and also those little monsters. Even the lava beetle tried to get stolen away, but not yet. And so far though, it is going great for Alpha 7, trading wise and also zoning wise. This kind of leaves DreamHack on a little bit of precaution. Sure, Shukaku can initiate, but he cannot front like a Rafflesia, Gatotkacha type of tanky heroes, because you can tank as much damage as a Gatotkacha, even though you are in a full build of a tank lineup for the Jawhead. So probably you gotta rely a little bit on the Lucas, but again, it is kind of hard if you are getting stopped one by Rafflesia's AOG and also the combination of a fist crack and a fist break combo of Doms.
Yep, and right now, I mean, game number 1, DreamHack, they were able to put on that pressure. They were able to take all the turrets with no contest. In Alpha 7, they fell short when it came to overall wave control. Not a high kill game in game number 1. Probably going to be the same thing with game number 2, depending on the momentum from Shukaku. I've yet to see a real crucial lethal ejector work in his favor. It's kind of like the Lu Yi. You see Lu Yis who use the diversion plays and create key moments from the jump, and it's the same thing with the Jawhead, right? You see some Jawhead players rushing in every single time that lethal ejector is available. They go for a setup and go for a kill, but that doesn't seem like the game plan for Shukaku. It looks like he's kind of being a little bit more passive on that play style.
I mean, probably in the early game, it is kind of surprising for like this, even for First Blood. When he tries to open up the map, he can just be easily burst down because Alpha 7 holds more firepower for now. But even that, Unleash the Beast coming in from Black didn't really hit anybody. Kingzilla on point again and again. AOG jumping in didn't really hit anybody. misses out a little bit, but you know what? Alpha 7 is just going on for their aggressive gameplay and even securing that kill through all of that extended team fight. Wowee.
A recipe for disaster right there for DreamHack. If anything could go wrong, that's what happened right there. A lot of misplays, and Alpha 7 will take advantage of that. Taking 3 kills and a turtle is definitely a stinger for the side of DreamHack. And now pushing on to the tier 1 turret. They're going for more, and DreamHack is definitely taking some heavy hits. They need to play a little bit more passive. I don't feel like they can afford too many more heavy mistakes this early on.
And I mean, we're talking about the overall things from the minimap. So far, Alpha 7 is just actively looking for trouble. But right now, without the initiations of Gusta Lagusta or even Kingzilla, they won't try to find any risky plays. But let's see on how they will try to react, because Domson Reflecia is just so active right now, scouring and looking for information.
Yeah, trying to do some recon, trying to find a window of opportunity. And right now, Alpha 7, they're definitely in control of the pace for this game. This is what we wanted to see, right? We said in game number 1, Alpha 7 was playing into the palm of DreamHack. They were playing their game and being more of a reactionary team. But this time, it's like DreamHack is the one falling to their suit, right? It's like Alpha 7 took a play out of their book.
They rip a page out, and then the librarian scold them. Nah, I'm joking, guys.
Oh.
There's no librarian in this one. But you know what? Turtle Cam, Barbonox is just up and ready. And even Gusa has a better clearing wave. So right now, you can come in. And also, Reflecia is coming out from here. But Dom's initiating quite actually well. Rainbow being stopped, but not stopped enough. But hey! Retribution power quite on point to getting on the turtle. But you know what? Objective-wise, it's just not enough, because Gusta gets another kill. A 1 for turtle trade. So far, it's still good on the side of DreamHack, but Alpha 7 still gets to recover from that kill point.
Able to recover 4-0. 4 kills unanswered from DreamHack, but they were able to take a turret in the process, which means they have control when it comes to the overall map. It is 1 turtle advantage for the side of Alpha 7. We're looking at about 2k gold lead for them as well, to give them a slight advantage in terms of the economy. Now, let's look at the heavy hitters, right? Gusta Lagusta versus V2. Gusta's up 2-0 for V2, and he's rocking this scary carry, who can definitely hit like a truck the later this game goes, especially against a heavy frontline combo like a Jawhead and also a Lucas and Joy combination.
Ooh, I like that nickname, Scary Carry. Okay, and as scary as it is, and it will hurt like getting hit by a truck, I do really agree on that. But the question is, when again that Alpha 7 will just pop off and like find a moment, because I think right now they will be jumping in though, and then turns out it was a U-turn for them. I just got U-turned by Alpha 7.
A little bit of that quick 180 Uno reverse card in full effect. Holy Crystal being picked up by Rainbow. It's going to have a lot more magic power. Looking forward to seeing those electrifying beats. The beat of the Flash that we all love to see. Some rhythm out here in the land of Dawn. Speaking of rhythm, Alpha 7 tuned in.
Okay.
You're going to go ahead and see Gusta.
Again,
go ahead and push on forward.
I mean, like, his clearing speed is just immense right now that you really want to try to keep up, and it is hard for V2 to try to keep up. Even if he bought the Skypiercer right now, he hasn't has much skills yet, so you gotta stack that up somehow. So other than that, so far Alpha 7 again a good positioning, trying to get that pixel bush there down for Dobbs and Reflecia. They already know like what they want to do. So far area wise they covered it so well, And DreamHack is just finding an opportunity when they want to try to invade, because if everybody is just so busy on the middle and the top, there would be an opening from the bottom lane, which Sukaku is just trying to find an entry coming in with that bit of a blink, but then turns out it would just open up quite well. Okay, a Feather Airstrike coming in, even Wings by Wing turning it down also. Only Shukaku and Doms being the collateral, but they are still fighting strong for this time too.
This is getting to be a lot more of a problem than DreamHack expected, and at a very fast pace for Gusta Lagusta. He just picked up the Demon Hunter's sword. They have not found a way to get to the back line, and they have backline dive-oriented heroes. I mean, you have the Jawhead, you have a Lucas, and you have a Joy. What else do you need to be able to go down there and take down a carry? I mean, there's not even much to really stop them. I mean, yeah, you have a Badang and a Gatad, but I mean, they should still be able to find a couple pickoffs. And that just goes to show that Gusta is very focused on his map awareness to make sure he doesn't put himself in a bad situation.
You know what? A bad situation is not getting this Lord at this crucial time, because it'll actually be a good gain later on into the game if they manage to drag us into the late game, because Gusta got that Lord, and even the AOG coming in quite well with the Feather Airstrike, chunking everybody down. Roughly just gone too. V2 gets a kill, but Dom zoned to everyone quite well. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Alpha 7 again and again. They are finally rising to the occasion.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, but Gusta Lagusta, he's got twice the amount of kills as the entire team of DreamHack right now on a carry, which is very bad when it comes to the damage, because that means he's going to start shredding everybody. He already should have that Holy Core Trinity. I mean, look at it's only a 2k gold lead. It's surprising, even though it's a low kill game. Most of those kills, it depends on where those kills go to, and for them all to be in the hands of the ADC, that is a massive advantage for Alpha 7.
And since it is a massive advantage, and also they can play around through that AoE, they got to zone out a lot of the players from DreamHack, but sadly not enough to just push it from the middle. But you know what? Somebody is also a busybody there and getting to work to chunk down that tier 2 turret, even though the Joy is just playing on the far lane. But you can't really push that far, because you know that Alpha 7 is just really focused on, and they basically have their eyes on their back. Even Kingzilla is around that vicinity, but you know what? It is not a great chance to just try to initiate on this stuff. Because looking at the items and the power spike with the Joy up against Kingzilla, if the blink wasn't timed right or triggered a little bit too early, the electrifying hits can actually burst him down for a 1v1. But hey, you know what? Alpha 7 right now just has a very good footing. They just really need to try to break those tier 3 inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, right now, I mean, DreamHack has to play passive. V2 definitely has to catch up in the economy. Just a very hard situation right now for their team. Shukaku, I mean, he's been hitting a lot of taking a lot of the hits, right? 3 deaths so far for him alongside Black, and Gusta is just making a heyday of the frontliners. And I don't think they have the proper equipment to be able to properly defend against them. I mean, they definitely should probably pick up like a Blade armor, maybe even a Twilight armor, to be able to stop this. But nonetheless, when it comes to Shukaku, we need a little bit better placement. Some key lethal ejectors, something needs to happen over here to create the opportunity for DreamHack to push in.
I mean, like, at this point, again, he has the pick-off potential, he has the initiation potential, but if the timing is not right or even backed up, since none of them are just that tanky, Alpha 7 can just burst them down that easily. Like, going up against the Farsha and also the carry with Gusta Lagusta, all of the gold funneled into him, I don't think that this is in favor of DreamHack as of right now. They're just jumping in with that team fight quite well. And sadly, they really gotta disperse through all of that, because if they continue that fight, they know they can't finish it as much.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna possibly, I wonder if they're gonna split to the sides and try and delay the push, at least on one of the side lanes, as you are gonna see them take the front forced battle into the mid lane. Not going to allow this Lord to even push toward their base. Is this a mistake, or is this a recipe for success? There goes a fist break in the crack. Does connect, but able to get out. Gusta will find Blink. Massive advantage. No mage in favor for DreamHack. 1 member shy. The Lord still intact, but quickly being bursted down. 2-8 on the scoreboard. Alpha 7 trying to go in for a siege for an inhibitor.
Okay, coming in quite strong. Minion waves are still healthy, even down at the bottom lane. Slowly but surely, but in the middle lane leaves a great opening. And even on the top and the bottom, DreamHack, they gotta do their spring cleaning right now. But even with that zone from the Feather Airstrike, which is triggered in so well by Syndra, this is Alpha 7 finally clicking on their gears, and they finally can move well as a well-oiled machine. And I hope this keeps on continuing, because this fight is definitely started in Rafflesia, quite in the midst of everything, quite in the early games. AOG jumping in a little bit of copy there, but actually pushed back again and again. Rainbow forced out, needs to go home because all of that minions are just coming in, and thank goodness it was right on the 40th second mark. So that's why there are some minions popping out of DreamHack's space. But that was a close call.
A close call indeed, and Shukaku, I mean, he went in with the lethal ejector, just not on the most high value target. Rafflesia was the one that actually got caught up with that, and he was able to sustain all that damage. I mean, he has Revitalize, so he just procced that and pretty much topped himself back up to high HP. I would say maybe trying to shift the round to possibly getting Gusta or Syndra should be the plan. You are seeing the anti-caress picked up as well from Rafflesia, some more physical defense. Winter Crown picked up from Syndra. Pair that with the Feather Airstrike, and that's some artillery you can't stop.
That's nasty. That's going to be nasty, to be honest. And even with the cooldowns on Wings by Wings can be triggered easily, and with the passive also can be triggered more easily right now. I feel like Alpha 7 gets to hold on to this point, and this pressure should be good for them. As long as they don't slip up, it will be a good chance if they can actually take 1 point in this best of 5 series so far yet. So it would be a good start for them to find out, and if they can get that Lord ready just for them. Because Shukaku initiating, it will be kind of hard, even though there is a concealed gameplay coming in. No forceful fights yet from DreamHack though.
Yeah, we'll see what DreamHack's game plan is. Definitely a different story from game number 1, but this is what you love to see, right? The nail-biting matches where you don't know if it's going to go one way or another. Looking at the player cams right there, everybody grouped up. Definitely a different dynamic than what we see on the NACT side of things, for certain, and it definitely has a lot more of an impact to be able to have that close communication and some great effective shot calling, and that's what DreamHack is going to need more than ever as we are seeing this Lord march through the mid lane.
I mean, the job description for each player should be clear during in that shot call, because you gotta find a way to just probably chuck down somebody. You gotta find a way to clear out that minion siege. You gotta find a ways to clear out that Lord siege, because everything is just coming in your way.
All right, I think we're about to see that Winter Crown Feathered Airstrike come in here momentarily. Ooh. There goes the Feathered Airstrike to start. Lethal ejector from the backside. Shukaku wraps around the entire team, but DreamHack's not able to capitalize, and now it looks like it may be a counterplay from Alpha 7. Kingzilla finding Blink. You're going to see Rainbow fall. Gusta Lagusta able to take that down. Lord will fall with the base crystal right behind it, and Alpha 7 will go ahead and tie up this series 1-1 against DreamHack.
I'm at the edge of my seat just watching this game, and finally a good draft that they are able to execute it. And I mean, like, even though there is a counter, but it is not totally the answer. So
at the end of the day, it was very nice for Alpha 7 to just get to equalize on this, but their journey is still very, very far. For each side of these teams, even if it goes to like 3-1, we still have 2 more games unlocked. So, 2 more action-packed games, I might say. So, let's take a little bit of snippets on the highlights if ever you guys couldn't tune in fully from the start. And coming in from how we've seen that DreamX and also Alpha 7, this is just basically the revenge story on how Alpha 7 can go aggressive. Because I mean, like, I've seen one match that secured them their winning match, and it's not the game that they've won. They were just so aggressive on all of those 3 games, if I'm not mistaken. And wow, aggressive Alpha 7 is just scary, straight up scary. And for right now to actually like find the momentum on the second game to actually win this game point, which is good for them, and I would like to see more development later on in game number 3 and also 4.
Yeah, they're definitely fighting it out, and a little bit of twists and turns for both sides for sure. Alpha 7, definitely a totally different dynamic from game number 1. In control for majority of this match. I don't think there was a moment where they fell short, but when it comes to DreamX, man, I have a couple of questions. I need to figure out what's going on with these setups over there from Shikaku on the Jawhead. Not the Jawhead I usually see when I talk about Jawhead. So maybe it's just not a comfort pick on him, or maybe he just didn't have the most optimal path to be able to get to the back line. I think the positioning from Alpha 7, they realized, hey, as long as we can prevent him from getting to Gusa Lagusa, we're good, right? He has a carry. He's able to go in. He's able to shred down anybody in front of him. So I'd say if we throw some keys to victory for game number 2, when it comes to DreamX, find a way, maybe even early, maybe let a turtle go. Just get to the bot side. You have a Jawhead. Go to the bot side, gank the carry. I mean, the carry didn't even, I don't believe carry had a purify. I believe it was a flicker, if I'm not mistaken. And so if that's the case, that's a pure setup over there. All you got to do is a lethal ejector and then have somebody there to do the damage. It's a guaranteed kill almost every time. So as we are jumping into game number 3 between these 2 amazing teams, that's crazy. Game number 3, we're already halfway through our final series of the day.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Weezy, to be honest, from the second game, the Jawhead was a good pick. But the little things that I've seen that after that first shock of a moment where he wants to try to initiate and then suddenly found someone in the bush, even though he gets to escape, it wasn't the first blood moment. It kind of like shocked him. And then it happened again for the second time, and it finally became the first blood to the side of Alpha 7. So probably after that shock, it's just a little bit of caution that was raised up in his mind of like, sure, I can initiate, but I kind of want to move a little bit slow. So probably because of that slow down tempo, plus Gusta Lagusta was just a farming machine, it couldn't really keep up to that pace. So probably through that the next time, since you can do and go aggressive, you should. Because I do really agree on Weezy on, like, he pointed out where you can actually try to rotate and suppress Gusta Lagusta. But sadly, that wasn't done during in the game. But overall, it was a very fun game. It was a very tight match, I might say. Even though for both sides, they know what to do. They know each forte of them. And for the killing scores, it's 11-2 with 18 minutes in the second game. But you gotta talk about that gold lead. It's just way too much in an 18-minute game. And talking about the overall things, Alpha 7 got to secure 9 turrets, even 3 lords, 2 out of the 3 turtles, and more buffs, but just by 1. And so far, even for mutual objectives, Alpha 7 somehow gets to secure that more and faster than DreamX.
Yeah, and that gold graph again, we already know it's gonna be another mountain, or I guess in this case, since they're on the red side, it's gonna be a crater, a massive meteor striking over there for that gold graph. And it should be in the favor for Alpha 7, especially, I would say it's going to start right at that 8-minute mark because, I mean, you look at it right there. It's 3 Lords on the side of Alpha 7. It's like they got that one turtle for DreamHack, and after that, everything kind of fell apart. And I think it was just a little... It's just a little too late of an initiation from Shukaku. I think the Jawhead was the right idea. I don't think this was an issue with the draft. I think it was an issue with the using the draft to its most maximum potential. I think with the Jawhead, you got to be very aggressive very early. You got to be willing to just go in, use that lethal ejector, and go for the side plays, especially if you know you have a carry. That's one of the keys to victory for Alpha 7. You know, once the carry gets fed, the later the game goes, they're going to start shredding you. But if you deny the carry the opportunity to get fed like that by constantly going down for the ganks, instead of going for the turtles, you could have delayed that power spike even further to work in their favor, and this could have been shifted in an entirely different direction. So here we are, tiebreaker yet again. We're off to another great series out here for relegation in LATAM.
And as you said, Weezy, it kind of looks like a crater going down and down. And I'm actually amazed though for DreamHack Esports. Out of all the 5 players that managed, 4 of them managed to get that 100% teamfight participation. The question is that is the Jawhead too busy opening up vision instead of starting the team fights? So that's why it resulted into that numbers.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. It's like it's the same situation with the Liu Yi, right? You have a Liu Yi. You can play one of 2 ways. You can use diversions super early just to get vision on the map to know where people are, but not actually act on them. Or you can use diversions to solely get pickoffs since the very beginning of the match. And it's the same thing with the lethal ejector, right? You can rush in and try and get those setups, or you can play very passive and wait for the perfect moment. But speaking of perfect moments, a perfect game. Flawless. With a 602 KDA, Gusta La Gusta over there on this carry. Unable to find him, but he was able to claim everything for this match.
And I mean, Gusta performed really well on this one because like the space was given to him, all of the goal was funneled into him. Also, he got to perform really well in this carry because I mean like, other than the laning phase, you would probably struggle a little bit going up against the Granger. But after overall that typical rotation who actually helped on the carry, and he gets to win that laning phase and even rotated even faster to help his team. So I feel that that was a deal breaker that Gusta had that advantage over on the Granger. Because since you have a faster clearing phase, that means you can rotate faster, which he did. So overall, that kind of resulted to a snowball effect on the items that he gets to get.
Yeah, and it's a little unfortunate, right? I mean, if it comes to raw, pure damage, too, you're going to see that carry really start to shred harder, especially against those frontline compositions compared to the Granger. So you're already at a disadvantage when it comes to that. The Granger really needed to pick up early. Because, I mean, the Granger does pick up early compared to the carry. But that didn't happen. The carry picked up earlier than the Granger, which was a sight to see out here. Hopefully, with game number 3, as we are going to be seeing the tiebreaker on the way, we can see more of an even match, right? We want to see a little bit less of a one-sided story. I would say between both of these teams, right, it's definitely a lot of aggression, but it's low-kill games. It hasn't really been that high.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen a majority. We haven't seen both teams cross double digits.
I mean, I think at this point for them, it's just that I want to get out of relegation route. I just want to win. So, like, I'm targeting turrets instead of the kills. Probably is that. Probably. Or just a lot
well, I'll
of
tell you
moments
what.
that they didn't really try to initiate, though. It's either that.
When it comes to kills, though, when it's a low kill game, that tells you that from my personal experience, when I see a lower kill game, it's a higher IQ team. That means they're playing very strategically instead of turning it into like a straight up brawl to try and push through sheer will. They're playing way more tactful, and I respect it. It's a slower mentality, but it's It's something you see out there in the Philippines, honestly. You see a lot more lower kill games than I would say Indonesia. And I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing here through the LATAM region. It's a lot lower. It's lower than NA. You'll see these matches in like 12 to 15 minutes and be double digits from both sides. So I think you just got to be a little bit more passive. But look at the bans. You're seeing both of the elements of surprise taken off the table. The Lu Yi and the chip.
As you mentioned, I think in LATAM it's just more to like mind games up until now, and I feel like the pace is slowed down a little bit because like both teams are just like cautious. Even at the first match that we've experienced, all 5 games, it was kind of long games, I might say. And they were approached really cautiously because like they don't want to lose or give up that point, but at the same time you gotta maintain that aggression so that you can actually win out in fights. You can't really just always go defense, but you finally see a little bit of light here from both sides of these teams, between Alpha 7 and also Max, that they are more aggressive here to see. So also respect to a few heroes coming in. No Kimi, no Loyi, no Naruto, so no Lucas, no Chip, no Harith, and what's next, Weezy?
Oh, okay. Next on the board, this is going to be possibly the Hayabusa. That's what we've been seeing getting kind of taked off here and there. I don't know. I feel like right now it's very flexible. The Jushin still something. The Julian yet to be banned from either team. But yet to be picked up either. So, yeah, maybe that'll be the next pickup. There goes the final ban. It's actually going to be a different jungler than the Hayabusa this time. They're going to go ahead and take out that Suyo. It looks like they're trying to limit the pickup over there from Alpha 7. Because, I mean, they did have the Suyo in the previous game.
Probably since there isn't a Suyo, it would be a Joy Hayabusa trade-off. Or probably a Hanzo will pick up. But I don't know though about the Julian, even though like it is wide open. Either one side of these junglers, they can play that though. I know that they play it well, so I think it's more to reserve pocket pick though at this point for this match.
I would say the Joy is a safe option, or no, yeah, Joy is a safe option, but they're not going to go ahead and go for that. They're going to go for the Gatot instead. I mean, it's okay. I'm not going to knock it. It's not the worst option, but now you allowed the Joy to go to the side of Dream Max to be able to pull in their favor, which could be a potential problem. Not to mention we still have the Navarre or the Jushin as a strong pickup as well. You could go in for the ADC super early if you want to lock in your Granger. This could be a good chance. There goes that Hayabusa though.
Wow.
So you're right. They trade. The Suyo goes up. Hayabusa comes down.
Yeah, and right now, sometimes to be honest, Kingzilla can farm fast on the Joy. But it is also sometimes a 50-50 on how he plays the Joy. So if ever he doesn't want to pick up the Joy, again, there's still Hanzo, the Julian is still up for grabs. And a deny pick though from Shukaku getting the Badang. I don't know, will Shukaku play it as a roamer Badang? Or later it'll be flexed, we'll see later on. But now, since you don't have this, there's still the comfort pick of a Phoveus though for Doms. But I don't think that Phoveus would be suitable if he wants to try to initiate that. But turns out, it's a Kalia and a Joy. Oh wait, I forgot Kalia is open.
Okay, do we see the glue come out here? Could be a possibility. It does walk in the draft right now. Could be something they lean in on. Okay, looks like it's gonna be the Valier instead. Okay, let's look at Valier here, right? I mean, you have some initiation, a lot of initiation from the side of Alpha 7. You have the Joy, who's gonna rush into the back line. You also have the Kalia, who's gonna rush in as well, and then the Gatot. So they want something to be able to push them and hold them off. And with the Lu Yi not being available, I think the Valier is probably the next best option.
And you gotta respect Syndra's signature hero. You wanna close out that far shot. You've gotten a little bit of taste on like how you go head to head with the queen there. So let's just respect it. Let's just close it off. And since there's the Padal, Valir, and also Hayabusa picked up. Going up betting a Chunky Boy should be okay. Like the Hylas or even the Tigreal should be a good option here. By Alpha 7. GMAX though, you can chunk down the Marksman since it's still open, ban off the Moskov, so there is lesser potential of Gusta Lagusta split pushing because it's just sometimes annoying to see Gusta so fast teleporting here and there with the SOD. And for Alpha 7 last ban, you can focus more on the Chunky Boys if you want, but if it's not, you can ban out a Marksman too.
Now, what are we looking at? Eve still on the table. Oh, wait. Never mind. Eve has now been knocked off.
Nice.
I was going to say that should definitely be the next thing just because of the AoE. Yeah, they're trying to limit that. Hey, dude, look, we had the keys to victory. Where's this Navaria at, man? You know, this is the game where the Navaria would profit.
Oh, true though. True, because you won't go head to head or like even close to the Valir. So at least you can shot those Star Shatters or even the Astral Recall, so just open up vision. So -1 peekaboo badang.
Yes, minus that key piece to the puzzle. Now, moments away from figuring out the final ban to go ahead and close this out. Was that Tig? That was Tig.
Oh.
He's going to be knocked off. A little interesting on that. I guess, okay. Interesting because the Tig combo, I don't think Tig would be needed with this composition. You have enough CC just between Badong and Valir. Who else? I mean, I guess they took out the Hylos as well, so they're trying to really limit the roamer. We said the glue is still up for grabs as well. Could be something. And okay, Lucas has been taken off the table, so we'll see which way this goes. Right now, I feel like both sides have some options, some heavy CC from the side of Alpha 7, but a decent amount dished back out from DreamMax. Marksmans will be the next thing we kind of focus in on as well. There goes the Phoveus, so no glue. Will be slotted in. They can't take the... No, they can! No, oh, no, they can't. They can't take the glue for Alpha 7, so yeah, the Phoveus should be okay here.
Yes, Moskov and Veil.
Oh, Veil.
Okay. Veil is quite niche, but like
it happens though. I mean, we saw it a lot in the M series. Veil would come out as a surprise pick. That's a good statement, man. You're on to something. Maybe I feel like they're just waiting to hear Vei's secret tactics. You got to be a coach.
Layla Rowe.
Right,
Not joking.
Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. Slow down now. Beatrix picked up alongside the Vexana. Vexana debut for today in the relegation. We got to see the Beatrix though. It shined, it performed, it did great. This time around though, it does not have as much of a frontline presence to protect it. So will it still be as effective?
Moscow? It's kind of forced at this point to like take up the Moscow. A Vexana is a good pick. I mean, at least you have a stopper. You can play range. Laning wise, you can clear better than the Valir. So this enables Syndra to just focus more on the rotation wise with the Katarkacha and also the Kalia. Gusta Lagusa on the Beatrix would be a menace. But yeah, Kingzilla on the Joy, 50-50 on that. On the other side of DreamMax, they are going with a pretty aggressive lineup. I think it's more aggressive than the draw had before, Suizy.
Yeah, it's definitely more aggressive. Shikaku fell a little bit short with that Jawhead. This time he's going to run with the Bedang instead. Looks like he's going to go in for a couple of initiation setups with that Fist Crack and Fist Break. Now, there's a lot of crowd control. for both sides, and there's a lot of tension on the line for this tiebreaker between these two amazing teams ready to fight it off. Our second match of the day, our third match of this series, to be able to see DreamHack up against Alpha 7, who will reign supreme and take advantage of this series, joined by Vay and me all the way from North America, Steph Wheezy, at your service.
Okay. Quite exciting to see Alpha 7 and also DreamHack. They kind of mirrored out their jungling patterns. So I think from Rainbow and also from Kingzilla would just enter in out from opposite sides of it. Probably would focus more on the gold laners because like both EXP laners are quite independent on themselves, so they can manage it well. And since all of this, I think it'll be a little bits of fight skirmish here and there in the middle lane because like you want to gain that early rotation advantage. So far so good. And I'm pretty sure it's getting late from the NA, but Wheezy is still very, very energetic for this because we're coming into game number 3. And for those who are watching from Asia, good morning. From Indonesia, from my side, I can finally see the sun.
I can finally see the moon. Hey, look at that. Two different sides of the world coming together for an amazing event, a throwdown in Season 3 of MPL LATAM Relegation. Two teams fighting it out for the final seat to move on forward to the playoffs. Alpha 7 rising to the mantle after losing Game 1, tying this up in Game 2. And here we are, Game number 3, to be able to decide who can shift this focus toward themselves and have a chance to be able to move on forward. Right now, Alpha 7, they're running on this Vexana. I like the pickup. I think it stacks up well, especially up against a Hayabusa. When you use that Eternal Guard, you stack up on that. You stack up on it, and you'll share the damage, so the Luigi Shadow Kill won't be as effective.
Yeah, and you know what, DreamHack, they are getting it added on the Lord, but I think Doms and also Reflecia is just sniffing out a moment right here, for they are just trying to find a way. But that turns out a good flicker though, but turns out on the back line too, their first blood goes to the hands of DreamHack, and even a big of a fight here coming in. Doms just taken down, no more frontliners. Rainbow got that turtle, and so far so good for DreamHack Esports.
So this is why you don't allow the Phobius to walk, huh? You see how much of an impact it has when it comes to those 5v5 engagements, and then not to mention you pair that up with this Valir, who's been stepping into the scene ever since these Naruto skins came out, man. I feel like they're on to something right there, and I'm looking forward to seeing it again in action with the cooldown rate severely reduced on the skills to be able to spam those steering turrets as well. It's becoming a problem on the competitive scene that a lot of teams have trouble dealing with.
And I mean, you better find a solution, to be honest. Like, I mean, for this part, I'm pretty sure that Doms know what to do, because like Phobius is basically one of his happy and comfort pick heroes too, so probably he can try to work around it for that, so he has a little bit insight for that hero. But at the same time, if it is just too forced and everybody is just dashing around, that Phobius is just non-stop going to be a menace, since if you can't really get the Kalia to catch him as much as you want. So it would be a very big problem if Alpha 7 cannot deal with Black on the Phobius yet, because you really need that firepower from the Beatrix to just burst everyone down.
Speaking of firepower, a lot of fire from Blink as well. I mean, you talk about the Felicia rushing in, Kingzilla on the Joy, even Doms on this Kalia. All of them try and rush in, but it's a great denial when you have the Searing Turret from Blink, and I think it was a wise decision to pick that up in the draft, and it's going to be very hard to close that distance to look for those kills. A little bit of a challenge for Alpha 7 to have to find an answer to. 2 kills ahead right now, looking at about 1,000 gold lead, and you've been seeing the way that gold graph has been swinging. It's been heavily toward one side more than the other. We want to see more of an even blend for game number 3.
Okay, Perzad pulling in quite easily with the Tsunami Slam, but then Kingzilla with a big of a strong heart there, and a non-stop hit again by Black with a triggered
here and there with that Phobius always on the mark. But V2 was taken down by Kingzilla that easily. But wow, Black is just on the hunt for getting more kills, but even Rafflesia getting bursted down with the Ogi Shadow kills. Just not enough again and again for that trade. A lot of collateral, a lot of kills were being baited out with that extended team fights. And wow, DreamHack is just somehow on top through all of that.
It's a bloodbath for sure, but right now DreamHack is definitely the butcher. They're the one holding the knife and cutting this meat when it comes to these engagements. Leading by kills up by 2. You're looking at that difference is still about 1K, but it's about where the kills are going to. Right now, I don't really see an answer when it comes to Black and when it comes to Blink. Both of them able to keep Alpha 7 at Bay. You're going to see that glowing wand picked up by Syndra, though. Have a little bit of that burn, that life bane. Sustainability to work in Syndra's favor.
Okay, which is nice, but Terzal getting pulled by in is just not as good as that. Shukaku going into the back with the fist back and the fist break combo. Not enough, actually. V2 taken, Gusa down. And even so far, Alpha 7 is just surviving on that sliver of health. Lots of trade-offs again and again, but DreamHack still rises on top.
Yeah, and I mean, that's still a trade working in DreamHack's favor. They took down Gusa. They're going to delay the power spike on this Beatrix. A different dynamic from the last time we seen Beatrix slotted up, right? We saw a heavy frontline composition to be able to allow this Beatrix to properly farm, but this time around it's not the same story. V2, 2-1-1 right now, but Black is on fire. He's got 4 assists. He is spearheading the
Okay, turns out the Kalia is just affecting on that Tsunami Slam. A good trigger on the Purify right on top, but turns out Rainbow taking Kingzilla down for a 1v1 trade-off. On top is just that good. Chukaku getting to tank a lot of damage coming in from Doms, playing in with that passive. But then turns out it is just not enough, and DreamHack wants to disperse from this match.
Yeah, gonna disperse indeed. Rainbow able to take that tier 1 turret on the top side. Another response by DreamHack as well. Looks like they're gonna go in for the bot lane. A little bit of that proxy should be able to hold off those minions, but Alpha 7, we may be looking at another 5v5 engagement. Turtle spawning in. Here comes a wraparound through the alleyway. V2 will go ahead and take that turret.
And V2 coming in from the back actually quite easily. And then turns out starting on that turtle also, but Rafflesia is just eyeing on a moment where he can jump in, but Black is just more aggressive as ever, trying to see who can connect onto that Infernal Pursuit. So, it's a little bit of clapback here going up against Alpha 7. They really gotta find a solution on how to deal with Black on the Phobius, but then turns out there's a little bit of concealed play coming in from Shukaku, cancelled out, but I don't think that Alpha 7 turns out they do want to clash back here, but Rafflesia onto the back, and even Shukaku getting cancelled out with that fist crack and fist break combo, and right now taking a lot of damage here. Rafflesia is just right on point, taking a lot of tanks from everyone. Bennett's Rage and even the Nibiru's Passion coming out, and it is just to buy a lot of time to skirmish out, but then turns out through all of that and not even a single trade-off, DreamHack was just smart enough to just buy a lot of time for Rainbow to split push down at the bottom lane.
Yeah, great prio on the map and good vision to be able to focus on the objectives by Rainbow. He's trying to go ahead and clear these lanes out. That way when these lords start to spawn in, it'll be a lot easier of a time because Alpha 7 is going to have to catch up. They're going to have to put a bandage on these cuts on the top and the bot side if they're not careful, and they can't afford to keep losing these tier 2s. They need to find a way to push into that tier 1 in the mid lane. V2 now picking up the DHS, be able to hit with some damage, especially against the beefier composition of the Felicia, Doms, and Kingzilla.
And okay, right now even DreamHack, I think they would try to disperse back to just like give Alpha 7 a little breather, because I think a little bit of initiation will start if they spot up Rafflesia right on top there. But then again, all this time, looking at Rafflesia and also Doms working together, they would need to find a great moment, because the correct way to just find a good opening was just to pick off Shukaku. Because if you do that, no one getting stopped, it's just a black jumping here and there with the Infernal Pursuit. Which is good, but -1 tanky guy. But if you let DreamX get the Lord, a lot of butts here and there, this is going to be a hard one to defend.
Yeah, hard one to defend indeed. Right now, DreamX off to a great start, just crossing the 10-minute mark. At about, I would say, close to the halfway mark. I mean, we've seen a lot of these games hit the 20-minute mark. Some of the later ones get to that 24, 25-minute threshold. With one of the earliest games being about around 15 minutes. So about a quarter of the way there. DreamX, 4 turrets in, only lost 1 on the top side. Luminous Lord marching on the bot lane as well. An opportunity to clear out these tier 2s.
Okay, so far they are playing it quite slow, even freezing up the lanes right on top to just time it well with the middle and also the bottom lane, so that Alpha 7 has more things to do, lots of spring cleaning here and there. And then right now, coming in with the Lord, they are just trying to defend all of this because like DreamX is just finding a great opening. Even right now, they are trying to push back in, and so far so good. Because Gusa has a high clearance rate for the minion waves.
Yeah, the waves are definitely in DreamX's favor right now. And then the economy, I mean, it's 8k gold lead. And that's great for V2. I mean, he already is spearheading the way on this Moskov. Speaking of Moskov, I think this is the first time we've seen that a Moskov side team actually have such a massive lead, which means if he's able to push in, he may be able to close this out with a backdoor play if Alpha 7 tries to go in for an engagement for the Lord. So that's another element that they have to figure out how to deal with. DreamX all over the jungle right now, starving out Alpha 7, not even able to push out the base.
Okay, 1 by 1. Okay, slowly. I mean, like, what can be the deal breaker though for both of these teams to actually try to get a push ahead? I think it's just a DreamX buying time for getting that Lord up top there. And for minion waves so far, they cleared it out and even freeze it so well. Because even if Rafflesia tries to open up Vision, Black will just always be there, and also Blink getting ready for that type of team fight. And since you don't want to bait out any kills or expensive resources right before a very expensive objective take, I would say it will be a very risky thing if you want to try to pick someone off for right now. It's just sending in a lot of minion waves to just keep Alpha 7 at bay and as busy as possible so they can get the Lord quite easily for DreamX.
Yeah, they're going to go for it right now. I mean, look at the minions on the bot side. They can't even contest because Gusa is down there. If they do go in for this, they're going to be punished severely because V2 is right there ready to hit the mark as the ADC, and there goes the Lord into DreamX's hands.
And since that Lord is in DreamX, a lot of moments that Alpha 7 really needs to like pick up their high ground defense. I mean, right now you have Syndra on the Vexana that can help with the Eternal Guard and everything. Gusa on the other hand would also pair up quite well also because he is on the Beatrix. Kingzilla and Doms and Rafflesia on the other hand, they can just help around there, but again, the job task needs to be clear. Who clear what out? Who do you want to pick off after that? The shot call though needs to be solid, because if it doesn't, DreamX can actually have the potential to just end all of this in this last push with the Lord.
Yeah, they're gonna go in to try and open up this base against Alpha 7. These two teams have been going at it since the regular season. DreamX trying to hold on to that title as a superior team, trying to break down this tie that is stacked against them. And right now, Alpha 7 giving a little bit of pushback. Kingzilla will find Rainbow. May go in for a little bit more. Wants to be a little careful. Big Russian and a slam. We are going to go ahead and see the minions, though. Pushing into the base. Crystal. Infernal Pursuit. Black rushing in, taking some hits of his own. There goes the fist break, the crack. The meteor does drop down. You're going to see that Eternal Guard as well. Gusa finds
Nice.
Black. V2 taking down Doms. Gusa with a double, finding Blink to respond back. Need to get out of there. A lot of low HP across the board, and both sides will separate.
Okay, but right now you can really see that how Gusta Lagusta scaling wise will finally pay off. And right now for Alpha 7, they're just hanging on a thread of like, can we make this moment a comeback? Can we flip this momentum to our hands? Because like those things they really need to consider on how to do it. Because again, Shukaku and also Flag, they really know what to do. They really are invincible. If you want to try to go head to head against them, it's kind of hard if you want to try to hit everything. But at the same time, finding a great moment if the AOG jumps in right, or somebody can actually pick them off first with the Tsunami Slam on Doms, that can actually make a greater number for the Beatrix to just help damage through all of that.
And Rainbow, in the midst of all this on the bot side, we can go ahead and flex them guns and clear out that bottom lane. You are looking at some great positioning from Alpha 7 though, sticking together, a little bit of that hive mentality. You don't want to see, especially the mage and the marksman, Gusta Lagusta and Syndra, separate too far away from Reflecia and Doms. They need to be able to protect them. They need them for these engagements. Top side, V2. Gonna go ahead and clear out that lane. Needs to watch out for the SOD.
Okay, watching out for the SOD quite indeed because of the far lane giving continuous vibes there, even though the minions are quite on point with their jobs, but DreamHack is just hovering around that Lord, trying to take it back, trying to probably reset it, because you do have the possibility of the SOD connecting, but you do not have Gusta Lagusta can just suddenly teleport through there just like the Moskov. Late entry is the key, but the question is, can they really jump in through that? Because this will be a longer team fight, because like you're not just baiting out the Lord, you're just trying to push back here and there, and you're just finding a sweet moment between all of that. So between Doms and Reflecia, you gotta really time it right because the concealed play is just starting in, finally pulling out another one. Shukaku down! Just like that! SOD didn't really connect and then even jumping onto the back. AOG to save the day for a defensive play, but V2 getting into the jumps by Doms. Not enough damage though to deal with, but with the immortality they would have more firepower here. The chances of DreamHack is just scoring on this Lord is way easier, but at the same time Kingzilla is just wide open there, finding out a moment. Blink almost taken down and finding the electrified beat hits the spot. Rainbow taken one down with the Ogi Shadow kill, not enough, but Black couldn't even take that much damage, and at the end of the day it's still the Lord for DreamHack's hands.
A little shaky, a little dicey, but still able to find that look they were going for. Kingzilla not gonna let it go without ease. V2 rushing in is gonna find the kill. Syndra is gonna take down V2 though for the punish. Got a little greedy there. I mean, you're out for 40 seconds. We're talking 18 minutes in. You can't fall. But I guess he has a little bit of time before this Lord spawns in. But you can definitely tell he's eager to find a techno play, man. He's trying to get caught in slow motion with the Spear of Destruction.
I mean, like, I'm also eager to see like who can actually get the Lord. But at the end of the day, DreamHack somehow just baited and bought so many times for this to secure this Lord, and even without that tier 3 inhibitor down at the bottom lane, this would be a great problem for Alpha 7 to just clear out those waves, because it is ready and online coming in. So far, no initiations yet from DreamHack. The clearing position wise for Alpha 7 is still also massive, and so far no fight initiations.
Yeah, that one definitely was on the fault of V2. He shouldn't have rushed in to try and get that thirst for the kills. Should have just waited for the Lord, because now that Lord led to nothing for the side of DreamHack. Not even taking an inhibitor off that play, but they're still going to go in. They want to take something, but now, I mean, that window of opportunity has passed by. The ship has sailed.
Oh, they really gotta wait again. You gotta be patient for this type of things, because if you don't, you wanna rush, it won't end up good. I have it reminds me of my high school friend's little quote. Anything is rushed or forced, it's never good. So that's not a whole quote, but that's one of the quotes there. And coming in here, Rafflesia is just a little bit pushed back. Just finding a lot of moments here though, Easy. Ooh, I kind of want to freeze the moment so I can just always be here, just as you said, using Techno. And I think again and again, DreamX is just buying time to get the Lord.
Yeah, gonna buy some time. Malefic Gun picked up over there. You're looking at V2 completely stacked, both sides stacked. Double Malefic Gun for both sides. And Wind of Nature for a little bit of that blanket of security from both the marksmen. 9-12 on the scoreboard. Highest kill game we've had so far in this series. Passing that 20-minute mark. I think the longest game we've had today was around 25 minutes. So we'll see if these two teams can break that record today. Twilight Armor picked up by Black as well for some additional defense.
Okay, Gus. Okay, Gus. Okay, Gus. I'm getting hyped up just by seeing this Lord here. And even DreamX, they are starting to get close in. And again, they get that, how do you call it, advantage here in. And from DreamX, they're just finding a position where they can just try to bait out a lot of resources coming in from Alpha 7 too. So, they are trying to find and maneuver in because like it's only Dom's providing vision there so far. Rafflesia is just there, always present in, holding back Gusta Gusta. But so far playing onto that passive, AOG jumping in quite well onto 2, and even the Eternal Guard finding in quite well. A killing spree on the side of Rainbow. No more Gusta Gusta. This is hard for Alpha 7. No main damage dealers. It's kind of hard to see. And even pushed back. No more Rafflesia. Down 4-2, leaving Kingzilla and also Doms to protect it all. At the end of the day, DreamX is just finding a way to end all of this. Doms tried to jump in, not enough to stop anybody because the frisk back and the frisk back combo coming in quite hot and couldn't even stop. Base quite open, and DreamX leading on to their next match point of the day. Victory onto the Dragon side.
No panic, no mistakes. Just cold, calculated victory. Able to push on with game number 3, DreamX. The Dragons fly high in the skies again, setting the tone 2-1.
Wow, and even after like 3 games, I don't think that this is kind of one-sided. What we've seen from like game 1 and game number 2 also. And for right now, I might say DreamX really deserves this W because like even in drafts and everything, it was hard for Alpha 7 to just like find an opening, to just find ways to chuck down anybody there. For me, I'm torn apart between choosing Black or even Shukaku as the MVP though, because like it's quite amazing to see like how they try to front everything, they try to help everything, because like if it's not for them, it's kind of hard to just entry in for Rainbow and also V2.
You know, I didn't think about Black did really good on this Phoveus. He was initiating a lot in these engagements, and they weren't really able to kind of pick him off. I would say it would be between him and V2. Personally, for me, I think V2's positioning was really key in a lot of these moments, a lot of the split push capability. He was such a force for the side of Alpha 7. I mean, but I would say V2 did make that mistake though when he rushed in on the that aggressive play, especially when they took that Lord. So yeah, it's definitely a toss-up on this one. Shukaku, amazing assist. I mean, he finished that out 0-2 and 11. He definitely had a huge impact with the Padang. So a great game over there from DreamX, and right now we got to see how they respond. Yeah, Alpha 7 off to a little bit of a rocky road after that last game. So man, it's definitely a sight to see. And speaking of sights to see, we have some things to see tomorrow as well. For those tuning in, there is a showdown. That's right. I know you see me and Vay hanging out here in the Hidden Leaf Village. poking around, gonna check out a ramen shop, and then tomorrow check out a throwdown. Look, Vey, if you haven't told them already, 1v1 dueling. Your favorite teams are gonna be out there. You guys need to make sure you show out, and to be able to be there, leave a like, leave a subscribe. That way you can get that notification when day 2 does start, because there's some special segments in there where you'll be able to see some spicy Naruto skins at its finest, and it's a lot of competition, man, and some rules that you don't want to miss out on.
Of course, and with this though, it's a 1v1, it's the pre-game, so that's excited already to hear that the skins will pop off, the pro players will actually get to use it. It's a little bit of a secret though. We need to it will be announced later on, so guys, you just wait in your seats in your house to see who will actually play in a pre-game show match. And let's not forget the main event of the show match of the Naruto Shippuden MLBB collaboration skin show match. It will be a showdown also, because it is a 5v5 between the men's pro player teams and also the women's scene in LATAM who qualified to MWI, with lots of fun with the Naruto skins that we've seen in this game right here. We've seen Kalia Doms use the Sakura skin, even the Hayabusa Rainbow used Kakashi. You would see more and more fun games, and also skins appear tomorrow in the first match of the day. And we're talking about this game right now. DreamHack got a lead. Let's just say finally double digits on the kill, 22 minutes and 24 seconds. Goal gap, it was pretty harsh though. Neutral objective wise, DreamHack got to secure a lot of things also. And for damage, buff wise though, DreamHack got a little bit more. I thought that that purple buff wasn't secured as much for Kingzilla, even though he is on the joy. And we're talking about damage wise and also given though, somehow, some way, Shukaku just leaves right on top. No, actually it's black. Goodness, this Phobius. It's just hard to stop, hey.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on point, and honestly, there wasn't really too much of a denial with the pickups there against it. The glue wasn't picked up here. So yeah, Alpha 7 had a rough time. Smart drafting for the side of DreamHack. Hey, we said this in the beginning. Look at the goal difference over time. Look at that graph, man. That crater. It's like a crater dropping on an anthill with how massive that thing is. And I would say that goes to show us the draft. That's the issue with this one. It's the draft that's starting to pay homage to this graph over here at the end of these matches, and it definitely needs to be studied a little bit more. I would say smart positioning from DreamHack, able to keep V2 alive, but also you mentioned Shukaku, some great setups with Bedang. He fell short in the last game on the Jawhead, but I think this game makes up for it.
Yeah, revenge. I don't get any hits with the missiles. It's okay, I'll get hits with the wall, and he did just that. And Huawei, a 2-1 for right now, leading with DreamHack. So if ever DreamHack gets to win this game, that means it's match point for them. Sadly, Alpha 7 needs to go home, but on the other hand, if Alpha 7 gets to prolong their lifeline, they can still continue. And the MVP of the game for today, Tag with a 4-8 KDA, 71% kill participation. This guy is an amazing frontliner.
Yeah, I believe that is Shukaku able to get this MVP. He's definitely all over the place. Just a very amazing performance on the Bedang. We were kind of wondering how he would kind of perform out here, especially after that performance with the... Oh, no, it's black. I thought it was Shukaku. I saw the Rome boots. Sorry, I'm getting used to the pictures. It's black, but nonetheless, same story, same dynamic. He was very impactful here. When it came to the drafting, the Fovea slipped through the cracks. The glue was banned, and this was picked, I want to say, on the second phase of the draft, and it profited and very well indeed. Not really able to shut him down. He was out there with the Infernal Pursuit, out there with the Demonic Force, and they definitely paid the ultimate price by letting that slip through in the draft.
And wow, I've never seen that much of an aggression on the Phobias. And even it's not in the, if I'm not mistaken, it's not in the first picking phase, if I'm not mistaken, but it is prioritized because you kind of like go head to head with Doms while using it, but I feel that the way that Black uses it, it's just more aggressive, that the way that he can just front like crazy, and nobody was able to burst him down at the early games. So that's a good way to use the Phobias for your first turtle and the rest of the objectives. No wonder DreamHack got to secured it quite well.
Quite well indeed. And now here we are, a chance for match point to be able to close this out. DreamHack trying to repeat history from the regular season when they faced off against Alpha 7 in round 1. Alpha 7, it's a little shaky. Backs against the wall. I know those nerves are definitely there for all of the teams. I know for myself, I'm over here shaking, man. I'm not knowing what's going to happen next. The LATAM region has been full of things that I did not expect. But things that have definitely taught me and helped me develop more as a caster, for sure. To be able to see... you know what? We haven't seen the Julian. That's the only thing. What is going on with the Julian? Was it just maybe it was just those two teams. Maybe it's not really as heavy of a hitter as I was kind of glazing it up to be. But we'll see as we jump into our next match here momentarily. Hopefully we can see it. At least give us one Julian. Look, if you guys are listening, if your teams are out there, pull the Julian out, man. Just one good time for us.
Just for Wheezy. Just for Wheezy. He wants the
Sprinkle
Julian.
that
I mean, like,
dust.
he could... Yeah, sprinkle NACT dust. Wish it luck. Julian dance. And, I mean, like, it is somewhat hyped and not hyped at the same time because, I mean, like, it popped off as an amazing hero for those junglers that play, and surprisingly in the LATAM region they played it so well, but it's that typical it's okay lah, one time only, that type. So if you're lucky to see it, if you're not, you gotta wait for them to like be in the mood for it. I don't know, but overall we're jumping in again and again for game number 4 here right now. Either match point for DMX or to prolong another team fight, an equalized point for Alpha 7. Still standing on the same, different though, not prioritizing the jungle bands, but say goodbye to the Harriet and also Luyi.
Your team
Yeah,
is
Luyi
banned.
will be taken off the board. There goes the Bedang side by side with that. Maybe the Kimmy comes out here. We've been seeing the Kimmy kind of banned a lot. Could be a possibility, or even I would say the Kalia could be a wise decision. Just so much on the table now in terms of meta. You can't ban them all, right? Maybe some assassins will kind of slip through the cracks here. We've been seeing a lot of Lucas pulled out here, especially from the side of DreamHack. I wonder if they're still going to go that route, or if they possibly pull out the chip. It's walking.
Your team is banning.
Ooh, what's it? Okay, Kimmy. Okay, still with that, I can say that it is a template ban, but definitely a respect ban on the Badang, even though DMX is on the first pick. But respectfully, you don't want that Badang on Dom's hands because, like, dude, setup was crazy. And plus, with the combination of the AOG from Rafflesia on the Gatakacha, it just works so well. But hey, let's hear.
Here comes the chip.
No more Sasuke. No Sasuke.
A
No
little
chip.
unfortunate too, man. He was one of my favorite characters in the Naruto world. But you are going to see the chip
Your team
banned out here, right? Yes. Okay. So the chip does come out. They don't want to have that mobility. Yep. He will be gone. So effectively now the question is, do they pick out this Lucas that they've been kind of thriving in on? Or do they go for the Gatakacha? We've been seeing that be such a strong pickup for Alpha 7. Maybe they try and get the denial. not allow them to pick this up. Could be a viable option.
I mean, like, coming in from Raflesia, if I'm not mistaken, his pocket pick though is the
Your
Grok
team
and
is
the
banned.
Tigreal. So if ever any opponents pick up the Joy, should be a good pick for him. And it turns out it was the first pick, Hayabusa, for DMX. For Alpha 7 though, since you already got the Hayabusa, you don't have the Suyo, there's no rush into that. Either you can lock in a Granger Gatot Gacha, or a jungler and a Gatot Gacha should be good here right now.
Kalia could be good as well. Hilda could be a great option. I mean, you need something to be able to invade over there into this jungle. When you have Hayabusa, it's a squishy jungler, so if you can apply that pressure in the early phase, I think that should be a focus. Gatakashka is definitely coming out right here. I mean, they've been loving to pick out. Wait a second. Oh, shoot. Whoa. Wait a second. Okay, so they're going to go with the Granger. That's a lot of prio on a Granger this early. I'm not sure if that's the right decision. I feel like they could have waited for the Granger and went in for something more of a hard counter to the Hayabusa. Hilda would have been great. But they are going to go in for the Kalia instead, so it is a viable option. But we'll see how that plays out, because now they put themselves in a position. You have this this Valier that's walking, and it's definitely going to keep that Kalia at bay.
Okay, so at least they do have an answer for that. And Gatot Kacha denied by DMX though. So no Kalia and Gatot Kacha priority. Like, okay, to be honest, I kind of agree with you, Easy, because like it just comes back to the question of like, why rush the Granger so much right now? Like, you could have gotten that Gatot Kacha Kalia, and then even if the Granger was picked up by DMX, Gusa performed so well in other heroes, like for example, the Rising Beatrix would be good. Carry is also good. There's also his Irithel that he likes to play, so a lot of options actually. But anywho, since you don't have Gatot Kacha, will a Tigreal or a Hylos be popped up right now? Or is it too early to pop another chunky
Your team
boy?
is banning.
Oh, okay.
Hanzo!
Another Hanzo pickup. Hey, man, I don't know if I'm just bringing some of that North American over here to the LATAM scene. But nonetheless, the Hanzo's okay. Yep, you're going to have to worry about the Valier, though. He's still going to be able to push you back in that Pinnacle Ninja, so and that Hanekage coming out could be a possibility to be able to punish. Not to mention they have a Gattacacha, so he can jump on the Hayabusa or the Hanzo with the AOG, even though he's invulnerable now, so you can't really damage him. Or you can damage, but you can't really stop him. So we'll see how that kind of plays out from the Gattacacha going up on this Hanzo. I'm honestly interested to see what happens when they go to the back line on him after the revamp. Now, there goes the Moskov. They're going to take that away from the side of DreamMax. I'm wondering, though, I do think it's a rush on the Granger. I think they're just trying to solidify a win in that lane. And they're going to probably ban another marksman here to even further help them there. But again, I mean, there's a lot of good pickups that Gusta Lagusta could have got, and they could have profited from that Gattacacha. So it is a little bit of a risky game. Now, you mentioned the Tig. I don't think the Tig will come here. The only reason being is it's a hard counter. The Valier is a hard counter to the Tig, because if you try and go in for the implosion plays or the setups, he's just going to push you back with the searing turret. So it's going to be very hard. So I think they're going to go for more of somebody who's super overly aggressive, or possibly yeah, they have to. They really need a strong another frontliner, I would say, because I don't even think the Kalia is enough, especially up against a Valier and a Gattacacha staring dead at him on these 5v5 engagements.
Okay, they close out the Hylos, which I get it, because you don't want a chunky boy there for DMX. But on the other hand, you can also chunk this down. I get the Granger now, though, pairing up with the Hanzo. So at least there's a little bit of escapability, and since you close off that Moskov, it kind of leaves you open to like Beatrix, Carry. You can't really get away as much, so it'll be easier for the Hanekage to just come in with the Pinnacle Ninja. But I think coming from DMX is just like really one respect with Syndra range wise mages. And also at the same time, they don't want anybody messing up their compositions in that team fight. So you really gotta think account to that. I think for right now, Alpha 7, if they don't want to rush into Rafflesius or even Dom's pick, right now they can pick up the mages first. So at least you do know when you get a stopper against the Valir, the Hayabusa, and also the Gatotkacha. I feel like the Vexana or even Aurora pick for now. So, or if ever they just wanna get the tanky ones. Hilda, you like that?
I do. It's a hard. This should have came out instead of the Granger though, but you know, for sure. But the Hilda still found its way in there. I think the last one is either going to be a Valentina or a Vexana for the side of Alpha 7. The Valentina, I would say, I mean, yes, it doesn't profit from the Valir, but it's okay because you have the Ouija Shadow Kill and you have the AOG, which means you now have some engagement for your team to be able to punish, because you need some setup for this Pinnacle Ninja to really profit off of, right? You need somebody to kind of keep them at bay and initiate, and then also it's a lot of survivability working in Alpha 7's hands. But you are going to see some interesting picks. I would say debut pick, at least for the relegation, it's going to be this Claude. Yeah, we haven't got to see the Claude picked up too often. Now, I know when it was showcasing the marksmen the most picked, I think he might have snuck in there, but we haven't got to see it today. The Esmeralda, we've been talking about the crawl back on there. Esmeralda, I think the sole purpose of this is to really face off against the Hilda and be able to sustain itself.
NACT Sprinkle by Wheezy. A pop-up of a Esmeralda, which is good. I mean, like, they're going up against Kalia, who's basically her passive just like plays here and there with the shield. So probably even though there is a heal, you can try to like steal that back. But wowie, you have a Claude, you need a counter, you need range, you need a menace. They just locked in the Lilia for now. And for Syndra. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. What do you think about these two drafts, Weezy?
I'll say Alpha 7. The Lilia, I understand the concept behind it. They want to be able to burst down the Esmeralda. They want to be able to take down the Gatotkacha. And they also, if you do get hit with the Pinnacle Ninja rushing in, the Hanakage over there from, or actually the Hayabusa, if you get hit with the Ouija Shadow Kill, you can use the Black Shoes to go back to safety to regen your HP, going back in time, if you should say. But is it the right decision? Because you're putting a lot into the hands of Gusta Lagusta on this Granger, who typically can perform really well early, but the late game's a little questionable for me. And Lilia is not really a late game thriver. Lilia is more for the early game engagement. So I feel like if they want to win this one, Alpha 7 needs to close this out fast.
Okay, so let's see. Coming in hot again for game number 4, match number 2 of the day. DreamHack versus Alpha 7. Still here, wide awake and excited for today. It's me, Faye, all the way from Indonesia, and Wheezy, all the way from NA, supporting all of you guys on this table.
That's right. It's a pleasure to be here all the way from the North American scene, sprinkling that NACT dust all over the relegation for MPL LATAM Season 3. Get to see this. Got a lot of sprinkles, man. It's like Fredrin when he's walking around with his hand in his pocket. He's got that NACT dust alongside him. But you're going to go ahead and see these two teams. Some early engagement indeed, but something that's been standing out to me throughout this entire series has been that gold graph at the end, right? We traditionally see one team really outshine when it comes to the neutral objectives, particularly really the Lords. We don't really get to see too many Lord trade-offs. It's usually like either one team or the other gets all three. Hopefully this one will be a lot closer, as this is match point. DreamHack, if they close this one out, they'll be sending Alpha 7 home and claiming that last ticket for the playoffs to close out the day.
And you know what, for right now, Alpha 7, they're just finding an opening for like even clearing out the middle lanes here. Syndra can just slowly chunk it all down quite easily, because it'll take some time though when you're on the Valir. But hey, that is a fast initiation there being thrown out right now by Reflecia on Dikalia, but right now is the first blood on the side of Blink. Getting through all of that, Shikaku from the back tried to chase down Kingzilla, but then turns out it is just a manhunt for a shadow right there. Dobbs coming in, trying to run away, but turns out the Ogi shadow kill gets to secure him quite that easily, and even baited him down. Too bad. It's a 2-0 kill trade right now, and even plus the turtle at the bottom lane. Even Tree right now, goodness gracious, DreamHack, they are just in it to win it.
Yeah, that was an amazing play from DreamHack to be able to push in there 3 kills in a row and also able to take that turtle not even at 3 minutes in for this matchup, but in the mid lane. There goes the Pinnacle Ninja, that Hanzo we wanted to see. Great positioning over there on the purple buff to be able to put some pressure onto the mid lane, something that DreamHack will have to watch out for.
Because like right now Alpha 7 is just finding an opening on like try to slip in here and there, but right now so far, for the early game, even laning wise from the gold lane, it does favor more to B2. But on the other hand, we've seen the Esmeralda and also the Hilda try to just juke it out right on top. At the same time, we know that Doms will always be present right there, trying to just chuck everybody down. Even right now with the Hanekage coming in, it's just to scare and try to chunk somebody down here, there in the middle lane. But you know what? Getting stunned right here, and even the OG jumping in, a little bit of miss here, hitting Gusta, but not enough for the OG shadow here. Roughly shut down, but no problem. He is still the frontliner. But if this continues, this is not good for Alpha 7 because an early snowball Hayabusa is a very strong Hayabusa. And right now, even securing that gold plating down at the bottom lane for V2, DreamHack again and again is on fire.
Somebody call a doctor, man. We need some band-aids. The bleeding needs to be patched up. Alpha 7, it's been cut wide open. DreamHack 4-0 taking the tier 1 turret on the bottom side. Still gonna put some pressure on Augusta. Rainbow rushing in with the finesse, with the style, a flashy play with the Kakashi. Able to take him out, and that will be Rainbow's 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, Rainbow showing up really like a teacher right there, but you know what? Getting stopped again. Thank goodness with the Quad Shadow coming in, but you know what? The Hanekage pushed back. Wowie, in a sliver of moment, he was still able to move back because of everybody's teamwork from DreamHack. And even securing that turtle quite easily, and just done like that.
Yeah, just a really good game. And we talked about that gold graph, right? Statistically speaking, with the way these objectives are going, DreamHack on paper would win this game, because every single time we see this, that team seems to be the one to close it out, and we just shadow kill does connect in, but they do stack up to share the damage. Good play by Alpha 7 on defense. A little bit of pushback from both sides, not going to lead to any kills, but right now economy definitely in DreamHack's favor. 4,000 gold lead.
Ooh, okay, if that enters 5k, it'll be quite far actually. Okay, right now seeing in the Death Sonata coming in, but with those little orbs by Syndra should be very menacing to burst somebody down, because Shinkaku is just running for the hills. Push back again and again, and turns out this is why they pick up the Valir. So the Hanzo wants to initiate, he just can't.
Yeah, trying to find a push out. Trying to stop the bleeding from DreamHack, going in and rushing and taking these objectives. Alpha 7 off to a little bit of a struggle in the early phase for this game, and the boys need to find a way to turn this back around. It's going to start with definitely some better positioning. I already have Gusta, the ADC, already taken 2 deaths on a Granger, who needs to be the one in the early game to have an advantage, especially against a Claude who picked up more toward that mid to late game. Claude, V2, picking up the Demon Hunter sword.
And even right now though, for like Alpha 7, they're just waiting for a good moment, because they know who to pick up, but at the same time, if you can't really hit that in, it will be quite a problem. Kingzilla sent back just like that. But then again, DreamHack is just very busy on top of the lane. Rainbow, a speed clearing, and even playing from the far lane clean enough And since everybody is busy and everybody's attention is just turned that way, DreamHack can get the turtle that easily. So far, so good for them. This might actually be their match point.
Possibly match point.
But I don't want to
And-
spoke too soon.
Yeah, Alpha 7, man. I like to see it go the distance, but right now, man, the stocks are definitely in DreamHack's side. You are looking at a heavy push on the bot side, down to the inhibitor turret, and now push for the tier 1 in the mid. Reflecia is going to find a kill, takes down Shikaku. A little bit of invasion onto that purple buff. Rainbow deciding to disengage. Good vision by Doms.
And for right now, actually, DreamHack, you're just finding an opening as usual, waiting for the objectives that you can take, and we're talking about those little items there. Hayabusa, I really thought that he was on the Sky Piercer because he got that advantage, he got that investment, but again, it is good enough to know that it's on a cooldown boost. You do also have that BOD and also Hunter Strike, so again, it is a very good snowballed Hayabusa to be on this, but even Rainbow tried to pick someone off. Doing through all of that shared damage, Gusta Lagusta was just able to get out in a sliver of health. Kingzilla tried to reinitiate back though and tried to pick someone off, and then again, it's just not enough damage compared to what Rainbow can bring to the table.
And with the table set for DreamHack, it's time to lay out some napkins, get some forks, and dig in. As Alpha 7 looking like a prime rib for them right now. Need to be careful. This is a big hole, a major deficit. 6k gold lead, 8 minutes in. Ouija Shadow Kill through the mid lane, melting through that HP like a knife through hot butter, and V2 will be able to take that tier 2 turret on the top side.
Thank goodness there is still that black shoes right there. And even right now, trying to funnel in gold for Gusta Lagusta, their only solution was to just like, let's just try and split push down. And even it is stopped and halt by the one and only black on the Esmeralda. So again and again, it won't be that easy though, because like DreamHack is just covering their area so well right now. Even none of the turrets so far are being chunked down right now. Kingzilla coming in with V2. The main target here. Finally securing a kill. But he needs more than just that. Because the right on top, even the trio push right on the bottom, and also coming in strong, but Rainbow trying to press him down, not enough for Dogs, running over the hill, and even finding a little bit of safe haven, trying to disperse the damage with the not enough because they have another problem there. It's Lord on top.
And now you see the push on the top side. Lord still intact, but taking some damage from Alpha 7. He needs to be careful though. They're looking to try and take this tier 1 turret through the mid lane to be able to invade even more further into the jungle of Alpha 7. A lot of pressure, mobilization on the Doms. Falling Star Moon does connect. Black on his tail, and the tier 2 will fall as well. 2 turrets dropping in the mid lane.
Kingzilla trying to help, but you know what? You gotta go back. It's not worth the risk. You gotta wait for the right moment, because you know what? Turns out somebody's just coming in with a mega kill. Goodness, Sidra was just melted down just like that with the Ogi Shadow Kill. This is when you know Rainbow has hit his item power spikes. And even on the Warcry right now, this emblem just helps him tank a lot more damage here. So it will be a big problem, even though sharing the damage will never be enough for now.
Alpha 7 getting folded faster than cheap laundry right now. DreamHack. It looks like they're trying to close this one out, man. They realize this is their chance to be able to push on forward, trying to get a repeat of round 1 from the regular season yet again, and they may just be able to do that. Kingzilla picking up that Demon Hunter sword. Now going to be able to chunk into Black, especially on this Esmeralda, especially with that heavy HP shielding. Speaking of Black, taking some hits, still going to be able to engage with a Falling Star Moon. A taunt connected on the Doms, but not going to lead to a kill. Pinnacle Ninja comes out, goes back.
Okay.
Big slam. Felicia hit with a lot of hits in the Ouija Shadow Kill combination. Very low, and back to the base he goes.
That is how you play the passive. The right chance and the right moments to get some heal, you better do that. Because if you don't, you're probably getting picked off, like, right now by Rainbow. And so far, DreamHack is just eyeing on their prize on that Lord down at the bottom lane, but let's also not forget Dom's on the Hilda is just scouring around, finding a lot of information. Shukaku has his eyes on it. Falling Star Moon triggered in quite early, but you know what? Rainbow already got that Lord, but even that too early! Roughly Show was just melted down just like that, and even AOG jumping into the bag, not enough to get Gustavo, but Kingzilla though was to trade, leaving only 2 for Alpha 7 to defend. I don't think that this is enough, even without the Lord popping in. It is a big problem if DreamHack cannot continue this.
And now they're gonna rush in, possibly try and close this out. May not even need the Lord. This could be endable for the side of DreamHack, but Syndra spawning in, Kingzilla alongside him. Rafflesia just came back in as well. But this may be a push to be able to close this one out. There goes Rainbow. And what follows behind him is the Storm. DreamHack pushing on forward, trying to find a game winner. But Alpha 7 with the denial.
Yeah, they just showed up right on time, right on the death timer. They lived up to the moment at the right timing. And you know what? So far right now, Kingzilla is just hungry for blood. He's just searching out for now. And right now, it was a good defensive play, and I think that it was also a right call for DreamHack to just not force up that fight, because knowing that if you play around the base, you can probably get hit with the aggro turrets, and you will be melted down that easily because you are playing in that close range combat where Gusta and also the Lilia on Syndra can perform very well. So, let's just better disperse, let's just better buy a little bit more time to just finally probably get another Lord, and then we get to push. But turns out there's a little bit immobilized here, but Dom's running away from his life. Even Rafflesia taking too much damage. Both of the main damage dealers here are just right in a big problem.
A big problem indeed. Now at about that 15-minute mark, that's about the earliest we've seen a game in so far. Looks like they will not be able to break that record today. But I don't know if this one will go past that 20-minute mark. Not the way that DreamHack has been pushing forward on these objectives. Not to mention they have V2, who is going to have that BMI and that Blazing Duet. Does have that Golden Staff, I believe, and also the Demon Hunter Sword. Has a lot of damage to be able to dish into Alpha 7 when they decide to initiate. And remember what we said in the beginning, the keys to victory, right? Alpha 7 with the composition, picking up this Lilia alongside the... this marksman, the Granger. They needed to close this out early. The later it goes, the more it leans in DreamHack's favor because they have a better late game combination, specifically just due to the fact of the V2 up there with the Claude going up against the Granger.
And I mean, like, looking at the positions right now, again, DreamHack just got their anchor, they got their solution. Let's just try to take the Lord at least. There is some high ground defenses heroes for Alpha 7, but at the same time, can they really sustain all of that damage from DreamHack? Because that's the most crucial moment here. Kingzilla popping in that Pinnacle Ninja quite a little bit early, finding a great moment here. Shukaku being the main target here, but V2 being clapped down with the WN triggered in Rafflesia with a concealed play. Not enough damage or even a cheeky play to steal the Lord. But then again, Alpha 7, they really gotta go back to the defensive mode.
Back to the drawing board they go. Alpha 7 over here at the base, trying to find a window of opportunity, trying to find a mistake to turn this around. DreamHack looking better than ever and very confident jumping into the later half of this matchup. A chance to be able to get that final seat into the playoffs. Moments away from possibly being able to do so as you see the Lord marching down the mid lane.
Okay, one more point for DreamHack, that is the key. Chunking a lot of people down, even Black is still tanky enough to do through all of that. And even right now, DreamHack coming in strong with the Lord in the middle lane. Alpha 7 trying to defend it with all of their might. Ava Dobbs right in front, too much tanking down, but it's just not enough. Kingzilla just trying to clean up everybody, but you know what? The Ogi Shadow Kill coming in quite hard! Bursting everybody down and even getting a tsunami slab. Not enough, because the Breeze was just choked down quite easily. A victory for the Dragons, that their dream can fly over the former kings. Their chance to claim the ever-elusive crown lives on and will now fly higher in the playoffs. Congratulations, G-Rex Esports in this best of 5 series. A clean 3-1.
They didn't dream big. They dreamed maximum. And now they walk away with the final ticket into the playoffs for MPL LATAM Season 3. Relegation was full of some surprises, some twists, some turns, a little bit of burns in the land of Dawn. This series is definitely one for the books. Some highlights that we won't forget, and honestly, proud to be a part of it. DreamHack able to get the repeat from the regular season, taking down Alpha 7 yet again to let the world know they're the superior team.
I mean, wow, it was a very, very hard-fought match here because you're not going up against an easy team. Alpha 7 basically had a rich history of a combination of RQ, Akira players, and also Bigatron Sons players, and even right now imported 2 Filipino players also. They set a great example, they set a great start, but probably time had to say no to them for this time in this Season 3. For right now, congratulations for DreamHack Esports, and nice try for Alpha 7. You gotta settle down for Season 3, but you guys made a great story all the way from week 1. Amazing performance in week 2 or week 3, if I'm not mistaken. And then even coming on in relegation, you guys took a point against DreamHack with a new lineup, guys. You guys tried a lot of things, adapt to a lot of things, and you guys made it. But sadly, I want to see you guys come back stronger in the next season.
Yeah, it was definitely a treat to be able to watch both of these teams fight it out. I wouldn't say it was a one-sided story. There's definitely some highlights from both sides. Alpha 7 doing a great job. DreamHack just doing it a little bit better for certain. But nonetheless, it was definitely another one for the books. I know everybody definitely was keeping a close eye on both of them. Now, this was an amazing day, right? We got to see a best of 5 in the first series, both of them being best of 5s. The first one actually going to a game 5. This one getting close, ending just short of that at a game 4, but nonetheless pretty much going the distance. 9 games total today between all of these amazing teams. Sadly, 2 didn't make it and had to go home. You got to see Infinity and Malvinas Gaming fight it out. Malvinas able to find some wins on the board, but still falling short to Infinity. And now DreamHack repeating history yet again in MPL LATAM Season 3, similar to Round 1, taking the victory up against Alpha 7 Esports. Man, I know you're pumped up. We've been out here for, I want to say, a little bit more over 6 hours watching just a throwdown in LATAM. That's it. Just 6 hours. Just a little light really? 6 hours, you know. That's it.
It's 6. It's 6. Weezy, I gotta be honest, I don't even see the time anymore. Cause for me, I just see the sun. Suddenly it's here. Oh, it's bright.
Wait, where did my sun go? All I see is the moon now. Can we trade?
What? We traded, Weezy. We traded. And that is how long we are. But you know what? Longer games, that means a higher view for our lovely, lovely viewers to watch in. And a lot of them actually tune in for a lot of the parts of the world. So it's not just from Brazil, even some from Indonesia, some from the Philippines, even some from NA that said hi. I am checking out the little comment section here. But you know what? Wrapping up for game number 4, last match of the day. A sweet, sweet victory for DreamHack, of course. We're talking about the emblems. I feel that Rainbow really put up a good, solid default emblem for the Hayabusa. The Warcry just fits amazing. He has that jungle
potential just coming in, and even on the assassin emblem helps him a lot to just gain up a lot of those damage in the early games, even without a pickoff. See, it's a 5-0-2. It was just that clean. And even though he had the BOD in the early game, rising up to the late, you gotta respect the others. You gotta respect Raflesia just aiming at him. You gotta respect Gusa. Gusa can burst him down. And also Syndra though. So he sold that BOD. He got that immortality. Even same for Shukaku. He knows he's a frontliner. He knows the Gatakachi is just very tanky. You respect Syndra with the radiant armor. So you just want to get that immortality right on. So everybody can be safe. And as you said today, Weezy, Wowie, amazing roamers, amazing shot calls. That means amazing neutral objective. It is another 3-0, but in favor on the side of 3max. All the turrets, all the lords, all of the turtles are just secured quite well. And this is not a creek. This is not a river. This is another mountain. But I think this one is more friendlier to hike on because it's not a sudden bump.
Yeah, it's looks like a pretty smooth mountain, man. I feel like I could hike that one. But Alpha 7, man, I don't know. It's looking a little rough for them with that gold graph. And definitely when you go look at the Lords, you go look at the Turtles, that's what makes the difference over there. So hopefully as they polish through their off time for MPL LATAM Season 4, we'll be able to see even more of an evolved team. But nonetheless, there's a lot of competition and also a lot of talent when it comes to the LATAM region. And being able to see what each of them provide is definitely an eye-opener for myself from North America. I mean, sometimes you get so used to your world and your meta, and then you step outside of that and realize there's so much more going on.
I mean, like, there are a lot of things that you can try to explore, and which is also quite good to watch outside of your own region. So I feel like exploring here and there is just the best way to just learn. So I'm really happy to cast with you today with Weezy, all the way from NA, even though we're online. I'm just really happy to have a good friend, a new friend here. And tomorrow, guys, we'll be back with Chronos 2, and Weezy will go back to his shift in NACT, so don't forget to support him too on the other side of the region. So keep on watching, of course. And today, it was a very satisfying match to see. 2 action packs, and then turns out it is not 10 games, it is just 9.
Just 9. But before we go, we have a little bit of a treat for you guys. Some more things to kind of look into. We still have yet to see who we crown for that MVP. And there it goes. Right after the storm, right after it rains, and the sun comes out, a rainbow will follow on that amazing Hayabusa as we look at some of these highlights with the Kakashi skin. Talk about arriving in style and getting some flashy kills. A sensei in the land of Dawn.
Wow, you can definitely learn from Rainbow on how to play a good Hayabusa. You meet the early conditions, you can gain a lot of stuff there, and then you just got to even handle a lot of damage for your whole team. So overall, GG really for 3max. Amazing highlight, and even a good new feature for the Naruto with Mobile Legends skin.
Look, and I don't know about you, but often I try and look at Hayabusa when he's using that Ouija Shadow Kill, and I can't find him, man. He's just so fast. But I'll tell you what, I found a secret to be able to catch him. Techno. Good phone, great camera.
Ooh.
Able to catch it in slow-mo. You can see every animation from Hayabusa in the Ouija Shadow Kill, man. Sometimes he even pops up in the camera and waves at you. Did you know he did that? Bet you didn't. It's too fast to see.
Wow. Okay, really gotta get a Techno phone, especially the special Techno Camon 40 series, so that I can check that out. I kind of want to see in the middle of that Ogi Shadow Kill, Hayabusa just waves around. I kind of want to see that. I want a hello from Hayabusa. And of course, with the amazing skins, you gotta have an amazing place to top up your diamonds. Just go ahead in bonoxus.com. Don't forget that we have a special code for you guys. It is BNXMPL3. only available right now throughout the season. So there's a lot of events going on. There's a lot of things that you want to buy, but you know what's best? You gotta girl math it out. You gotta have that discount. So it's BNX MPL3. Go ahead, check it out, buy it now.
Beautiful 5% on top of that. And guys, the gaming doesn't just stop there. Speaking of gaming, community gaming, an ultimate platform offering a lot of competitions and support for those who want to host their own local tournaments. So much offered from them. They provide solutions for a lot of community-driven things and also offer professional and automated payment solutions as well to be able to kind of contribute to those prize pools. So I look forward to seeing community gaming. It doesn't just stop here over here in MPL LATAM. It goes so much further. Speaking of so much further, though, another showdown competition tomorrow. We get to see who the senseis are in the land of Dawn. That's right, special event. Vey, you'll be a part of it. You'll be seeing it. You get to see the Mobile Legends Bang Bang collaboration with Naruto. That's right, man. We got a hot 1v1 to start things off with your favorite teams fighting it out. 3 versus 3 in the mid lane. So many rules to kind of jump into with that. They can't even go outside of the mid lane when they're fighting it out. Not only that, not even allowed to recall. I mean, how crazy, man. You're talking about really learning the ninja way. And then after that, 5v5. That's going to be explosive as well. I know you're looking forward to seeing that all those Naruto skins come out there and showcase to the world what they're capable of.
You know what? There's a lot of amazing things to see tomorrow, and let's also not forget, other than we've seen KOLs or probably pro players will play in the Naruto show match tomorrow. We'll also have another relegation day, day number 2. So there will be an official MPL match again for tomorrow, but it's only one match, not like today that there's 2. But you know what? A longer show to all of you guys who's watching. So that's why we have the Naruto MLBB show match. That's why we have it. So it's longer. You guys can watch a lot, and it'll be more fun.
Hey, and that's what we want to see, right? We want to see some explosiveness, some fireworks, and that's what we got a taste of today. Honestly, we stepped in here thinking that it was going to go a lot faster than it did, right? Especially with the way the regular season went with some of these teams competing. But it took us by surprise, and it's looking very promising for the LATAM region. I'm actually excited to see Relegation Day 2. I won't be there. I'll be there supporting on the sidelines. Hopefully, maybe during the regular season, I can pop up a little bit more often. Maybe we work something in the background. But nonetheless, some great faces. My boy Kronos over there, Vey, rocking it down. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a sight to see, and you guys want to make sure you're a part of it. And to be able to do that, make sure you leave a like, make sure you leave a subscribe on the channel. That way you guys can get the notifications first to be able to tap in and not miss any moments.
Yes, because there will be a lot of action packs, especially during the weekends. So again, there are a lot of regions going on for the MPL, but we've also couldn't make it this far if it's not for all of your support right here, for just loving MLBB, and for now even gathering to the anime side of the world for loving Naruto. So once again, we are very, very thankful for all of you guys who's just tuning in and also watching our stream.
Yeah, definitely a lot of highlights today, man. We got to see so much going on. Teams that are scaling through the times. We got to see some interesting picks. Sprinkled some NACT dust out there. Got to see the Esmeralda crawl back, come back into effect. We got to see the Hanzo pulled out not once, but twice today. That double Pinnacle Ninja in effect, man. Just so much things going on for the MLBB scene, and I just love to be a part of it. I know I had a blast today. I know Vey. I've seen a lot of that excitement. Both of us from 2 different time zones, but the energy perfectly synced. And that just shows that it's such a great environment and a great show for the LATAM region. And this is just the beginning. We haven't even touched the playoffs, right? We still got Relegation Day 2 to be able to see how that kind of closes out and how things move forward. And then we also get to move on forward into the playoffs after that point to be able to see who can reign supreme for LATAM Season 3 before they close things out. So yeah, it's been a blast. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. You know, even from an outsider perspective, being from the NA region, some great competition here, and hopefully we can face you guys soon.
And anything memorable today, Weezy, from the LATAM region that you probably hope that any probably strategies or heroes that can be brought to NA? Anything that you wanna pop it off or what you like for today?
Definitely, it's hard to really narrow it down to one, but I would say the Julian is the only thing that I wish I could have seen today. We didn't see the Julian at all. It was like it was banned for like 3 hours. It's like, when you're sitting at a table and your favorite dish is being made and you get a fork, you get your knife, you lay out your napkin, it gets put on the plate right in front of you and you're about to dig in, only to realize you wake up and you're hungry and it was all a dream. I feel robbed, man. I need to see this Julian. So hopefully in the next phases of LATAM MPL Season 3, I'll be able to see that. If you guys know the secret behind the Julian, definitely let us know. We got to take a look at that spicy, beautiful bracket on the way to be able to look forward to.
Okay, since this is the relegation route, it will be a different bracket from what you've seen, the usual one. So right now, for May 10th, first match of the day, you see an Infinity going up against Malvinas Gaming. It's 3-1. And at the end of the day today, DreamHack and Alpha 7 close it off with a 3-1. And tomorrow, though, will be a seed match of seeing that who will get the chance to just enter the knockout phase, because it is not that easy. You only have 2 slots, and this is when you determine later on your brackets in the playoffs. Will you go the upper bracket route or will you go to the lower bracket route? So we will see whoever gets that spot later on tomorrow in relegation day number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a sight to see, and honestly, well-deserved from both of these teams. It was not an easy road. I mean, I thought jumping into this, we would see a lot more one-sided series, but they really had to work to get to this phase inside of relegation, so they're going to have to work a little bit more to move on even further. You definitely want some more insurance going up to that upper bracket versus the lower bracket. At least you have a little bit of that insurance on the second half before they jump into the playoffs, but I feel like both teams have been learning a lot through this, right? I feel like when it comes to Infinity, they got a little taste of Malvinas Gaming and it had them rethinking about being too comfortable on having that advantage and not underestimating a team who has not had the most optimal outcome during the regular season. It also goes to show you that teams in the regular season that have a bad record, sometimes they're just not a seasoned team, but they're a playoffs team. And I think that's where Malvinas Gaming is going to shine. I think they're going to be a team that eventually down the line will be able to upset and pull out some surprises, possibly not in the regular season, but more toward the playoffs. And sometimes those are the scariest teams to have to deal with. So I look forward to seeing that. But on the other side, Alpha 7, they're able to find another win off against DreamHack. Not able to close out the series, but able to find at least a win inside of that series. And I think from there, they've learned a lot through the drafting, and hopefully they can implement a little bit more of a stronger force as Season 4 starts up for MPL LATAM, and I can't wait to see where they go from there, because you talked about Alpha 7. You mentioned how they went to Snapdragon Pro Series, how they had a lot of international competition, and hopefully as they progress within their team, we'll be able to see more of that international experience start to shine. But for DreamHack, they had a new addition, right? And to be able to step into those shoes, a clean slate, and to be able to perform the way the team did is definitely something to be proud about. And not to mention, especially being a full 5-man stacked Brazilian team out of the LATAM region.
So they did it from their home ground, no imports whatsoever, and then it worked out for them because at the end of the day, they just managed to just swoop in and get that 3-1, which is very, very good. Of course, to the teams that didn't get the chance to advance to the playoffs or even the knockout stage later on, once again, thank you very much for joining in MPL LATAM Season 3. You guys did so well. You guys compete a lot. It was a great journey with you guys. And sadly, we need to say goodbye for today, but we won't say goodbye for the next season.
Yeah, it's definitely not a goodbye, but a see you later. Also for these teams as well, as we look forward to seeing them compete. Hopefully as LATAM continues to progress through the playoffs, we get to see some more excitement. I'm sure we will. I mean, I can only imagine. This is just relegation. I can only imagine what these teams have to provide. I mean, I only got a glimpse of this is only four teams, you know, and they were the teams that struggled inside of the regular season. I can only imagine the top dogs out there who already made it, you know, to that upper bracket and have a lot of crowd behind them.
So yeah, amazing teams here in LATAM, and I'm pretty sure everybody who will get a slot in the playoffs later, they are actually competing not just about the prize money. It's not about the first place or even the second. It's other than pride, you have a direct slot to MSC later on. So more international experience for them, I guess.
Yeah, definitely a lot of experience, and we look forward to being able to watch it. I mean, like we said, in the Hidden Leaf Village, MLBB showdown with Naruto tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune into that, and make sure you guys, like we said, like, subscribe to the channel, check out all the highlights in case you missed anything. Recharge your diamonds if you guys haven't already. Make sure you get these Naruto skins while they're available. Good discount from Binoxus. Unfortunately, I can't try it out because I'm from North America, but you guys definitely need to recharge and stack them up while you can. And wait a second, you had a code, right?
Yeah, of course. Just especially for all of you guys, it is BNX MPL 3. Remember guys, BNX MPL 3. I've been repeating this again and again, and I will never get tired because you guys deserve the best promos ever from Bonoxus.com. So don't forget to just check it out and buy those diamonds before the promo codes runs out. And I've seen a lot of comments here. Where's the code? Where's the code? There's the code. You better get those diamonds there. We've just told you the code. Good promotion, good promotion. Always a good steal.
That's
if
right.
it's their promotion.
BNX MPL 3. So, guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure all the way out here from North America. My name's Steph Weezy. It's been a pleasure. Vay, also representing out here. We'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Bye.